Theory as History. Essays on Modes of Production and Exploitation. Jairus Banaji. Foreword. The concrete is concrete because it is the concentration of many determinations, hence unity of the diverse. These words, penned by Karl Marx in his Grundrisse manuscript when he considered how the analysis of bourgeois society should proceed, are in my view a fitting motto for Jairus Banaji's learned work. If we are to understand historical processes truly and in depth, then we ought to do full justice to the empirical record. But that is not all. We also have to reveal the abstract determinations which are hidden behind the concrete, and which lead towards a reproduction of the concrete by way of thought. If we disregard this necessary dialectic of the abstract and the concrete, one of two kinds of errors is likely to result. Either we remain entrapped in a descriptive narrative of a mass of empirical details, failing to reach the abstract determinations that identify and convincingly explain the real nature of a historical process in its totality. Or, we superimpose forced abstractions on history, which are not grounded in a thorough analysis of its concrete specificities, and which, therefore, are to a large degree arbitrary and superficial, or even purely subjective preferences. Unfortunately, both errors occur all too frequently in Marxist historiography. Many so-called Marxist studies of concrete structures and processes can be regarded as nothing more than applications of academic political or economic history to a different subject area, with a different political perspective. Also, most of the contributions to the Marxist philosophy of history have been written by Marxists who never consulted primary sources themselves, and base their knowledge only on handbooks and already published historical surveys. Exceptions to the rule can certainly be found. Empirical studies of history have been written which, despite their appearance as narratives, are deeply theoretical, and there are also philosophical works which obtain important abstractions from the empiria. But the number of such works is unfortunately rather small. Serious, comprehensive attempts to integrate the concrete and the abstract are, quite simply, scarce. Some notable examples are Carl August Wittfogels's monumental early treatise on China's economy and society, Perry Anderson's analysis of the nomadic mode of production in his passages from antiquity to feudalism, Robert Brenner's contributions to the debate about the origins of capitalism, and Chris Wickham's large study of the early Middle Ages in Europe. Obviously, all of these works can be criticized retrospectively for their shortcomings, but they remain landmarks of scholarship which, by digging deeper, will continue to provide direction for research. The writings of Jairus Banaji belong to this genre. Yet they also deviate from tradition and conventions. Not only is Banaji more heterodox in his approach than comparable authors, but with admirable zest and energy he also covers a much larger temporal and geographic terrain. From the very start, Jairus Banaji endeavored to derive his abstractions from the historical facts, in such a way that the abstractions do not end up by denying the facts. In this way, he has aimed to reproduce by way of thought their true significance and coherence. It all began 40 years ago, when he published his first scholarly article, an essay in the New Left Review about the disintegration of British functionalist anthropology. He was only 23 years of age at the time, but the article already displayed all the themes to which he would return in his later writings. It concerned the analysis of social formations, and was both deeply historical and theoretical, demonstrating a razor-sharp intelligence. In the subsequent decade, the youthful Indian Marxist made himself heard in many interconnected areas of research. He intervened explicitly in the modes of production controversy in his country, a debate about the specificities of the relations of production in Indian agriculture. Beyond this, he provided more general contributions about modes of production, in which he insistently countered the prevailing opinion that modes of production are in essence driven by specific forms of exploitation. It does not make sense, he argued, to speak of slave mode of production, and even less can capitalism be reduced to the compulsion to perform wage labor. A second terrain which Banaji researched is agrarian history, the empirical test, as it were, of his theoretical arguments. An important contribution in this area was his study of the small peasantry in the Deccan during the 19th century, included in this book. Especially using official reports, Banaji argued that the small peasants in this western part of India were not dominated under semi-feudalism or semi-feudal relations, but that they, due to their debts to professional money lenders and rich peasants who engaged in money lending, were integrated in capitalist relations, a variant of what Marx called the formal subsumption under capital degree. The third terrain Banaji researched in the 1970s was Marx's theory of value. Through a careful reading of Hegel's preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit and, especially, his Science of Logic, Banaji tried to clarify that Marx's Capital can only be understood profoundly if one takes the Hegelian background of the book seriously. In so doing, he contributed to a scholarly discussion, which continues to this day. After such a flying start, a brilliant intellectual like Jairus Banaji could easily have pursued a glamorous academic career. But he considered other matters more important. He became politically active, together with his companion Rohini Hensman and with Praful Bidvai, Dilip Simeon and other comrades in the Platform Tendency, a grouping opposed to the Stalinist orthodoxies of the Indian left. By the early 80s, some of them had built a wide range of contacts and solidarity among the unions around industrial issues. Banaji's interest in agrarian history moreover led him to explore a completely new terrain, namely the social and economic relations in the late Roman Empire. The first pursuit resulted in a study, co-authored by Rohini Hensman, with the title Beyond Multinationalism, Management Policy and Bargaining Relationships in International Companies. The second pursuit culminated, after various prologues, in the monograph Agrarian Change in Late Antiquity, Gold, Labor and Aristocratic Dominance, which is considered authoritative also by non-Marxists, and of which a second, revised edition was subsequently published. Beyond this, Banaji remained interested in general theoretical questions. In 1992, he published an abridged English edition of Henrik Grossman's Law of Accumulation and Breakdown, which he had first translated in the late 1970s. He also published more articles about the analysis of pre-capitalist and early capitalist social formations. The present collection brings together 11 important and provocative historical contributions by Banaji which are of enduring value. The majority have appeared earlier in various journals, but some of them are previously unpublished. All chapters in this book are empirical and theoretical at the same time, and draw inspiration not just from Marx and some Marxists, but often also from non-Marxist authors. The reason, as Banaji tersely noted in his classic essay written in 1977, is that, in some cases, strictly professional historians, not known for purely scholastic disquisitions on modes of production and social formations, came far closer to the conceptions of Marx than the whole tradition of abstract historical formalism which passed for Marxism. Banaji's extensive studies of European, Asian, and African history, and of the relevant literatures in many languages, have constantly enriched and deepened his insights. From numerous different angles, he returns constantly to core questions which have preoccupied historians, anthropologists, and archaeologists, such as, what explains the internal dynamics of modes of production? How are modes of production and forms of exploitation related? Under what circumstances are given forms of exploitation more or less often present? What is the historical meaning of simple commodity production? What is capitalism, and how did it originate? What is the relationship between legal systems and capitalist development? Can only wage labor be capital positing, or can chattel slavery also function in this way? To these and related questions, Banaji has typically answered with heterodox, and therefore controversial, replies, and he arrives at conclusions which will no doubt surprise and provoke many. He concludes, for example, that there are no linear transitions from one mode of production to another, that Marxists have radically underestimated the extent of wage labor in so-called pre-capitalist societies, and also, that we should reject the free/unfree labor dichotomy as a legacy of mainstream liberal legalism, an ideological construct. Banaji's seemingly idiosyncratic but in fact highly sophisticated and original approach to historical analysis provides, I think, not only a welcome stimulus and a challenge for scholars today, but also will give them plenty to think about for many years to come. Marcel van der Linden. Amsterdam, November 2009. 9. This volume, Chapter 4. Chapter 1 Introduction, Themes in Historical Materialism. By modes of production, Marx meant forms of domination and control of labor bound up with a wider set of class relations expressive of them and of the social functions implied in them. He saw these general forms and the class divisions grounded in them as historically created, that is, specific to the period they belonged to, yet capable of subsuming often much earlier forms as an intrinsic part of their own development, as, for example, in the connection between Roman civil law and modern production. Marx also believed that these general configurations were defined by an inherent dynamic that worked itself out in the eventual dissolution of existing relations. How this happened, or could happen, was, of course, best described in his description of capitalism and its general laws of motion. The essays published in this collection span a period of just over 30 years and set out first to map a general conception of modes of production as historical characterizations of whole epochs, in other words, to restore a sense of historical complexity to them, and then to illustrate/explore some of that complexity in detailed studies based as far as possible on primary source material. Marx himself was opposed to a suprahistorical approach that simply reduced historical characterizations to formulae. It was obvious to him that historical materialists would have to study the different forms of evolution and compare them before a workable characterization was available for any period. He said as much in his reply to Mikhailovsky. By contrast, most Marxist historiography of the pre-capitalist period tends to assume we already know the different modes of production from the labels attached to them, and lacks any sustained attempt to grasp their complexity. Kuhla's study of feudal economy had a considerable impact precisely because he broke with this method of formal abstraction. The challenge is formidable. We shall almost certainly never be able to replicate the rigor that Marx could demonstrate in his analysis of capitalism for any comparable epoch before it. But historical materialism establishes an element of continuity between that analysis and attempts to understand earlier periods. That Marx conceived the complexity of historical modes of production in law-like terms is clear from the famous citation in the Nachtrag to the second edition of Capital, where the Russian reviewer's description of his method claimed, to Marx's approval, that what chiefly interested him were the special laws that regulate the origin, existence, development, and death of a given social organism and its replacement by another, higher one. That social organism was Kaufmann's peculiarly biological way of referring to the general form of society characteristic of the main historical periods in Europe's development is clear from his statement elsewhere that, for Marx, every historical period possesses its own laws. After this introductory essay, Chapter 2 develops this theme against the background of literature and debates that were current in the 19,708. That its central arguments are still relevant today is shown by the present state of discussion of these issues. One of the key distinctions suggested there was between relations of production and forms of exploitation, yet the conflation of these categories is still endemic to a whole form of Marxism and runs through even some of the best historical work, such as Chiswick. Ham's recent book, where feudalism is seen simply as coercive rent-taking and lacks any historical depth beyond that, Wickham's conception of what constitutes a feudal mode of production is so general that even the Roman Empire finally contains at least two versions of it. Again, Pierre Bonacieux's contention that a slave economy persisted down to the aristocratic upsurge or feudal revolution of the 11th century is a classic instance of the same confusion. The widespread use of slaves in the early Middle Ages certainly implies a continuance of slavery as a form of exploitation, but surely not the survival or persistence of a slave mode of production, however that is construed. Degree another example, in one of the few recent attempts to return to these issues in a more theoretical way, John Haldane ends up recommending a conception of modes of production that denies that we can sensibly speak of them containing tendencies, much less laws of any sort. The essays collected in this book range widely across historical periods. They strike a balance between theory and history, suggesting that historians cannot construct viable models of the periods they deal with without a grasp of theory and without attempts to use it creatively. They discuss themes that are basic to Marxism but do so in ways subversive of existing orthodoxies. To take just one example of this, at least 3 of the papers address the issue of historical capitalism in one way or another. Registered in the Grundrisse, Marx implied an interesting distinction between forms such as capital which belong to a specific epoch of history and categories which belong more or less to all epochs, such as e.g. money. Since capital presupposes money and emerges out of its circulation, the emergence of capitalism, conceived historically, presumes a necessary connection between these two sorts of forms. In other words, the contrast between them cannot be a historical gap separating one from the other. Marx was clearly aware of this because, unlike the widespread, the famous chapter on primitive accumulation ends with a note that tells us that Italy was where capitalist production developed earliest. A Mediterranean location for early capitalism shows how flexible Marx himself was in the understanding of capitalism's history and the great possibilities that can be opened up for scientific research programs based on a flexible and rather more sophisticated grasp of historical materialism. To take modes of production first, these, for Marx, comprised the relations of production in their totality, a nuance completely missed by Marxists who simply reduce them to historically dominant forms of exploitation or forms of labor, for example, positing a slave mode of production wherever slave labor is used or ruling out capitalism if free labor is absent. The underlying assumption here is that Marx means by relations of production the relations of the immediate process of production, or what, in a perfectly nebulous expression, some Marxists call the method of surplus appropriation. But the immediate process of production can be structured in all sorts of ways, even under capitalism. This was a point that was probably better understood in the 1980s than it is today. For example, when Lewis Taylor described early 20th century changes on the haciendas of Cajamarca in Peru, he stated, quite rightly, that, according to Lenin, a Marxist analysis of rural society cannot mechanically identify forms of exploitation and relations of production. The distinction drawn there between relations of production and forms of exploitation permeated much of the historical work on South African agriculture, such as when Helen Bradford in a general review of this literature noted that quasi-feudal relations of exploitation, and racist relations of oppression, were created in the very course of capitalist penetration in South Africa's countryside. The general distinction here is one between relations of production and forms of exploitation, and Marxist theory would advance considerably if more Marxists took this on board. The point here is not just that relations of production include vastly more than the labor process and the forms in which it is organized and controlled, such as when Marx calls money a relation of production or suggests in The Poverty of Philosophy that a relation of production is any economic relation, but that labor itself, the exploitation of labor, breaks down into comparable dimensions of complexity. This is best illustrated by contrasting the general forms of domination of the peasantry with the concrete or specific ways in which landowners dominate, control and deploy peasant labor. When Carlo Poni described the struggle of the Bologna landowners to impose new methods of plowing on their mezzadri and the different ways in which the peasants thwarted or circumvented those methods because they involved considerably more effort, this was not a statement about the mode of production that prevailed in northern Italy in the 17th century. Registered sharecropping or labor tenancy or even the forms of labor service described by Lenin in The Development of Capitalism in Russia lie at a very different level of abstraction from serfdom, peonage, etc. conceived as historical categories. Yet all these categories are about ways of controlling and exploiting living labor. The historical forms of exploitation of labor cannot be assimilated to the actual deployment of labor, as if these were interchangeable levels of theory. Since the latter is defined by immensely greater complexity, a conflation of these levels would mean endless confusion in terms of a strictly Marxist characterization, the kind of confusion attacked by Taylor and by Bradford. The conclusion here can be stated quite simply by saying that the deployment of labor is correlated with modes of production in complex ways. Not only are modes of production not reducible to forms of exploitation, but the historical forms of exploitation of labor lie at a completely different level of abstraction from the numerous and specific ways in which labor is or can be deployed. Chapter 3 lays out a general argument suggesting that in agriculture especially a much wider range of relationships of exploitation on the land is revealed than is suggested by some Marxists. 8 Indeed, the logic that regulates the combination and use of different categories and forms of labor in the agrarian sector is one that cuts across historical periods, so that similar forms of labor use can be found in very different modes of production. In short, given the argument above, modes of production have to be constructed as objects of much greater complexity and a different sort of complexity. The theory has to be stripped of its evolutionism and refurbished to allow for more complex trajectories. For example, transitions to capitalism do not simply replicate some universal model or fixed sequence such as the one implied in the canonical genealogy of European culture. There were whole parts of the world where forms of capitalism evolved without the canonical antecedents of slavery and feudalism. As Marx's reviewer said, every historical period possesses its own laws. But, certainly by the 16th century, those heterogeneous developments were soon bound up with the dynamics of an expanding international capitalism, so that their least awful could one study the indigenous expansion of capital in its pure state, unaffected by disturbing influences. Again, the transition from slavery to feudalism was scarcely driven by some spurious logic that led ineluctably from one to the other. Serfdom was not caused by the decline of slavery, and the subjection of the peasantry through most of the Middle Ages, but especially after the year 1000 needs other explanations. At another, less obvious level, perhaps, the theory also needs depth. For example, how do we integrate the expansion of monetary economy into a theory of modes of production? The idea that pre-capitalist economies were based on natural economy is no longer tenable. Marx himself knew enough Roman history to know that the steady decline of the peasantry in the last 2 centuries of the Republic was bound up with the enrichment of the nobility and the formation of huge slave-run estates. The same movement which divorced them from their means of production and subsistence involved the formation not only of big landed property but also of big money capital. Indeed, by the last decades of the Republic, the Roman monetary system had evolved sufficiently for one scholar to refer recently to the complexity and sophistication of late Republican and high imperial finance. Credit was pervasive and institutionalized and added enormously to the money supply. Roman money was, in other words, more than coinage, and there were financiers who held their entire capital in outstanding loans. Again, in the Grundriss, Marx writes, it is clear that the changes in the value of the material in which represents itself must bring about great revolutions between the different classes of a state. If so, where in the theoretical space that surrounds our notions of a mode of production do these great revolutions come? How do we account for them in terms of the theory itself? Unless relations of production are constructed and defined to have the sort of reach and conceptual power that can integrate all the fundamental phenomena or movements that social and economic historians deal with as their staple, Marxist historians who work on anything other than capitalism will simply continue to pay lip service to historical materialism, as Anderson does in passages from antiquity to feudalism in some striking demonstrations of bad theory. By bad theory I mean the substitution of purely theoretical explanations for historical research and or recourse to a theory that is itself simply a string of abstractions. If the breathtaking formalism of pre-capitalist modes of production drove Hindus and Hurst into a wholesale repudiation of the theory of modes of production within 2 years of its publication, Anderson at least pulled off a major tour de force, certainly with the longer of his 2 volumes. Lineages of the Absolutist State was a striking piece of comparative history, and it is hard to see how anyone could have covered so much ground without relying largely or entirely on the work of other historians and no special grasp of any of the sources. The issue here, however, is Anderson's use of Marxist categories, ostensibly as the scaffolding of the whole panoramic edifice. If bad theory in pre-capitalist modes of production was an extreme but ultimately positivistic formalism that destroyed itself in its rapid autocritique, In passages from antiquity to feudalism it surfaced sporadically as a metaphysical mode of reasoning that is best exemplified, perhaps, in the following excerpts. In the first, Anderson writes, "The fall of the Roman Empire in the West was fundamentally determined by the dynamic of the slave mode of production and its contradictions. Once imperial expansion was halted, it was always in the western provinces that the remorseless logic of the slave mode of production achieved its fullest and most fatal expression trademark." The second passage tells us, "The Byzantine Empire, in effect, unloaded enough of the burden of antiquity to survive into a new epoch, but not enough to develop dynamically across it. It remained transfixed between slave and feudal modes of production, unable either to return to the one or advance to the other, in a social deadlock that could only eventually lead to its extinction." But no historians of late antiquity have ever invoked slavery as the fundamental reason for the fall of the Western Empire, at least not since Anderson published passages. Indeed, slavery remained widespread in the late empire and has little to do with the crisis of the 5th century. And the second passage presents us with the image of a society transfixed between modes of production for centuries together, which must leave any reader wondering what Marx himself would have made of this historically interminable deadlock of rural modes of production. In both cases it is the lack of complexity that undermines a credible use of categories which are, potentially, the bedrock of any materialist conception of history. What sort of complexity, then? One form of this has been outlined briefly in the distinction I drew earlier between relations of production and forms of exploitation, as well as the different levels at which we have to construe or grasp exploitation itself. These distinctions generate another because if, say, the accumulation of capital, that is, capitalist relations of production, can be based on forms of exploitation that are typically pre-capitalist, then clearly there is not one ostensibly unique configuration of capital but a series of distinct configurations, forms of the accumulation process, implying other combinations. Chapters 9 to 10 are about configurations of this sort, dealing with commercial and money-lending capitalism respectively, configurations of capital which, like commercial capitalism in particular, comprised a rich variety of forms from the peculiar domination of small producers by merchants discussed by Marx in the Grundrisse *, widespread not just in the European Middle Ages but throughout the Muslim world, to the large-scale Havana merchant houses who controlled the smaller Cuban planters through refaction contracts and were themselves intimately linked with U.S. merchant houses and British banking institutions * or the London financiers, West India merchants like the Lascelles, who underwrote the expansion of sugar and slavery in the English-speaking West Indies and eventually took over the management of plantations formerly under the control of their business associates, becoming large-scale planters by the 1780s. The paper reprinted here as Chapter 2 argued years ago that Marxists had no good grounds for resisting the idea of a slave-holding capitalism of the kind that dominated the economies of the American South and the Caribbean more generally. In a brilliant paper published in New Left Review at the end of the 1970s, Orlando Patterson had already noted in passing that for all its eloquence, Genovese's pre-capitalist conception of the Old South is no longer tenable *. He referred to the essentially capitalistic nature of modern slave formations such as those of the British and French Caribbean, and contrived the more general expression American slave capitalisms, arguing that, in the context of modern capitalism, slavery was simply a variant of the capitalist system *. It is these ideas and premises that have gained much wider support among historians of the Old South today than the traditional dogma that slavery could not possibly form a configuration of capital because it was the most extreme antithesis of free labor. Historians have, happily, broken out of this tautology. Patterson's assessment of the mood among historians of the Old South was remarkably accurate. In the introduction to the ruling race, James Oakes declared, "I agree with those who stress the capitalist nature of the slave system in the Old South," and went on to explain. His discovery, or rediscovery, of the capitalist nature of slavery has proven to be a significant development. This breakthrough not only has prompted a complete and far-ranging re-examination of racial slavery in the Americas, It has also stimulated a renaissance in the field of American economic history more generally. And, by the mid-90s, the historiography of the South threw up its first revisionist microhistory, William Duesenberg's now classic first volume on the massive rice plantations of South Carolina and Georgia, with the bulk of their capital invested in slaves, in enormous irrigation schemes and pounding and threshing mills, and with marked economies of scale and a remorseless control of workers stripped of any paternalism. Duesenberg's description of low-country slavery is the best critique to date of Genovese's paternalism thesis and demonstrates how little of that there was in the vigorous agricultural capitalism that dominated the rice swamps. Trademark the idea that the history of capitalism comprises a series of configurations of capital helps to resolve the dilemmas and paradoxes behind much of this debate, and others like it, since historians like Duesenberg insist that they are describing a variant of capitalism, not some featureless abstract model. And that a slave-based capitalism was bound to display features specific to this variant. Now, what this variant does demonstrate is that free labor, so-called, cannot be an essential moment of capital, degree not if the self-expansion of value is intrinsically indifferent to the forms in which it dominates labor, as Marxists such as Rosa Luxemburg and Henrik Grossman surely understood. Luxemburg herself referred to capitalist accumulation with forms of slavery and serfdom, and Grossman suggested that the whole character of the Spanish and Portuguese colonization was capitalist from its inception, even if the plantations were based on slave labor, accepting Sombert's description of the plantations as the first truly large-scale capitalist organizations in history. The argument developed so far has at least two major implications for theory. In the first place, it frees up conceptual space for rethinking the history of capitalism as a much richer and more complex set of trajectories than the conventional stereotype of capitalist history as a history of the first capitalist nation. A small part of this richness and complexity is indicated in Chapter 9 by showing how one of the key institutions in the emergence of capitalism, the form of the partnership, may well have been the Muslim world's major contribution to the business culture of the Mediterranean in the Central Middle Ages. Marx tended to periodize capitalism into manufacture and large-scale industry, ignoring merchant capital as an antediluvian form. But it was through the rapidly expanding commercial world of the Middle Ages that capitalism emerged in a more systematic guise. Marx had a sense of this because, in Volume I, he admits, we come across the first sporadic traces of capitalist production as early as the 14th or 15th centuries in certain towns of the Mediterranean, and, in Volume 3, he allows for the direct domination of production by commercial capital, citing the colonial trades *, the claim that Holland was the model capitalist nation of the 17th century *, was not a claim about internal transformations in the Dutch economy in the early modern period so much as a statement about the Dutch colonial empire and the forms in which the Volk secured that country's commercial supremacy. In the essay that concludes this collection, I have suggested tentatively that we might mark the historical distinction between these early forms of capitalism, dominated by merchants and bankers and the international syndicates they formed, and the developed form of capitalism analyzed by Marx in Capital, by describing the former, quite simply, as capitalism or historical capitalism and reserving the term capitalist mode of production for the latter. But this is largely a matter of terminology. The more substantial point is to retain some sense of the richness of the history of capitalism. The second implication relates to the issue of labor. If free labor is not a precondition for the accumulation of capital or even for whole forms of capitalist economy but the contingent outcome of struggles to shape the law and the social relations behind it, no more is the absence of coercion a precondition for the deployment of free labor itself. It is crucial to think all this through dialectically, because capitalist relations of exploitation are being construed increasingly by a seductive dichotomy between free and unfree labor, as if these categories were actually opposites. That was certainly not how Marx understood free labor. When he wrote, A Presupposition of Wage Labor, and one of the historic preconditions for capital, is free labor and the exchange of this free labor for money, or that with free labor, wage labor is not yet completely posited since wages might still be regulated by statute. Free simply meant dispossessed, divorced from the means of production. Indeed, this was generally true of the way free labor was understood in the 19th century. As Hay and Craven state, free labor emphatically was not understood to be labor free of penal coercion in the colonies, as it was not in England itself. Blackstone's Commentaries, the dominant textbook of English law between 1770 and 1850, still embodied a feudal model of wage labor where the master-servant relation was based on status and not on contract. In other words, discussed under the law of persons registered, it is a supreme paradox that the first country of industrial capitalism was also the one most sharply characterized by what Confreund called an atrophy of the contract of employment for most of the 19th century. Registered, it was the lingering strength of the feudal model of wage labor in England that explains the anomalous structuring of the English labor market discussed by Steinfeld, viz. that as the market for labor expanded, criminal sanctions for contract breaches proliferated. Penal sanctions for contract breach were only abolished in 1875. In other words, when Marx was writing Capital, English workers were still not formally free. They labored in the shadow of a legal regime that could compel the performance of contracts by the threat of criminal sanctions. It was not the repeal of the law of apprenticeship that formed the true watershed, as Marx himself seemed to think, but the abolition of penal sanctions for breach of contract in 1875. The further consequences of all this are, first, that the formal freedom of wage labor, this essentia, formality as Marx calls it in the famous appendix to Capital, volume no body of powerful privileged landed proprietors to contend with, and that the regimes of Asiatic despotism lacked any significant types of class formation. In fact, it should be possible to argue that a comparative political economy of Asiatic regimes, or of the tributary mode of production on which they were founded, is best constructed along the kinds of ruling class that the sovereign had to contend with and the historically distinct ways in which the relationship between ruler and ruling class was configured. This is something I shall attempt, briefly, below. Third, and finally, Marx's handling of the claim that throughout Asia, the sovereigns have ever been in the possession of an exclusive title to the soil of their dominions, or, as he himself put it, the claim about the absence of private property in land, was thoroughly uncharacteristic for the uncritical way in which he simply repeated the core doctrine of the Orientalist tradition with no further penetration of the issue. The point here is not that Asiatic regimes were not typically defined by their own doctrines to the effect that the entire territory of a sovereign was in some sense his or her property, but that this claim took very different forms in different regimes, was asserted to unequal degrees and, most crucially from a Marxist perspective, was largely a legal or political fiction, or at least is best construed as such. Thus in China, Twitchett states that traditionally, all the lands of the empire were considered theoretically as belonging to the emperor, but by the beginning of the Tang dynasty there was a strong and ever-increasing movement towards the recognition of the right of private possession of landed property. The Tang seem simply to have accepted the growth of such great holdings and recognized the principle of private ownership of land, but in law the rules of the Kayentian system remained in force and the doctrine of the emperor's ownership of all land remained unquestioned. Registered, there could scarcely be a better expression of the largely doctrinal nature of the ruler's claims. Roughly analogous to this was the position under the Safavids, when, as Lambton argues, the theory of the ruler as the sole landowner did not receive in practice complete and unqualified acceptance. In practice, private persons enjoyed full rights of ownership over land. Again, in the Mughal case, Athar Ali suggests that the doctrine of state property could seldom be distinctly enunciated, in view of the lack of its reconcilability with Islamic law. In Byzantium, as Oikonomides points out, the state was the largest landowner of all. To it belonged all the land that was not owned by private individuals or institutions, for thus, here the principle existed in a much less absolute form, and Alexander Kazan was always in a minority among Byzantinists in his view that ownership of all land vested in the emperor. The one Asiatic regime where the doctrine was asserted in its purity was the Ottoman Empire, the primordial instance of Oriental despotism and the closest Eastern parallel to the autocracy of the Muscovite state. Needless to say, The actual arrangements under which land was held were more complex and subject to variation, and what really impressed travelers to the east, both in Turkey and in Russia, was the peculiar servility of the ruling class, a theme I shall come to in a moment. Yet even these broadly comparable autocracies reflected so-called state property in radically different ways. As Richard Pipes says, the great princes of Vladimir regarded their realm as their votchina, that is outright property. Muscovy was the purest example, historically, of a patrimonial regime, one in which there was no notion of a public order distinct from the rights and claims of the sovereign, so that the kingdom was literally the personal patrimony of the prince. The Islamic model was a very different one, by contrast. Conquered territories were retained in the public ownership of the Muslim community, and the underlying principle was that public revenues should be spent in the interests of all, not of rulers or privileged groups. This was a legal fiction, of course, and one that allowed for developed notions of private property in land. Having said this, there is in Marx's fascination with the absence of private property in land an important clue to a different mode of production from that which came to define a small if dynamic sector of Europe in the Middle Ages. Marx himself was clearly reluctant to accept feudalism as a sensible or historically accurate characterization of large parts of the world where class relations and production were structured so differently. It was the peculiar dominance of the state that set these regimes apart from Western Europe, and, of course, Marx expressed his aversion to the idea of an all-encompassing feudalism in the excerpts from Kovalevsky's book which he made in 1879. There is no dearth of reference to these famous passages. It is clear that by the 1870s, when he read Kovalevsky, he had abandoned his earlier view about the government as the original owner of all the land, denouncing its doctrinal character and the role it played in legitimating the dispossession of indigenous communities by the French and the British. The lousy Orientalists etc., have recourse in vain to the passages in the Quran where it is said of the earth that it belongs to the property of God. He comments acerbically, after noting, no trace of conversion of the entire conquered land into dominial property in the Multiqa al-Abhur of Ibrahim Halbi, the massive legal compilation that formed the basis of Ottoman law. This was a major shift of perspective, but one which Marx never theorized in the sense that he seems never to have returned to the Asiatic mode of production and may just have quietly buried it. The crucial difference between the abstraction of an Oriental despotism founded on the possession by the sovereign of an exclusive title to the soil and the more densely textured and complex picture that emerges in the notes from Kovalevsky is the completely fictitious idea, in the Orientalist model, that Asiatic despotism was marked by an absence of classes between the sovereign and the mass of village communities. In reading Kovalevsky, but also some of the sources he used, Marx would have realized how distant his formulation of the Asiatic mode was from the actual history of countries such as India where, in Kovalevsky's description, much of the conflict centered on the aspirations of the Muqtas to make their assignments of revenue or acts hereditary and independent of the Sultan. The Tiqtidari sought to make their prerogatives hereditary and independent of the Sultan, as the beneficiarii in Western Europe. The Persian barony, according to Kovalevsky, said that Gaius ad-Din Balban had found the monarchy shattered to the ground because the iqtidars of his father, who appropriated the title of Khan, strove for independence and divided among themselves the wealth of the state treasury. Instead of appearing at military reviews, they excused themselves for not appearing and secured their usurpation each time by bribing officials. The majority of the iqtidars directly renounced the military service, on the grounds that the Iqta had been given them not as conditioned but as unconditioned property, so-called inam. Thus already in the 13th century the Iqtidars strove towards mulk or milk, complete property, which the Sultan could only give and gave only in reality, from the dominial estates, and the waste land that was reckoned thereto, usually to worthy officials and courtiers. These remarkable pages on the Delhi Sultanate could well have formed the basis for a more complex and sophisticated description of Asiatic regimes, had Marx had the inclination. Kovalevsky described a form of class struggle that pitted ruler against ruling class and the gradual consolidation of a subversive rural aristocracy, the zamindars, whose relation to the state had always been fraught with tension. This, for Marx, was not feudalism of any variety, but nor could it have seemed even remotely comparable to the way he and Engels had construed the Asiatic mode of production in the 1850s. Lenin's characterization of Russia as an Asiatic state and Trotsky's repeated insistence on the peculiarities of Russia's historical development are, I suggest, best understood, in materialist terms, as the expression of a historical dynamic and of class relations founded on a mode of production that was neither some exotic variant of feudalism nor, certainly, an inert replica of the Asiatic mode. But if not feudalism, or the Asiatic mode, then what, as Terry Byers asked, with evident bafflement, when summarizing a collection of papers on the theme in 1985. The tributary mode of production now looks to me like the best contender for a Marxist characterization of Asiatic regimes, and has both attracted support from leading currents in the Spanish historiography of Al-Andalus and been discussed at length by John Haldon. The strength of Haldon's analysis is the focus on imperial states, late Rome and Byzantium included, and the perception that tributary is a much better characterization of these states and their economic regimes than the description of them as feudal. But Haldon jeopardizes this insight by suggesting that the distinction between tax and rent is purely formal, since they are both charges on peasant labor, or modes of surplus appropriation as he calls them, so that feudal and tributary economic regimes are ultimately simply variants of a common mode of production. This makes little sense to me historically and differentiates Haldon's understanding of the tributary mode sharply from that of his Spanish colleagues, for whom the whole point of a different characterization is to retain the historical peculiarities of Islamic economic regimes in contrast to developments in most of Western Europe. Unlike Haldon, and with Pierre Guichard and Manuel Acién, I believe it is crucial not to minimize the historical difference between European feudalism and Asiatic-style economic regimes, but unlike Acién and his use of the expression Islamic social formation, the historical complexity of the tributary mode is, I feel, best restored to it by abandoning the positivist distinction between modes of production and social formations and speaking instead of the possible ways in which a mode of production can be configured historically. Capitalism is a good example of this sort of historical complexity, as I suggested earlier, but so, in fact, is the tributary mode, as I shall now try and show. The tributary mode of production may be defined as a mode of production where the state controls both the means of production and the ruling class, and has unlimited disposal over the total surplus labor of the population. This is bound to strike many Marxists as an anomalous formulation, but that is because the theoretical issue here is one that has hardly ever been discussed in historical materialism, chiefly because Marxist debates on the nature of the state have focused very largely on the capitalist state, framing the issue in terms of the state's autonomy and thus starting from the presupposition that state power and class interests are analytically distinct. But formulations like Miliband's partnership of state and capital will simply not work for tributary regimes, where, as Trotsky understood in his brilliant pages on the peculiarities of Russia's historical development, the Muscovite state shaped the evolution of the possessing classes in a fundamental way and quite unlike anything seen in the West. Trotsky himself preferred to speak of the incompleteness of Russian feudalism, its formlessness. This, like the recurrent image of Russia standing between Europe and Asia, left the issue of theory open. The profound differences between the whole of Russia's development and that of other European countries was a challenge for historical materialism that might well have been met had the circumstances of the revolutionary movement been less fraught with tragedy. But to round off the point I want to make here, even Theta Skocpol when dealing with imperial states such as Russia and China automatically assumes that we can sensibly posit a dominant class that is distinct from the state. To describe the Russian nobility as politically dependent vis-a-vis the imperial authorities is a bizarre understatement for anyone with a sense of the history of the Muscovite absolutism. In the Grundriss, Marx treats Oriental despotism as a form of communal property whose real foundation is the inert multiplicity of stable agrarian communities that vegetate independently alongside one another. This communal mediation of production of the community as a presupposition of labor, registered undermines the separability of the economic from other levels of social reality in any characterization of pre-capitalist modes of production, and certainly of the Asiatic mode. Paul Frillica's image of a ruling bureaucratic caste superimposed on a peasant economic base is not a sufficiently integrated image of the relations of production of the tributary mode, which involved both the control of peasant labor by the state and the drive to forge a unified imperial service based on the subordination of the ruling class to the will of the ruler. The leitmotif of much of the historical writing on tributary regimes is the paramount importance for the ruler of a disciplined ruling class. The bond between the ruler and the ruling elite within the wider circles of the ruling class was the basis on which new states were constructed, and the state itself bureaucratized to create an efficient tool of administration. The autocratic centralism of the tributary mode and its backbone in the recruitment of a pliant nobility were not just political superstructures to some self-contained economic base, they were essential moments of the structuring and organization of the economy. Moreover, tributary economies had considerably more vitality than Marx ever attributed to the Asiatic mode. Late Rome in the 4th century, the Eastern Empire under Justinian, China in the expansive phase of the southern Sung and Mughal India. In the 17th century were prosperous powerful states with a vast financial capacity *, they were scarcely exemplars of a stagnant Asiatic despotism. On the contrary, the financial drive was always paramount. The entire government apparatus was built, and constantly rebuilt, in the interests of the treasury, as Trotsky said about Russia's state economy. Registered. The late Sasanian, late Roman and Mughal states had staggering levels of monetary circulation which were bound up with the assessment and collection of the land tax in cash. In some ways, that was even more true of the Umayyads and Abbasids. As for China, the achievements of late 16th and early 17th century England, were in many respects even exceeded by the impressive expansion of mining and manufacturing in 11th century China. Degree. Max Weber's discussion of patrimonial domination in economy and society is a useful starting point because it works, at least implicitly, in terms of the distinction between landed nobility and patrimonial officialdom, or landowner and bureaucrat, land and office, as radically different types and sources of power. It is the variant combination of these elements, as I shall call them, that structures his description of the leading patrimonial states, and even if some of those descriptions are simply wrong or inaccurate, the following discussion of the crucially different ways in which the tributary mode was historically configured retains the distinction and varying articulations of his elements. To start with one of Weber's more schematic and certainly less accurate descriptions, the late Roman Empire is characterized in the striking image of a disconnected juxtaposition of landed nobility and patrimonial officialdom. In the late Roman Empire, the increasingly important land-owning class of the possessors confronted a socially quite distinct stratum of officials, he writes. But the hallmark of the late empire was precisely Constantine's creation of what Santo Mazzarino called a unitary bureaucratic organism based on a fusion between senators and bureaucrats. Constantine restructured the aristocracy to produce a tighter integration of the senatorial clans with the new imperial administration and expand the governing class as a whole by the induction of new elements. And, if Weber's disconnected juxtaposition remained only partially true of the western provinces where the senatorial clans had a greater freedom of action and would eventually undermine the survival of the imperial state, it was the opposite of the truth in the east, where, on the contrary, it was the bureaucracy that threw up a powerful new class of landowners in the main part of the 5th century. The renewed growth of a Byzantine aristocracy from the 8th century did not fundamentally modify its 6th century character as a class that dominated the key offices of state as a bureaucratic elite with substantial land holdings in the provinces. The key difference was that now the more purely bureaucratic element, the civilian aristocracy of Constantinople, remained sharply distinct from the military aristocracy or powerful aristocratic clans based in the provinces. The continuity of these great clans sets them apart from Bernese stereotype of the ephemeral ruling class of Asiatic despotism, but though Ostrogorsky saw them essentially as feudal magnates out to destroy the central power, it is crucial to see that this now overmighty landed aristocracy remained part of the Byzantine bureaucratic hierarchy in Ostrogorsky's own expression. And that even for the families most solidly established in the provinces, the emperor's service was the main means of acquiring wealth. The conflict between ruler and individual factions of the military aristocracy, especially in the 10th century, was one that typified all Asiatic regimes and was a struggle not primarily for control of the peasantry but for power. Waged not by a monolithic and unified class of aristocrats on one side against absolutism on the other, but by factions or alliances among magnate families who were themselves divided, and where individual rulers could always count on the support of leading aristocrats. Asterisk. As Cheynet remarks, this aristocracy, which becomes stronger during the following centuries, has nothing feudal about it, since until the 11th century, the imperial 9 Banaji 2007, p. 130 and chapter 6 there. 0 Cheynet 1990, a superb study. 1 Ostrogorsky 1968, pages 306, 252. 12 Cheynet 2006, p. 25. Siphonas 1994, Against Ostrogorsky's conception of an endemic conflict between the central power and the aristocracy as a class. Introduction, Themes in Historical Materialism *27. Authorities always controlled it, forbidding its members any real autonomy in the provinces where they resided. Born out of service to the sovereign, never ceased to be linked to him, even during the period of the Komnoi. If this essentially integrated model of a bureaucratic elite extending its sway over land holding without ever establishing the kind of autonomy that might have effected its emancipation from the clutches of autocracy is one quintessentially late antique configuration of the tributary mode, China represents another more purely bureaucratic version. Weber suggested that here, in China, the patrimonial bureaucracy benefited from the even more complete absence of a landed nobility than was the case in Egypt, but this is simply not true. As Nate Sixtora-Giard argued in a series of brilliant pieces contemporary with Weber, the evolution of a modern-style autocracy in China followed a long period, many centuries, of aristocratic dominance. During those centuries, though China was formally ruled by a monarchy, the monarch was the common property of the aristocratic class, merely a representative of the aristocracy which dominated the leading organs of the state down to later Tiang. Aristocratic government reached its zenith between the Six Dynasties and the mid-Tiang, declining in the transitional era from the late Taizong to the Five Dynasties till its final and rapid dissolution in the turmoil and civil wars between 880 and 960. From the Sung Dynasty on, the power of the sovereign developed, without limitation, based on a new class of professional bureaucrats drawn from a much wider social base, who now became the agents of the ruling dynasty. As Twitchett says, Nate Six's theory was stated in very general terms. But the general outline, which Nate Six perceived largely by intuitive understanding, has stood up remarkably well to the progress of modern research. Implicit in the outline is a sequential model where, unlike Byzantium, the Tiang-Sung transition that straddles the same centuries sees a radical restructuring of the ruling class as a small group of extremely powerful lineages who had completely dominated the political scene and monopolized highest offices of state through their rights to hereditary employment are displaced by a new class of professional bureaucrats, completely different in character from the Quancheng aristocracy and other great regional groups and the enduring base of the autocratic regimes that would henceforth rule China into the modern world. It was the great historian Ch. Nyankeo who analyzed the class dynamics of this transition in detail, showing how, during the Tiang, the ruling house, itself a member of the close-knit northwestern aristocracy, presided over a court divided by a constant tension between the old aristocracy and a new class of professional bureaucrats recruited through the examination system. The examination system was in his view a means of providing the dynasty with a bureaucratic elite dependent upon the dynasty for its position and authority rather than upon lineage and hereditary privilege. When the Tiang fell, not a single one of the regimes of the succeeding Five Dynasties period was ruled by one of the great clans of the early Tiang national aristocracy. Degree thus, here, the bureaucratic elite was precisely not the aristocracy but its historical successor, the instrument of a new autocracy, dominated, under Tiang, by a permanent conflict of these very social forces that was resolved increasingly in favor of the officials who had come up through the examination system. The late Tiang was the beginning of a major transformation of the economy which continued until the Mongol invasion. The economic expansion of the late Tiang, 5 dynasties, and early Sung period involved such dramatic economic and social changes, and the Chinese economy began to grow at such a rate, that some historians have seriously suggested that by late Sung times the conditions were ripe for the emergence of a modern capitalist society. The vast reaches south of the Yangtze River with their massive infusion of newcomers from the north, the renewed expansion of large estates now linked to a new, more rapacious class of officials, the substantial pool of dispossessed labor driven from the land by political turmoil and land grabbing, with up to 70% of registered households dependent on landlords for their survival, and the role played by the large landed interests in the reclamation of farmlands from river bottoms, lake beds, swamps, sandbanks and coastal flats. With rapid improvements in agricultural techniques and the invention of new implements, were part of the major transformations that lie at the back of the surge of commercial capitalism that swept through China in the Sung period. Cities such as Hangzhou and Kaifeng were the most populous the world would see for centuries, the former concentrating a population of well over 1 million in an area of some 8 square miles. By the mid-10th century, the bells and statues from thousands of Buddhist monasteries had to be melted down and cast into coins to feed the rapidly expanding money economy, and, by the mid-11th, money taxes amounted to over 50% of fiscal income, the bulk of this from the state monopolies on salt, tea, and alcohol and from the taxation of trade. Huge sums of money were in circulation, available for investment in commerce and industry. For example, the colossal flow of Chinese ceramics to the west is a good example of a purely capitalist industry with factories located close to the major ports, often sprawling over entire valleys, and controlled no doubt by the business magnates of the southeastern coastal cities. Guangzhou was the base of a regulated private capitalism geared to international markets. And, further north, the iron and steel industry of northern Jiangsu was also privately owned and operated, with some 36 complex and costly mining and metallurgical establishments of Likuoqian employing over 3,600 full-time wage laborers. According to a memorial presented by Sutungpio in the 10,708, each of the 36 great houses possessed tens of thousands of strings of cash in liquid capital in addition to their investments in mines, land, plant, and equipment. The vitality of the tributary mode could scarcely be more strikingly demonstrated than by the example of China. The state both encouraged and regulated foreign trade. It opened harbors and dredged canals, built breakwaters and warehouses, and encouraged merchant involvement in the management of state enterprises. It was also state demand for iron that fueled the expansion of the metal industry, and, on a more general level, in terms of the dynamic at work, the location of the central government in an area almost always generated a period of intra-regional development, and its removal, an era of systemic decline. Southern Sung capital Hangzhou helped stimulate a period of rapid growth in the lower Yangtze during the 12th and 13th centuries. Development was the result of interregional integration brought about by a fiscal system which artificially reduced freight costs by subsidizing the transport of tax revenues and state purchases. To finish with China, the powerful landed interests behind the creation of so-called wayland, that is, the reclamation of lake bottoms and riverbeds that became widespread in the 12th century, were actually the most powerful personages in the government. This was true not only of the local government, but also true with regard to the central government. The Sung scholar, Ma Tuanlin, indignantly refers to the fact that east of the Yangtze, Tsai Ching and Chnki, notorious leading ministers at the Sung court, successively owned the waylands. The lands of today are mostly the lakes of yesterday. Those who are responsible for the wayland seem only to know that the lakes can be drained and reclaimed for cultivation, but do not seem to realize that land outside the lake will thus be flooded. This is because the responsible parties are court favorites and powerful officials, hence they can, without fearing any interference, condemn the neighboring land to the fate of a watershed and thus benefit themselves by hurting the people. In other words, the rapacious landed interests of these expansive centuries were an inextricable part of the Sung bureaucracy, in a pattern peculiar to China's configuration of the tributary mode. This can be described either as collusion between the bureaucracy and the landed elite or as court favorites and powerful officials grabbing land on a model of estate building especially characteristic of the official class. In short, China represented a fusion of landed and bureaucratic interests where no aristocracy in any conventional sense was involved, at least not by this stage, and the autocracy was rarely strong enough to defend the financial interests of the government by opposing its own officials. Russian absolutism, from the period of Muscovite consolidation in the late 14th century on, was almost the opposite of this, and here Weber's intuition is more accurate than Anderson's. Anderson reads Russian absolutism on a European model, assimilating the boyars to the feudal aristocracies of Western Europe and describing the Russian autocracy itself as an absolutist state of a type which was common to most European countries in the same epoch. Trademark this essentially feudal reading of Tsarism contrasts sharply with Trotsky's repeated emphasis on the historical peculiarities of Russia's development and fails to explain why Trotsky himself characterized the Russian state as a bureaucratic autocracy or bureaucratic absolutism, an intermediate form between European absolutism and Asian despotism and one that was possibly closer to the latter of these two. The Russian nobility was, as Weber described it, entirely powerless in relation to the ruler. Asterisk. The crown could indeed risk a behavior toward the nobility, even toward the bearers of the most famous names and owners of the largest properties, which no Occidental ruler, no matter how great a potentate, could have permitted himself toward the lowliest of his legally unfree ministerials. The conducting wire that runs through the early history of the Muscovite state is the subordination of the aristocracy, and their integration into a class of servitors who, as Andrei Pavlov notes, lacked not only political freedom but even the last vestiges of economic independence in relation to the ruler. Asterisk. During the 15th and 16th centuries, the Moscow monarchy succeeded in eliminating allodial holdings and making secular land tenure a form of possession conditional on state service. Copyright. The principle of compulsory service, namely that all land must serve, formally introduced in 1556, would effectively mean that private property of the means of production became virtually extinct. Degree. The Oprichnina uprooted boyars holding large vechina estates in the central regions of Muscovy trademark and led, in the end, to a profound transformation of the aristocracy that rendered it entirely dependent on the monarchy. Registered. The future belonged not to the boyars but to the dvorian. Registered during the 3 centuries separating the reign of Ivan III from that of Catherine II. The Russian equivalent of the nobility held its land on royal sufferance. This was the feature of Russian despotism that struck every observer from the West and, of course, the Russian intelligentsia itself of the 19th century. When Trotsky wrote of the Russian state and its possessing classes that it forced and regimented their growth, and compared Tsarism to an Asiatic despotism, registered he drew on a long tradition within that intelligentsia. Romanovich Slavodinsky had argued in 1870 that the Russian nobility was, fundamentally, a creation of the state, and Miliukov, who saw the pomestier system as a Muscovite borrowing from the Oriental states, explained how the final forming of the landed aristocracy took place in Russia, as in Turkey, on the foundation of autocratic power, that is, when the national state was already founded. In all these cases, the appropriation of state lands by private owners did not lead to the feudal organization of society, because the central power was already too strong to be dispossessed of its superior rights in the land. Thus, the conflict peculiar to China between a hereditary aristocracy and the new class of professional bureaucrats that formed the backbone of the autocracy has no Russian counterpart, both because the aristocracy inherited from the Uppunage period survived but was ruthlessly subordinated, certainly by the 16th century, and because the Russian monarchy never allowed its service class to sink roots in the countryside. Both aristocrats and the mass of dvorian were simply elements of a unified service class, and, here, it would be more true to speak of the bureaucratization of the nobility, certainly by the 18th century when Peter the Great set out to modernize this class. The noble bureaucrats of Peter's reign were state servitors first and landowners second. Reflecting the deep-rooted traditions of the pre-imperial Muscovite state which Weber correctly characterized as patrimonial. Degree. Although Russia was the one tributary regime that saw the widespread emergence of serfdom, the peculiarity of Russian serfdom was that the peasants fixed to the land did not belong to their landlords. The model is a late Roman one, where the tying of the peasantry to the land reflects a more widespread bondage driven by the needs of the treasury. And so it was in Russia. But perhaps the best analogy for Russian serfdom comes from the Romanian principalities, where the enserfment of the peasantry was fiscally driven and the similarity with Russia argued, persuasively and decades ago, by Bratianov. The ferocious domination that held the Russian upper classes in the vice of Tsarism meant both a pliant aristocracy, and one that was committed to a strong monarchy, and the absence in Tsarist and Imperial Russia of any effective regional loci of power, able to stand up to central authority. Mughal India differed profoundly in both respects, and, of the four configurations described here, was the tributary mode with the least integration between its elements. The provincial magnates of Byzantium were part of the bureaucratic hierarchy, an administrative elite subservient to the emperor despite the dissensions Basil II complained about registered and the aristocracy's potential for subversion. There was no distinction here between a service nobility and a rural aristocracy. China, too, lacked any disconnected juxtaposition of elements, once the Chinese state was rid of the powerful aristocratic clans that had dominated the administration during Tiang and all previous regimes. The dominance of a sophisticated literate bureaucracy was the hallmark of China's modernity, and conflicts within the state were largely conflicts within that class and its rival factions. And in Russia aristocratic subservience to the crown would only weaken significantly in the last decades of the 18th century, registered yet, even then, the Russian nobility was never a threat to the state. Thus, India under the Mughals was totally exceptional in evolving a model that juxtaposed a service elite with powerful regional aristocracies, the disconnect juxtaposition of a subversive rural aristocracy with a tightly disciplined class of administrators, the Mansabdars, who formed the service nobility and the backbone of the state. Registered if the late 15th century Ottoman expansion had successfully integrated members of the Byzantine and Balkan nobility into the highest reaches of administration, registered * neither the Sultanate nor even Akbar would ever succeed in achieving anything remotely comparable. The Ghurid conquests had established a basis for Muslim rule in the North Gangetic Plain, while leaving certain Hindu rulers on their thrones in return for the payment of tribute. Registered a century later, under Ala al-Din Khalji and his imposition of carriage over a considerable part of northern India, the subjection of this rural aristocracy, more advanced now, meant the transfer of a significantly larger share of the agricultural surplus from the countryside to the towns and from the Hindu chiefs to the Muslim governing class. But, of course, the Hindu chiefs, powerful, independent and autonomous chieftains, as Nurul Hasan described them, were never completely subordinated, much less exterminated, and every succeeding dynasty and regime had to contend with them. Akbar is justly praised for recruiting the Rajput chiefs into the Mughal ruling hierarchy and for giving a radical turn to the relationship between the center and the landed magnates. Registered yet even after the huge expansion of the Mughal governing class between the 40th year of Akbar and the early part of Aurangzeb's reign, these powerful Hindu chieftains remained barely 15% of the official ruling elite. The fact is that disarming and subduing regional aristocracies, or converting them into officials, was a formidable task that was rarely accomplished by early modern states. The zamindars, as the Mughals now came to call these local rajas and regional aristocracies, were bastions of endemic rural resistance. It was precisely from the zamindars that they met with the greatest opposition and hostility. There was always, as Banaji said, some rebellion of the Rajas and zamindars going on in the Mughal kingdom. The widespread agrarian uprisings of the 18th century, led by the zamindars, were the key symptom that the Mughal effort at internal consolidation of power had simply failed. The drastic loosening of the imperial structure that came by the 18th century was driven as much by these political factors, the way its tributary mode was configured in class terms, as by the enormous economic expansion that reconfigured the relationship between the center and the regions throughout India. That expansion was, to a great degree, a legacy of the Mughal state itself and of the peculiar dynamism of the tributary mode in stimulating monetary growth. By the 1580s, the Mughal regulation revenue system funneled huge sums in copper coin and silver rupee into the hierarchy of imperial treasuries. Food grains and other crops, sold for cash in a network of rural and urban markets, moved from the countryside to the cities in an annual rhythm in response to the state demand for payment of its tax levies in cash. Akbar's empire maintained large and growing reserves of both gold and silver, showing that the Mughal fiscal dynamic was inextricably bound up with the world economy and India's ability to attract substantial flows of bullion and foreign specie through an expanding international trade that was vital to the fortunes of European commercial capitalism in the 17th century. As John Richards argued, the vast currency of the empire depended on rising European silver and gold imports. The deluge of New World silver carried to India was of direct benefit to Akbar's construction of the empire in the latter half of the 16th century. To sum up, tributary modes of production were class regimes characterized, in their developed forms, by a powerful monetary economy and considerable economic dynamism. They were world-scale economies constructed on imperial foundations, that is, installed through conquest and expansion and built on centralizing administrations capable of steady expansion as new provinces were added to the empire. Moscow's expansion in the late 15th and 16th centuries was gigantic, and yet the greatest conquests were still to come. By the middle of the 17th century, the Tsars of Russia ruled over the largest state in the world *degree Byzantium, too, was the legacy of an empire that had expanded over centuries, then contracted sharply in the 5th to 7th centuries, to reconstruct itself later. That reconstruction involved renewed expansion. The Muslim states in India expanded over centuries, from the Ghurid conquests at the end of the 12th century to Aurangzeb's campaigns in the Deccan at the end of the 17th. If the 18th century saw the final dissolution of central power behind the faggate of autocracy, this was due not to stagnation but to the forces of economic expansion unleashed by the tributary regimes themselves, from the longer cycles of demographic and commercial growth to the evolution of indigenous networks of commercial capitalism dominated by commercial classes at every level, starting with the great banking houses. The fiscal expansion of the Mughal regime between Akbar and Aurangzeb was a formidable achievement. And, as Richards notes, peace, order, and new market opportunities, as well as state encouragement, increased the surplus to be shared between producer, middlemen, zamindars, and the 202 Richards 1993 b. v. p. 307. The best study of this issue is Hayter 1996. 203 Richards 1993 b. v. p. 308. 24 Bailey 1986, p. 71, describing the later 18th century China, India, and the Arab world. 205 Richards 1993a, p. 58. 26 Pipes 1995, p. 83. The land seized from Poland in the 18th century was handed out in massive grants to select members of the nobility, favorites, and prominent public servants, cf. Madariaga 1974, pages 58 to 61. 0. Bailey 1983, ESP. Chapter 4, Subrahmanyam and Bailey 1988, pages 413 to 18. 208 Richards 1993a, p. 186 ff. 38 Chapter 1. State. Indian peasants in the 17th century grew a large number of food and industrial crops efficiently and well, and by the 1680s hundreds of prosperous market towns had proliferated in northern India. The import of large quantities of precious metals by the companies contributed to the expansion of the Mughal regime, with Bengal offering the most dramatic example of export-stimulated economic growth. In short, the secular trend for Mughal India was that of economic growth and vitality, but, with the counter-finality characteristic of the dissolution of all modes of production, it was precisely the wealthy and more prosperous parts of all the great empires, which in various ways and at various rates seceded from, ignored or revolted against the fragile imperial hegemonies. As Bailey says, the decline of the great empires now appears more like a consequence of their very success. The price of their earlier rapid expansion, which is a way of saying that the trajectories of the tributary regimes were driven by an internal logic or what Marx called a law of motion. Finally, what about relations of production in the narrower sense? Marx argued that in tributary modes of production the relationship of dependence does not need to possess any stronger form, either politically or economically, than that which is common to all subjection to the state. In other words, the general form of exploitation was simply one that subjected the peasantry to taxation by the state. To this we can now add that this general form of domination of the peasantry, the same general economic basis, could display endless variations and gradations in its appearance, not so much, as Marx himself seemed to think, as the result of innumerable different empirical circumstances, natural conditions, and so on, i.e. not just for purely contingent reasons, but because of the way tributary modes were configured in class terms. In the model of the tributary mode described by Guichard for Valencia, a relatively weak state apparatus and the ruling aristocracy linked to it confronted strong rural communities. 2.8 Ironically, this is the configuration closest to Marx's own conception of the Asiatic state. In contrast, in the Byzantine model, rulers would periodically have to defend a more vulnerable peasantry against the depredations of the powerful, and, here, paroikoi were widespread on private estates. In an even more extreme and probably exaggerated contrast, Berni emphasized the oppression of the Mughal peasantry. Blaming the Jagirdars for a hurried rapacity and constructing a whole explanation of the rapid decline of the Asiatic states on this basis. 22 But, here even more than in Byzantium, rulers showed a manifest interest in curbing the oppression of the peasantry, and it was almost certainly the eventual dissolution of central power and of the imperial authority that went with it that left the villages to the mercy of zamindars and capitalists, transforming the ryot into a field laborer, living from hand to mouth. By the 1880s, Marx was fully aware of the complexity of landed interests in regions such as Bengal, an evolution that had come about long before the English and one that, for him at least, had nothing to do with feudalism. The endless British confusion about whether the zamindars were revenue collectors or landlords reflected the agrarian conditions of a disintegrating tributary mode of production where the early 18th century drive to expand revenue in distant provinces such as Bengal had led to a massive concentration of zamindari rights. And the zamindars were beginning to look more like landlords than revenue collectors. But they were essentially fiscal intermediaries and, as John Shore alone among British officials pointed out, a property in the soil must not be understood to convey the same rights in India as in England. Degree when the British made the zamindars into proper landowners, transforming their tributary jurisdictions into estates, they simply ignored the reality of the Bengal village where respectable agricultural castes, the backbone of the Attar tenantry, with holdings that could run up to 6,000 acres, exploited a largely untouchable mass of sharecroppers, tenants at will and hired laborers. Trademark asterisk. The distinction implied here is easier to track from the last decades of the 18th century, and certainly in the 19th, when emerging capitalist relations of production, tributary, and colonial in form, were mediated through an endlessly complex range of relationships of exploitation on the land. In the United Provinces, the reclassification of whole masses of the population as tenants and the domination of most cultivators by a controlling minority of traders and zamindars. In Bengal, the emergence of a substantial peasantry and its control of the rural credit market, and so on. And, finally, of course, Russia was the one tributary regime where Asiatic despotism would eventually subject its peasantry to forms of exploitation typical of the feudal mode of production. A widespread Marxist view that lacks any sophistication works back from the form of exploitation to the mode of production and concludes that therefore Russia under Tsarism was a feudal society with typically feudal relations of production. One hopes that this introductory essay and the chapters that follow will show why we need to abandon this way of thinking and restore a sense of complexity to the theory of historical materialism. When Marx wrote that with the expansion of a world market dominated by the capitalist mode of production, the civilized horrors of overwork are grafted onto the barbaric horrors of slavery, serfdom, etc. He was half suggesting that forms of exploitation that were typically pre-capitalist could be integrated into capitalism. Rosa Luxemburg referred to the most peculiar combinations between the modern wage system and primitive authority in the colonial countries and used the example of the closed compounding of workers in the De Beers diamond mines at Kimberley to illustrate this, but the forced recruitment of wage labor in the colonies trademark or the outright use of forced labor in German mining, construction, and metals under fascism * are but one sort of indication of the complex ways in which capitalist relations of production can be structured in terms of the actual exploitation of labor. Relations of production are simply not reducible to forms of exploitation, both because modes of production embrace a wider range of relationships than those in their immediate process of production and because the deployment of labor, the organization and control of the labor process, correlates with historical relations of production in complex ways. Lenin's pages on the labor service system in Russia, with their fine distinctions between bonded hire and purely capitalist wage labor, and between the leasing of land and the allotment of land to workers as a method of providing the estate with manpower * are a model of how Marxists can restore a sense of complexity to their analysis of exploitation. The capitalist system of providing the estate with agricultural workers by allotting patches of land to them was widespread in Latin America and parts of Europe, the Middle East, India, South Africa, and so on, but, of course, just as systematically misconstrued as the residues of feudal or semi-feudal modes of production to justify political interventions that stopped short of confronting capitalism. Marx himself was certainly aware of the complexities peculiar to this level of abstraction. Engels tells us that in the 1870s, Marx began to study sources in Russian by way of work towards a final draft of his section on ground rent. Given the manifold diversity of forms of landed property and exploitation of the agricultural producers in Russia, this country was to play the same role in the part on ground rent as England had done for industrial wage labor in Volume 1. Unfortunately, Marx was never able to carry out this plan trademark. Had Marx lived to complete the new version of this section, we would no doubt have had an even more powerful demonstration of what it meant to study the more concrete forms, the manifold diversity of forms of exploitation, in this instance of the peasantry in Russia. Again, when Marx writes that the legal forms in which these economic transactions * appear as voluntary actions of the participants, as the expressions of their common will and as contracts that can be enforced on the parties concerned by the power of the state, are mere forms that cannot themselves determine this content, the argument is not that law is irrelevant to production or an excrescence on the economy. On the contrary, Marx's whole definition of commodity production presupposes the legal concepts of private property and contract. As Duncan Kennedy argued in the 1980s, the legal categories are built into the definition of the mode of production, legal concepts are built into the base itself, * or, in a later formulation, legal rules define the base in Kelman's words, the determining structural base includes vital legal elements. However, this conception of the interpenetration of law and society undermines the base/superstructure distinction, at least in the conventional form in which it has been upheld in some versions of Marxism. There are no pre-legal relations of production, just as there are many different regimes of specific legal subrules that are consistent with the indeterminate general notions of property and free contract *. The more general point here is that markets are always constituted by the law that enforces the bargains made in them. Master and servant regimes constructed the labor markets of the 19th century as much as they regulated the relations between wage labor and capital. These are insights of critical legal theory that can surely only strengthen the perspectives of historical materialism. Finally, primitive accumulation is no longer the best way to frame the early history of capitalism, and this not because the epoch of commercial capitalism did not contribute decisively to the rise of modern production. It obviously did, but because that remains a purely teleological perspective and one that diverts attention from the real lacuna in materialist historiography, which is the study and, one hopes, ultimately a synthesis of the emergence of capitalism, which in the sporadic form that Marx described it as having was certainly in place by the 13th century. If the obscure early centuries of capitalism were defined by the sporadic existence of capitalist production *, this was much less true of the 15th century, when a sort of merchant-controlled industrial capitalism was widespread in centers such as Genoa and led the way into the great watershed of the 16th century. The section on primitive accumulation sums up much of the history it deals with as the period of manufacture, but manufacture, as Marx knew, was a legacy of commercial capitalism, of the fusion of commercial capital with production trademark, as indeed were the slave plantations. The forms thrown up by the early capitalism of the Mediterranean were essentially those that continued to drive global history. Down to the expansion of large-scale industry and its revolutionary mode of production in the 19th century, so that the history of commercial capitalism is no longer simply a prelude to industrial capital but more like an act, something that is best seen as a totality. A narrative with its own coherence, forms, internal periodization, and conceptions of empire. Marx was right, the different moments of primitive accumulation can be assigned in particular to Spain, Portugal, Holland, France, and England, in more or less chronological order *. Only today, with so much more historiography before us, there is no compelling reason why this whole swathe of history should remain the compressed if brilliant histoire raison Marx inserted into volume I and not acquire the expansion of content it deserves. 8. Chapter 2. Modes of production in a materialist conception of history. The extremely dubious speculative juggling, with the concepts and terms of the materialist method, which has under the pens of some of our Marxists transplanted the methods of formalism into the domain of the materialist dialectic, which has led to reducing the task to rendering definitions and classifications more precise and to splitting empty abstractions into four equally empty parts, in short, has adulterated Marxism by means of the indecently elegant mannerisms of Kantian epigones. It is a silly thing indeed endlessly to sharpen or resharpen an instrument, to chip away Marxist steel when the task is to apply the instrument in working over the raw material. 2.1. The retreat into historical formalism *. In his polemic with Dühring, Engels described the theory of surplus value and the materialistic conception of history as the two great discoveries of Marx, through which were established the scientific foundations of socialism. Modern materialism, wrote Engels, characterized history as a process of evolution and set itself the task of discovering its laws of motion. In one of the best reviews of Capital to appear at that time, a bourgeois economist Kaufmann repeated the point to Marx's approval. Marx treats the social movement as a process of natural history governed by laws. In a famous resume of his conception of history, written closer to our time, Braudel describes Marx as the originator of historical models * in their own way. These writers implied, in a language borrowed from the sciences of their time, that social phenomena like the phenomena of nature are scientifically penetrable, and that we owe the recognition of this fact to the work of Marx. Between the period from which this discovery dates and our own period, roughly in the last 100 years, the foundations of the older traditional conceptions of history collapsed as rapidly as the inherited conceptions of matter. But there the analogy ends. On the ruins of substantialism, a new physics evolved at rapid speed, whereas the program of a fully scientific history remains not merely to be realized, but even to be drafted *. In short, the materialist conception of history did not actually produce a specifically materialist history. In a sense, this abortion is not difficult to understand. Later in his life, Engels repeatedly noted in his correspondence that the younger elements attracted to Marxism saw in its theory, historical materialism, the summary of established results or points of arrival. In their conception, between historical materialism and materialist history there was a relation of immediate identity or implicit spontaneous derivation. Liberal bourgeois historiography of that time and later proceeded as if theory could be derived from facts. In this positivist conception, facts were objects outside theory, constituted, like matter, independently of consciousness. For vulgar Marxism, infected by the illusion which Engels noted, history, already endowed with its theory, consisted in the application of this theory to facts. By its vulgar conception of historical materialism, this tendency implicitly threatened and to submerge the scientific possibilities contained in Marx's conception of history in a quasi-positivism for which theory was latent in an objective succession of immutable facts. If such a premise were accepted, only minor differences remained. For positivism, the collection of those facts would lead spontaneously to the framing of general laws. For the vulgar tendencies in Marxism, these laws were already known, and the task of history lay in their verification by facts registered in fact. As we know, it was this convergence which became central to the Marxism of that period. For Marx himself, the task of scientific history consisted in the determination of the laws regulating the movement of different epochs of history, their laws of motion as they were called after the example of the natural sciences. Vulgar Marxism abdicated this task for a less ambitious program of verifying laws already implicit, as it supposed, in the materialist conception of history. Whereas Marx had noted, as one of the points not to be forgotten, that is, to be investigated in future by him or others, the dialectic of the concepts productive force and relation of production, a dialectic whose boundaries are to be determined, a whole tradition from Plekhanov to Stalin argued with more assurance. Reverting to a naturalistic conception of history that Engels himself had explicitly rejected in the Dialectics of Nature, Plekhanov wrote, "We now know that the development of the productive forces, which in the final analysis determines the development of all social relations, is determined by the properties of the geographical environment." Reared in a Plekhanovist tradition, as so many of the other Bolsheviks were, but with a singular capacity for vulgarization, Stalin would tell the party cadre many years later, first the productive forces of society change and develop, and then, depending on these changes and in conformity with them, men's relations of production, their economic relations change. Marx had been emphatic that abstract laws do not exist in history. That the laws of motion which operate in history are historically determinate laws. He indicated thereby that the scientific conception of history could be concretized only through the process of establishing these laws, specific to each epoch, and their corresponding categories. In other terms, through a process of producing concepts on the same level of historical concreteness as the concepts of value, capital, and commodity fetishism. The laws which Plekhanov and Stalin proposed were laws of the historical process in general. The tradition of vulgar Marxism, which drew its earliest sources of energy from the Marxism of the Second International, crystallized only under the domination of Stalin. Stalinism uprooted not only the proletarian orientations of Marxism, but its scientific foundations as well. For the dialectic as the principle of rigorous scientific investigation of historical processes, it was, after all, this rational dialectic that was a scandal and abomination to bourgeoisdom and its doctrinaire professors. Stalinism substituted the dialectic as a cosmological principle prior to, and independent of, science. For the materialist conception of history, it substituted a theory of history in general, converting historical epochs into a logical succession of inflexible social categories. Finally, this rubber stamp conception of history it represented as a history déjà constituée, open therefore only to the procedures of verification. This lifeless bureaucratic conception, steeped in the methods of formalism, produced a history emptied of any specifically historical content, reduced by the forced march of simple formal abstractions to the meager ration of a few volatile categories. Within 5 decades of Marx's death, the history written by the Stalinists became as opaque and dreamlike, and hardly as exciting, as the fantasies of surrealism. Superficially these conceptions seemed to conflict, to clash sharply. The cosmological dialectic asserted a principle of continuous flux in the vast ambit of the universe. Historical materialism, by contrast, proposed a principle of eternal recurrence, of the endless repetition of essentially identical mechanisms. Yet beneath this apparent conflict, idealism provided the deeper connection between these conceptions, in the idea, found both in the Academy's conception of history and, much later, in abstract, systematizing rationalism, that reason abolishes the chaotic flux of the empirical order when it grasps those abstract principles of necessity which are its deeper rational foundations. The Academy sought these principles in the geometric layout of the heavens and in the mathematical forms associated with the different material elements. At a certain stage in its evolution, Greek thought deprived history of any intrinsic significance. It became interested only to the extent that history offered clues to the nature of the enduring realities. To its cosmological conception of the dialectic, Stalinism thus welded a cosmological conception of history, the ancestry of which lay not in Marx but in the whole tradition of metaphysics beginning with the Academy. In their Stalinist determination, the basic categories of the materialist conception functioned as abstractions akin to Platonic ideas. The full impact of this paradox is driven home when we compare this formalist construction of history, entirely metaphysical in character, to the real, if limited, progress of the politically domesticated currents of academic history. The pioneers who explored, colonized, and subjugated the continent of history discovered by Marx were not Marxists, by and large. Rostovtsev, Mickiewicz, Ostrogorsky, Piron, Kadosicki, Hamilton, Goitein. Moreover, the most successful revolutionary group of modern historians around annals bore only a marginal and indirect relation to Marxism. On this current, Marxism exerted its influence only at a distance, through the sociology of Weber and the writings of Sombart and Henry C. In fact, the reverse was true. The few consciously Marxist historians who grew up in this period were largely formed, to one degree or another, in connection with annals, notably, Labrousse, Lefebvre, Villars, Patch, Cula. This strictly professional history, not known for purely scholastic disquisitions on modes of production and social formations, came far closer to the conceptions of Marx than the whole tradition of abstract historical formalism which passed for Marxism and which, in the period of its confident domination, decisively shaped all later discussions of the mode of production. 2.2. Production sees as labor process and epoch of production. A summary glance at the Grundriss or capital would show that Marx ascribed two distinct meanings to production sees. According to one of these, it was indistinguishable from the labor process, or what Lenin would sometimes call the technical process of production. For example, in a brief reference to the domestic system, Marx writes, "The manufacturer in the French silk industry and in the English hosiery and lace industries was mostly but nominally a manufacturer until the middle of the 19th century. In point of fact, he was merely a merchant, who let the weavers carry on in their old unorganized way and exerted only a merchant's control, for that was for whom they really worked. This system presents everywhere an obstacle to the real capitalist mode of production and goes under with its development. Without revolutionizing the mode of production, it only worsens the condition of the direct producers, turns them into mere wage workers and proletarians under conditions worse than those under the immediate control of capital, and appropriates their surplus labor on the basis of the old mode of production. When capital concentrates these scattered producers into one manufactory, it no longer leaves them in the mode of production found already in existence, establishing its power on that basis, but rather creates a mode of production corresponding to itself, as its basis. It posits the concentration of the workers in production. 1. When Lenin describes this process of the subordination of the simple commodity producer by capital, his vocabulary is more precise. The subordination begins with merchants and usury capital, then grows into industrial capitalism, which in its turn is at first technically quite primitive, and does not differ in any way from the old systems of production, which is still based on hand labor and on the dominant handicraft industries. For Lenin, this incipient industrial capitalism which evolves out of the merchant's domination over the small producer is quite compatible with the system of production inherited from small-scale handicraft industries. In this form of incipient capitalism, capital operates on an inherited labor process. When he describes this phenomenon, Marx writes, "Here then the mode of production is not yet determined by capital, but rather found on hand by it," whereas Lenin prefers to say, capital always takes the technical process of production as it finds it, and only subsequently subjects it to technical transformation. Again, in the sections dealing with relative surplus value in capital, volume I, we find Marx writing, with regard to the mode of production itself, manufacture, in its strict meaning, is hardly to be distinguished, in its earliest stages, from the handicraft trades of the guilds, otherwise than by the greater number of workmen simultaneously employed by one and the same individual capital**. When surplus value has to be produced by the conversion of necessary labor into surplus labor, it by no means suffices for capital to take over the labor process in the form under which it has been historically handed down. The technical and social conditions of the process, and consequently the very mode of production, must be revolutionized before the productiveness of labor can be increased. Degree. Elsewhere in these sections, he writes that an increase in the productivity of labor posits as its condition a revolution in the mode of production and the labor process itself. When he says in the Grundriss that agriculture forms a mode of production sui generis, degree, he means that it is defined by technical conditions peculiar to itself. In various other passages where Marx made more general statements about the various stages of social development, production sees figured in a broader and more specifically historical meaning. Modes of production are variously called forms of production, registered forms of the social process of production, epochs in the economic development of society, epochs of production, periods of production, or, finally, historical organizations of production. Here, the mode of production figures as a social form of production or social form of the production process. Degree. 2.3. Levels of abstraction in historical materialism. 2.3.1. Wage labor as abstract determination and determinate abstraction. All the various tendencies of that abstract scholastic formalism which dominated Marxist theory much later accepted the implicit premise that a scientific history could be derived spontaneously from the materialist conception. In other words, the unity of these various currents lay essentially in a Ricardian methodology of forced abstractions. The definition of the different epochs of production distinguished by Marx required only a closer examination of their specific relations of production, which were nothing else than the various forms which the subjugation of labor assumed historically. Our definition will characterize feudalism primarily as a mode of production, wrote Dobb in his major work of historical interpretation. As such, it will be virtually identical with what we generally mean by serfdom. Degree. As he would explain later in his debate with Sweezy, by serfdom was meant exploitation of the producer by virtue of direct ICO legal compulsion, or coercive extraction of surplus labor. According to this formal abstractionism, modes of production were deducible, by a relation of virtual identity, from the given forms of exploitation of labor. These forms of exploitation, the so-called relations of production, were the independent variables of the materialist conception of history. This conception, quite unexceptionable as it appears, became one of the most widespread and persistent illusions of vulgar Marxism. Although neither Marx nor Engels ever consciously reflected on the nature of their categories, the fact that Marx distinguished implicitly between simply formal abstractions and true abstractions, that he saw in his failure to carry abstraction far enough the secret of Ricardo's confusions on value, that he himself subjected wage labor to a careful and painstaking analysis, all go to indicate that, in the materialist conception, the process of investigating and defining the Relations of production in any given epoch was far more complicated than Dobbs seemed to imagine. To begin with wage labor, in the dominant inherited notion, a wage laborer is one who, divorced from any means of subsistence, is forced to sell her labor power to others. Wage labor, in this vulgar definition, is dispossessed labor, labor divorced from the means of production, with labor power as a commodity. When Dobbs defined capitalism on a model symmetrical to his definition of feudalism, he called it a system under which labor power has itself become a commodity, bought and sold on the market like any other object of exchange. In this definition of capitalist production, wage labor figures as the commodity labor power, that is, as a simple category. Marx defined simple categories as those which were common to several epochs of production. In this simple determination, wage labor, that is, the commodity labor power, was known under various forms of social production before the capitalist epoch. Dubé tells us that from the very earliest years of the 13th century, the administrators of the estates of the bishops at Winchester spent hundreds of pounds every year on wages. Moreover, on the lands of Worcester Abbey the growth of the domain economy was entirely achieved, by taking on wage labor. The accounts of Henry de Bray, a knight of no great wealth, show that men subject to labor service played hardly any part in the cultivation of the domain, which was wholly worked by hired labor. In accordance with the requirements of capitalist production, wage labor, in this simple determination as the commodity labor power, was the necessary basis of capitalism as the generalist form of social production. Within certain limits, the mobility of labor power became as essential to the laws of motion of capital as the ability of capital itself to operate on a world scale. But the historical specificity of wage labor, its character as a specifically bourgeois relation of production, its position as a historically determinate abstraction equivalent to the abstractions capital and commodity fetishism derived from quite other mechanisms than this mere generalization of the labor power commodity. At this deeper level of abstraction, where it now figured, in the process of Marx's analysis, as a concrete category, wage labor was, for Marx, capital positing, capital creating labor. Wage labor, here, in the strict economic sense, Marx wrote, is capital positing, capital producing labor. In a methodology of forced abstractions, which identified relations of production with particular forms of exploitation, the concept of historical specificity was radically impoverished. Sweezy, for example, found Dobbs' position unacceptable. He argued that there was nothing specifically feudal in the exploitation of producers by virtue of direct politico-legal compulsion*. To this, Dobbs replied that the elements of such compulsion do occur in a subordinate and incidental role in various other forms of economy, if are merely incidental and subordinate, their presence no more suffices to constitute as feudal than does the incidental existence of hired wage labor suffice to constitute a particular society capitalist. In other terms, if we follow through the logic of this argument, what makes an economy capitalist is the statistical preponderance of the simple abstraction labor power as a commodity. A simple category becomes a historically determinate category when it becomes historically preponderant. This failure to understand wage labor at the same level of abstraction as Marx, in the strict economic sense which Marx gave it, that is, as abstract, value-producing labor, hence as labor which already posits the elements of capitalist production, would lead Dobbs to quite absurd positions. He would be compelled to argue, for example, that when some of the most deeply entrenched feudal estates of 13th century England often based their production mainly or entirely on paid labor, specifically capitalist relations of production were established, he would have to hold that the Russian feudal estates which utilized slave labor in the 16th and 17th centuries operated within the framework of a slave mode of production. He would have to hold that wherever in history the extraction of surplus labor was based on coercion, feudal relations of production predominated, or coexisted according to the currently fashionable conceptions. 2.3.2 Serf owning capital. In fact, Dobb himself might have found several clear indications in the revolutionary Marxist tradition refuting his law of the virtual identity of forms of exploitation and relations of production. Analyzing the pottery industry of Moscow Gubernia, characterized by the Narodniks as a purely domestic industry, Lenin wrote, "The relations in this industry are bourgeois. We see how a minority, owning larger and more profitable establishments, accumulate savings, while the majority are ruined. It is obvious and inevitable that the latter should be enslaved to the former, inevitable precisely because of the capitalist character of the given production relations. Do not think that this exploitation, this oppression is any less marked because relations of this kind are still poorly developed, because the accumulation of capital, accompanying the ruination of the producers, is negligible. Quite the contrary. This only leads to cruder, serf forms of exploitation, to a situation where capital, not yet able to subjugate the worker directly, by the mere purchase of his labor power at its value, enmeshes him in a veritable net of usurious extortion, binds him to itself by Kulak methods, and as a result robs him not only of the surplus value, but of an enormous part of his wages too, *degree. In this industry, then, specifically capitalist relations of production were expressed and mediated through serf forms of exploitation. Against Struve, Lenin wrote elsewhere, "The argument is based on extremely strange methods that are not Marxist at all. A comparison is made between bondage and differentiation as between two independent special systems. This bondage, which he has now demolished as retrogressive, is nothing but the initial manifestation of capitalism in agriculture. It is purely capitalist in essence, and the entire peculiarity consists in the fact that this initial, embryonic form of capitalist relations is totally enmeshed in the feudal relations of former times. Here there is no free contract, but a forced deal." *degree. In these passages, Lenin argued, in other words, that as simple commodity producers are subordinated to the power of capital in town or village, and specifically bourgeois relations of production develop, far from transforming bondage and serf forms of exploitation into specifically capitalist forms of exploitation, i.e., those forms which correspond to the classical, adequate mode of production of capital. These new relations of production, founded on capital, intensify the existing backward forms of exploitation. These forms remain feudal or semi-feudal in character, while the relations of production acquire a bourgeois character. Because Lenin understood this mechanism, he could refer elsewhere to semi-feudal forms of appropriation of surplus value, just as Koski refers, in the Agrarfrage, to the fact that in the early growth of capitalism in European silviculture, surplus value was produced by exploiting a feudally subjugated labor force. Earlier than either Lenin or Koski, Marx himself spoke of the production of surplus value in the cotton plantations of the American South. Although the translation of Moore and Aveling distorted the sense of this passage when it used surplus labor for mere word, the meaning was abundantly clear to both Rosa Luxemburg and Preobrazhensky. Luxemburg, with this passage in mind, spoke of capitalist accumulation with forms of slavery and serfdom persisting down to the 1860s in the American South, and, as late as her own day in Romania, and various overseas colonies registered * in his own commentary. Preobrazhensky wrote, "The important thing is that there are present all the prerequisites of surplus value, except the last, which is characteristic of the development of capitalism, the transformation of labor power into a commodity." He proposed transitional forms of surplus value as a more precise characterization. Again, in Capital Volume 3, Marx referred to the evolution of merchant capital in the ancient world, transforming a patriarchal slave system devoted to the production of immediate means of subsistence into one devoted to the production of surplus value. According to an edict of 1721, Peter the Great had allowed the Russian factory owners to utilize serf labor. But if the factory owner could now carry on his business with the labor of serfs, wrote Pokrovsky, who prevented the serf holder from establishing a factory. To Pokrovsky, the edict was one of the forerunners of bondage or landlord capitalism. Analyzing the land question in Peru, Maria Tegui wrote about the technically advanced capitalist latifundia on the coast, owned by US and British business, in which exploitation still rests on feudal practices and principles. In its theses on the Eastern Question adopted at the Fourth Congress, the Colonial Commission of the Comintern spoke of capitalism arising in the colonies on feudal foundations and developing in distorted and incomplete transitional forms which give commercial capital predominance. Finally, outside the Marxist tradition, Hobson could refer to industrial profits which represented the surplus value of slave or forced labor, and Barrington more to labor-repressive forms of capitalist agriculture. In all these varied instances the subordination of the potters of Moscow province to merchant capital, the production of cotton in the slave South, the expansion of landlord capitalism in Romanian agriculture or petrine industry, the sugar latifundia of coastal Peru. There was no question of identifying the mode of production according to the character of the given forms or relations of exploitation. Nor did any of these instances involve a coexistence of modes of production. Engels defined the dialectic as the science of the general laws of motion of the external world. But the abstractness of the dialectic in this definition deprived it of its specifically revolutionary function in Marx. For Marx, as his approval of Kaufmann's review indicates, the dialectic was, more specifically, a science of the laws of motion of the social process, profoundly historical by its very nature, not only in that it guided only the investigation of social phenomena, but insofar as it denied that such phenomena could be understood according to abstract or historically indeterminate laws. In Marx's opinion, Kaufmann wrote, every historical period has laws of its own. The dialectic in Capital was thus nothing else than the rigorous, systematic investigation of the laws of motion of capitalist production, in the course of which a series of simple abstractions were historically concretist as bourgeois relations of production, or abstractions determinate to capitalism as a mode of production, that is, reconstituted as concrete categories, as historically determinate social forms. It follows that modes of production are impenetrable at the level of simple abstractions. The process of true abstraction is simultaneously a process of concretization, of the definition of specific historical laws of motion. Isolating the enterprise of production under capitalism, Marx analyzed these laws at two levels, at the level of each enterprise and at the level of the social totality of enterprises. If we generalize from this analysis, at its first level, the enterprise, an isolated entity, figures as a unit of production governed by specific laws which impose on it a determinate mode of economic behavior, converting the given inherited forms of the labor process into the form posited by their own motion. It follows that the different types of enterprise which form the basic cell of production in a given social form of economy are determined, in the first instance, as units of production, and only crystallize in the determinate form of historically specific modes of organization of the labor process which posit a particular level of technique and specific historical forms of appropriation of the objective conditions of labor. At the level of the economy of enterprises, the process of investigation traces those tendencies which derive from the behavior of each enterprise at the level of all enterprises. In Marx, Capital, Volume I comprises the analysis of the enterprise as an isolated entity, as individual capital of the production and accumulation of surplus value and of the labor process as a value-producing process, which Marx characterizes as the direct process of the production of capital or the immediate productive process. The laws of the rising organic composition of capital and of the concentration and centralization of capital are already implied in the motion of individual capital. Volumes 2 and 3 derive the laws of motion of capital at higher levels of integration from the laws of motion of capital as an isolated entity, arriving finally at the transformation of surplus value into profit and the law of the falling rate of profit. The first three parts of Volume 3 complete the definition of capitalism as a mode of production. Taken as a whole, across its various stages, the substance of Marx's analysis lies in its definition of the laws of motion of capitalist production, the production and accumulation of surplus value, the revolutionization of the labor process, the production of relative surplus value on the basis of a capitalistically constituted labor process, the compulsion to increase the productivity of labor, etc. The relations of capitalist production are the relations which express and realize these laws of motion at different levels of the social process of production. They are, as Marx calls them in a polemic against Proudhon, all the economic relations which are merely the necessary relations of the particular mode of production. As modes of production are only a definite totality of historical laws of motion, relations of production thus become a function of the given mode of production. The character of any definite type of production relations is, in short, impossible to determine until these laws of motion are themselves determined. Finally, apart from deriving the nature of production relations of a given type from the mode of production as such, the defining role of the laws of motion implies that the specific economic rhythms through which these laws become at once historically effective and verifiable are themselves purely derivative economic phenomena. Although phenomena of this order are in some sense perceptible and open to statistical determination independently of any conception of those laws, of which they are simply the expression, their historical content remains indeterminate without a prior conceptualization in economic theory *. Lacking any determination in theory, they retain their character as empirical facts. On certain epistemological premises observation as the origin of theory, they become therefore the basis for positing laws of a purely fictitious nature, example the acceleration principle of neoclassical economic theory. 2.3.4 The failure of abstraction in vulgar Marxism. Even when the later Marxism broke with Stalinism politically, its theoretical conceptions were to a large extent still imprisoned in the deeper framework of a metaphysical scholastic formalism, which deduced its modes of production by forced abstraction from the simple categories present in various epochs of production. The classification of modes of production which came to prevail on this basis resembled nothing so much as the periodic table of Mendeleev, when the discovery of the structure of the atom had yet to explain the physical basis of that table. The simple abstractions of Stalinist history, its inflexible social categories, functioned in the historical process as social substances, and this Newtonian conception of history was absorbed into the later Marxism, even when it modified or rejected the established sequence of those elements. In short, the naive conception of relations of production as forms of exploitation of labor, and the classification of modes of production according to the simple formal identities which this equation yielded, remained essential links of continuity between the ossified pseudo-Marxism of the Stalinists and the critical tendencies of modern Marxism. The persistent underlying confusion between relations of production and therefore, in this conception, modes of production, with the different mechanisms of surplus labor extraction became the most characteristic symptom of this continuity of problematics in the more recent debates on the transition and on the nature of imperialist world economy. Despite their critical character, these debates produced no breakthroughs by way of a specifically Marxist analysis either of the decline of feudalism or of colonial history. It was precisely in the backward countries subjugated to world economy as colonies that the process of the mediation of capitalist relations of production by archaic forms of subjection of labor assumed historically unprecedented dimensions, while feudal relations of production figured predominantly in their pure form of commodity feudalism. Insofar as these relationships were perceived by them, a number of Marxists conceptualized them, completely wrongly, as the structure of the social formations themselves. The chaos of simple abstractions was overcome by them through the simple notion, today commonplace to the point of banality, that the colonial social formations typically combined a number of modes of production. The colonial countries were mainly dominated by two distinct forms of enterprise, radically different in their specific laws of motion and characteristic preoccupations, but converging in their external forms. On one side, in most of Latin America and parts of Southeast Asia, feudal estates integrated into the network of world commodity exchanges, estates which, in their external attributes, resembled capitalist enterprises insofar as the major share of their output was produced for national and international markets. On the other, in the West Indies, most of Africa and large sectors of Asia, capitalist firms operating mainly through archaic modes of labor organization at low and generally stagnant levels of technique. Isolated from their specific laws of motion, these enterprises disintegrate analytically into a single type, capitalist or pre-capitalist, according to the specific formal appearances collapsing them together. This collapsing together, from which followed the false conception of the colonial world as a sector, or unified totality of production relations of one type, became one of the common premises in the debate started by the publication of Frank's book. The whole challenge which the colonial question poses for historical materialism lies in establishing these distinct economic rhythms and movements, in tracing their specific origins according to the conjuncture of world economy, and finally in grasping their deeper connections. If the feudal enterprises of the colonial world functioned as commodity producers, the explanation lies basically not in their historical position as colonial enterprises, but in their specifically feudal character, and, if the capitalist enterprises which dominated most of colonial Africa and large parts of Asia utilized coercive forms of exploitation, we must ask whether the laws of motion of capital are not, within certain limits, compatible with barbarous forms of labor. Thus, neither the phenomena of colonial history nor the disintegration of feudalism could be subjected to a specifically Marxist analysis as long as relations of production were conceived in their abstract, one-sided determination as forms of exploitation. For, on this premise, Marxists consciously or unconsciously denied the intrinsic connection between feudalism and commodity production, or between bondage and capitalism, which was established in given historical conditions. Once currency began to circulate on an expanding scale, the whole tendency of feudal production lay in the direction of its integration into circuits of commodity exchange. Moreover, the whole history of colonialism in Africa was basically a history of capitalist enterprises subjugating peasant labor on specifically non-capitalist foundations. Both these phenomena, characterized by Marx as intermediate, hybrid forms registered, were historically never of purely limited scope or passing significance. The second serfdom engulfed most of Eastern Europe and large areas of Latin America, where it persisted for well over 4 centuries, longer than capitalism has existed in its classical form of large-scale socialized production, and the archaic barbarous forms of capitalist production itself appeared sporadically over a similar historical span from the early origins of the domestic system in medieval Europe, through the sugar plantations of Barbados in the 17th century, to the gold mines of South Africa in the 19th, the agrarian colonate of Algeria, the Junker estates of Prussia, the tea plantations of Assam and sugar centrales of Cuba, or, finally, in our own century, the processing factories of coastal Peru, cotton fields of northern Mozambique or white settler farms of Kenya. Constricted by their problematic of characterization, the debates among Marxists perceived these facts in a purely one-sided, distorted way, that is, the facts were formulated incorrectly even when they were perceived. Sweezy perceived a certain connection between the decay of feudalism and expanding commodity relationships, but formulated the connection as a collapse of feudal economy. Dobb, and later, in Dobb's tradition, Lacka, perceived the link between commodity production and the intensification of servitude, but concluded, from their famous virtual identity, that the market consolidated the feudal economy registered. Frank perceived the intrinsic bond which tied the feudal haciendas to the market, only to dissolve it immediately by defining them as capitalist. Bettelheim argued, correctly, that the exploitation of colonial peasants by capitalist firms had to be rooted at the level of production, only to reconstitute the relation at the level of exchange in saying that these peasants sold not their labor power but their products. The new currents of political economy influenced by Arrighi and Ammon correctly defined the role of the labor reserves in Africa in relation to the needs of capital accumulation, only to characterize them as distinct modes of production perpetuated by capital. Registered Marx himself had proposed the view that commerce has a more or less dissolving influence everywhere on the producing organization, which it finds at hand and whose different forms are mainly carried on with a view to use value. When the world market crystallized after the revolution of the 16th century, these producing organizations or enterprises, as we have called them, consisted mainly of 2 types, feudal estates and independent peasant family labor farms. The progressive integration of these types of enterprise into commodity circuits convulsed both, but only on the longer historical scale of several centuries. Both the feudal estates and the peasant farms entered a process of dissolution, but neither collapsed or disappeared immediately. Moreover, this process of dissolution acquired, in the case of feudalism, a combined character. Feudal production both crystallized and decayed within the framework of expanding market relations. The feudal estate both acquired its classical, fully developed, structure and reached its inherent limits as a commodity-producing enterprise. By contrast to both forms, the slave plantations, normally regarded as pre-capitalist, disintegrated by an entirely different process, not immediately connected with the expanding volume of exchanges in whose vortex they were, in fact, born as centers of commercial speculation. 2.4. Reading history backwards. When the revolutionary Marxist tradition took up the analysis of the world economy early in the present century, the context was set by an international division of labor centered on the requirements of capital reproduction on the basis of large-scale industrial enterprises. The classical conception which now evolved in the writings of Lenin, Luxemburg, and Bukharin saw in the major tendencies of evolution of the world economy the separate phases of the reproduction process of capital, the conversion of value into money and of money, as the pure form of value, into capital. The debate which began closer to our own period about the early phases of evolution of the world economy inherited this classical conception and converted its points of arrival into points of departure. If, to the Marxists of the Second and Third Internationals, the contemporary world market was an entirely capitalist phenomenon, it seemed evident to Frank that the world economy had been capitalist from its inception. So deeply entrenched was this notion, that, even when he disputed Frank's position that capitalism prevailed in Peru or Chile from the earliest stages of the Spanish colonization, Lacan accepted his premise that metropolitan industrial capital provided the major impulse behind this process of colonization. For Frank, colonization converted the countries of Latin America into sources for metropolitan capital accumulation and development. For Lacan, too, the world economy was, from its inception, an expression of the accumulation process. The growth of the system depends on the accumulation of capital. The rhythm of this accumulation depends on the average rate of profit, and the level of this rate depends in its turn on the consolidation and expansion of pre-capitalist relationships in the peripheral areas. Behind their formal dispute about characterization, the two arguments shared this single premise: whether one characterized the forms of economy in Latin America as feudal or as capitalist, that is, whether one deduced their 7 Lacan 1971, p. 37, Lacan 1977, p. 40. 66 Chapter 2. Character from one or other of the two simple abstractions specified earlier. The point was that the world economy evolved in this period as a response to the expansion of industrial capitalism. If this was so evident both to Frank and Lacan, the only problem which remained was the formal problem of characterization. The problem is to define in each case the specificity of the exploitative relationship in question, which was no different from saying that there was in fact no problem at all, or that the problem was purely formal, because this so-called specificity was already self-evident at the level of the simple abstraction. For example, for the plantations, it required literally only a single sentence to establish this specificity. In the plantations of the West Indies, Lacan wrote, the economy was based on a mode of production constituted by slave labor. It was as simple as that. Inherent in this form of argument, not peculiar to Lacan or Frank, but deeply entrenched in the whole tradition of Marxism inherited from the 19,208, is the following underlying premise, which is inseparably bound up with the formal problematic of characterization. In all phases of its evolution, the structure of the world economy posits only one element of explanation, namely, the demands of capital reproduction. From this, it follows that modes of production other than capital which coexist within the structure of that economy figure only as specific forms of subjugation of labor perpetuated over time by the requirements of industrial accumulation. These are modes of production entirely deprived of their own laws of motion, vegetating on the periphery of an industrializing Europe like a vast reserve of labor power periodically called into action by the spasmodic expansions of metropolitan capital. For purposes of propaganda, it would be entirely adequate to relate the existence of slavery in the cotton plantations to the requirements of the English textile industry, or the intensified exploitation of serf labor in the grain-exporting nations of Eastern Europe to the fact that capital requires a large volume of grain at low prices. But Marx was aware that a scientific inquiry was an entirely different sort of exercise to a propagandistic tract, and it was this awareness that initially distinguished Marxism from Ricardian and petit bourgeois socialism. To start with this mode of production constituted by slave labor, it is a striking fact, impossible to ignore, that within the Marxist tradition, as outside it, the slave plantations of the American South were never always as simply characterized as lacca imagines. For example, Marx wrote that in the English colonies which produced tobacco, cotton, sugar, the colonists acted like people, who, driven by motives of bourgeois production, wanted to produce commodities. He described these plantations as enterprises of commercial speculation in which a capitalist mode of production exists, if only in a formal sense. The business in which slaves are used is conducted by capitalists. He described the exploitation of slave labor as a factor in a calculated and calculating system, driven by the compulsion to produce surplus value. Commenting on this passage, Preobrazhensky spoke of undeveloped, transitional forms of surplus value, which are not completely characteristic of a developed capitalist mode of production. On the other hand, for Kosky, the slave plantations of America were a form of large-scale production of a pre-capitalist type. Lenin, who accepted this characterization directly under Kosky's influence, later argued, in a polemic on American agriculture, that there was really no foundation for the common practice of classifying the latifundia as capitalist enterprises, that these latifundia were frequently survivals of pre-capitalist relationships, slave-owning, feudal, or patriarchal, which typically manifested the lowest percentages of improved acreage. Much more recently, in one of his books, Genovese argues that the slave regime in the British Caribbean bore the clear stamp of capitalist enterprise, and that sugar was grown on large plantations of a decidedly bourgeois type run by capitalist slaveholders. But earlier, in his major work of interpretation, Genovese had also written, this time with reference to the American plantations, the planters were not mere capitalists, they were pre-capitalist, quasi-aristocratic landowners who had to adjust their economy and ways of thinking to a capitalist world market. In a review of the Frank-Lacka debate, J. Mandel thought the plantations were intensely profit-oriented commercial enterprises and the plantation owners profit-maximizing entrepreneurs, i.e. capitalists as we normally understand them, but added, to be on the safe side, that their exploitation of slave labor made it impossible by Dobbs' definition to classify them as capitalist registered. In fact, as we know, with the single exception of Lenin, the major argument proposed by all other writers against classifying the slave plantations as a form of capitalist enterprise was precisely that by Dobbs' definition, by virtue of his virtual identity, they could not be so because they exploited slave labor. Lenin himself proposed a quite different argument, and one which, as we shall see in a moment, contained a substantial insight, namely, that the level of technique and the extensive character of such an enterprise were sufficient to preclude their characterization as capitalist in the strict sense in which the various other types of agricultural enterprise in other zones of America were capitalist. It would have made practically no sense for Lenin to have argued that the prevalence of slave labor as such made the plantations pre-capitalist, because, quite apart from his early descriptions underscore of the various medieval forms of capitalism prevalent in the Russian countryside, he also wrote, in that period, our literature frequently contains too stereotyped an understanding of the theoretical proposition that capitalism requires the free, landless worker. This was true, Lenin argued, as indicating the main trend, but agrarian capitalism was compatible with unfree labor at specific stages in its evolution. To indicate only briefly, and entirely by way of hypothesis, the framework for a more rigorous Marxist understanding of the slave plantations. We argued earlier that the analysis of a given historical form of production treats its constituent enterprise basically as a unit of production, an entity governed by specific economic laws, and regards the emergence of its specific form of organization of the labor process, the process which corresponds to its laws of motion, only as a moment of its crystallization. The slave plantations were commodity-producing enterprises characterized by speculative investments in the production of absolute surplus value on the basis of landed property. Production was carried on in such enterprises at low, capital-specific techniques which posited enlarged simple cooperation subject to economies of scale. Accumulation in this form of speculative capitalist enterprise asserted itself only in the long run, as a relatively slow and mainly sporadic tendency dominated by feudal modes of consumption. The progress of such an enterprise would thus present the external aspect of a series of simple reproduction cycles expanding slowly to higher levels according to a discontinuous and bunched rhythm of investments. At the level of all enterprises, this purely quantitative character of accumulation registered and its natural basis in the ownership of land would progressively convert the excess of commodity values over prices of production inherent in the low technical composition of capital registered into surplus profits appropriated by the slave owners themselves as absolute rent. For we know that historically plantation land of a specific fertility would become, progressively, a monopoly of only the most substantial or at least earlier established slave owners, and thus present a barrier to the free investment of capital, as much as land incorporated as feudal property constituted such a barrier and thus generated absolute rent. It follows that, even when cost prices rose as the natural fertility of the soil declined through intensive exploitation at stagnant levels of technique, a crisis of profitability could be postponed indefinitely for a certain range of market prices. This specific form of enterprise therefore differs from the classical form of capitalist enterprise mainly in its lower intensity of accumulation and in the fact that accumulation is here compatible with the constant composition of capital, and therefore with stagnant or declining levels of labor productivity. Increases in the rate of exploitation depend not on the conversion of necessary labor into surplus labor, i.e. the production of relative surplus value, but on an intensification of labor or on a lengthening of the working day to the limits of physical endurance. The self-expansion of value no longer figures as an entirely autonomous and dominating force compelling each enterprise to reduce cost prices to a minimum, but acquires a purely relative and sporadic existence as a function of feudally dominated habits of consumption and display. Plantation profits, we know, financed not only the expansion of the enterprise itself, but, probably to an even greater extent, peerages, marriage alliances, seats in parliament and the purchase of feudal properties. In short, the slave plantations were capitalist enterprises of a patriarchal and feudal character producing absolute surplus value on the basis of slave labor and a monopoly in land. This heterogeneous and, as it appears, disarticulated nature of the slave plantation generated a series of contradictory images when the early Marxist tradition, not equipped with the same abundance of material available today, attempted its first characterizations. The sugar produced by enterprises of this nature in the Caribbean and exported by them mainly to England, France, and Holland, became the leading item of a major re-export trade within Europe itself in the course mainly of the 17th century. Given the circumscribed and localized distribution of a specifically bourgeois class in Europe at that time, the growth of this re-export trade suggests that the demand for sugar and other types of plantation produce was not confined exclusively to the established mercantile or incipient industrial capitalist classes of England or Holland. Moreover, we know also that the period when English sugar displaced Brazilian sugar from the markets of Northern Europe was itself a period of rapid English commercial expansion in the Baltic. The deeper meaning of this connection becomes evident when we note that, throughout this period, and in fact much earlier, Europe had been divided into three more or less distinct price zones whose centers of gravity tended to fluctuate while preserving a certain basic uniformity. On the eve of the 17th century, according to the price series constructed by Brodel and Spooner, the price of grain in England, France, or Holland was 200 to 300% higher than the price of Polish grain. The growing volume of grain exports from the port of Danzig had become a crucial mechanism in stabilizing grain prices in those countries in the period of rapid demographic reconstruction and currency depreciation which began around 1570. So intense was this integration of Polish grain into the economy of Western Europe that Pokrovsky wrote in the History of Russia, the price of rye in Danzig determined the cost of living in Madrid or Lisbon, and Marian Motowist tells us that every disturbance in the delivery of grain from the coasts of the Baltic, especially from Poland, produced a rise in the cost of living in Holland and other provinces of the Low Countries. But how were the English, Dutch or Portuguese to pay for these imports? Before the export of English textiles to Portugal helped to balance England's trade with the Baltic by sucking bullion out of Portugal, this role of payments mechanism in the expanding grain trade devolved partly on the export wool trade, which required a massive drive to expropriate the domestic peasantry, and partly on the re-export of colonial produce to the feudal classes of Eastern Europe. From this, we can draw two conclusions. Firstly, the demand which sustained production in the capitalist slave enterprises of the West Indies depended to some degree on the expansion of feudal incomes in the grain-exporting zones of Eastern Europe. Secondly, these enterprises were compelled to operate within a framework of mercantilist control because colonial produce, as an element of feudal consumption, became one important means of financing grain imports from the feudal estates. In the 17th century, at any rate, the world economy presented a vastly different picture from the industrially dominated world market of the 19th, which formed the basis for the early Marxist theories of imperialism. For, at that stage, the structure of world exchanges linked the capitalist slave plantations of the Atlantic to feudal estates in Poland through a complicated network of basically mercantile and financial interests centered in Amsterdam and London. Each of these enterprises fitted into the structure of the world economy as specific autonomous units of production driven by their own laws of motion. If this is evident for the slave owners, driven by motives of bourgeois production, it now has to be established for the Polish estates. 2.6. Feudal production. 2.6.1. The estate. The feudal economy was an economy of consumption based on a level of technique that was so rudimentary that a single aristocratic household required for its support a vast arable area. In the earliest period for which estate inventories become available, the ratio of output to seed barely exceeded 2:1. In Europe, on the eve of the 14th century, after a long swing of slow agricultural progress connected with improvements in plowing technique and a gradually expanding triennial rotation, maximum grain yields oscillated around 4:1. Finally, as late as the 18th century, both in the fertile Po Valley of northern Italy and in the Black Earth region of Russia, the major cereals gave a yield of 3-5:1. For this low productivity of labor, the estate, the basic enterprise of feudal production, compensated by practicing an extensive economy. As the level of technique progressed only slowly, over several centuries, as our figures indicate, the estate's output was a function of the surface in production, and the surface which the lord could bring into production in any given period was a function of the disposable mass of labor power. The limits to the mobilization of this mass of labor power, when not determined technically by the available quantity of draft animals, were imposed socially by the relation of forces, the possibility of flight and the relative degree of overpopulation. The average volume of output was thus determined ultimately by the socially disposable mass of labor time. As a form of enterprise, the feudal estate normally consisted of separate monoreal units related metabolically as parts of a single economic organism centered on the lord's household. The structure of these units varied from those in which domain arable was of no significance and feudal incomes consisted mainly of monetary payments based on tithes and seigneurial rights, to others in which domain economy based on slave or serf labor predominated. In the feudal epoch as a whole, the estate's economy generated two relatively distinct modes of organization of the labor process. The first of these, defined by the insignificance of domain, posited a higher elasticity of surplus in the peasant sector and a distribution of arable between peasant holdings and domain, which conferred on the former the character of a sector of small peasant production, with the peasants disposing of the whole of their labor time. Here the rate of feudal exploitation was not immediately evident in the ratio of the two arables. In the second mode of organization of the labor process, the peasant holding was a subsistence plot or wage in kind, and the totality of these holdings a sector of simple reproduction. Here, the distribution of the peasants' necessary and surplus labor time would tend to coincide directly with the distribution of arable between peasant holdings and lord's domain. Taking the feudal epoch as a whole, the peasant holdings thus figured in two determinate forms and functions, as small peasant farms capable of generating a more or less substantial surplus over the peasants' immediate requirements of consumption, and as subsistence plots adapted to the reproduction of labor power. As the organization of the labor process became effective within the framework of the manor, and as most estates comprised several manors, the ratio of domain arable to peasant arable would tend to fluctuate quite sharply between the different manors, estates, and regions, and the size of peasant holdings to vary even more sharply at any given time. In general, a casual survey suggests that the area occupied by domain varied between 13% and 45% of the total area of a given estate or manor, with a tendency to vary inversely with the size of these units, while peasant holdings ranged from minuscule plots of 10 acres or less to substantial farms of 100 acres. If we now ask which of these forms constituted the classical or fully developed structure of the feudal enterprise, the answer should not be difficult. The enterprise only crystallized, that is, acquired its classical structure, when the ratio of the peasants necessary to surplus labor time was directly reflected in the distribution of arable between domain and peasant holding. In other words, the form of organization of the labor process specific to the feudal mode of production in its developed form would be one which permitted the lord to assert complete control over the labor process itself, in which the peasant holdings assumed the form of, and functioned as, a sector of simple reproduction. Within the framework of this type of economy, and regardless of the structure of the labor process, the production of wealth was subordinated to habits of generosity, display, and consumption. Pyrrhon maintained that, in the patriarchal organization of the big estates, the notion of profits in the sense of value which expands itself, was utterly alien. As we know, the only investments which such an enterprise ever undertook were those which were strictly necessary for the requirements of simple reproduction. In this sense, the lord's consumption constituted the only motor force of expansion in the feudal economy. Yet Pyrrhon's conception of the estate as a patriarchal organization is misleading. The determining role of consumption did not imply an ideal of isolationism, or any basic economic irrationality. We know that, as the 12th century progressed, a large number of agricultural treatises appeared which regarded agriculture as a mechanical art worthy of scientific interest and capable of systematic improvement. We know that, in gradually going over to a triennial rotation, the estates spread the risks of a bad harvest more widely, for in years when excessive moisture destroyed the winter crops, spring grain would come to the rescue. Above all, of course, we know that when the demand for agricultural produce expanded, domain cultivation accounted for a major share of the marketed output. The fact that, in phases of rapid inflation, estates would tend to convert from fixed monetary payments to direct management implies that some mechanism of opportunity cost calculation operated. But the spread of these business-like attitudes, as they were characterized by Sweezy, was not only compatible with the character of the feudal economy as an economy of consumption, but inseparably tied to it. In a sense, this compatibility and basic link between feudal consumption and business-like attitudes is the central point. The consumption requirements of the nobility and the perpetual need to adjust the level of income to rates of consumption were the most powerful determinants in drawing both lord and peasant into production for the market, the lord directly through the consolidation of a domain economy, the peasant indirectly through the expanding weight of monetary payments. In phases of ascending production for the market, it is quite probable that most commodity-producing estates rarely sold less than half their net output. For example, on the 32 dependent manors of the Bishop of Winchester, for which detailed time series are available. In average years, close to 80% of net output was sold. On 6 of the Duchy of Lancaster's manors in Wiltshire, 90%. Degree. Even outside periods of high grain prices, the proportion of marketed output was fairly high. C. 1150, one of the manors of the Abbey of Cluny was selling the whole of its wheat output and 33% of its output of rye. 200 years later, when domain production was in partial decline in the West, but the full impact of the incipient recession had still to come, a small estate in Essex, for which figures are available, reserved 21% of its total wheat receipts for seed, paid 19% in wages to workers on the domain, sent 23% to the Lord's household for direct consumption, and sold the remaining 30%, which comes to 37% of net output. Registered. If these preliminary examples do not suffice, a different order of evidence might be used. The maximization of sales became a major slogan of the various treatises addressed to the Russian nobility of the 18th century. According to Confino, the basic idea underlying the economic treatises of this period was the realization of profits and expansion of feudal incomes. These became the major goal of the estate's economic activity, the main obsession of the pomesic and the chief duty of the bailiffs. Ricoeuv's Book of Instructions to Estate Managers began, "Our main interest in this book is how the income and profits of the Lord may be expanded." In another treatise, Bolotov described the most competent estate managers as those who could maximize the volume of sales at the best price, while ensuring the immediate consumption needs of the household. Far from facing the alternatives of producing for the market or producing for use, most estates were organized according to a certain internal specialization, with some monoreal units producing mainly or entirely for the market and others for household consumption. In both aspects, the organization of the estate was a function of the socially determined consumption needs of the lords. In their consciousness, commercial production and feudal subsistence were not separate, conflicting aspects of their social practice as a class, for, as one of the Russian treatises indicated, the production of feudal profits was geared to the goal of feudal consumption. This preliminary outline of the basic characteristics of the estate is sufficient to imply two conclusions. Production for the market did not entail competition between the different enterprises. What was mainly important to this type of enterprise was the preservation of a certain proportionality between income and consumption, not the rapid expansion of incomes from one year to the next on the example of a capitalist firm. In a capitalist economy, the market exerts its domination over each individual enterprise by compelling it to produce within the limits of a socially average level of productivity. The existence of this social average posits a mechanism of cost calculation which was absent in conditions of feudal production. To be more precise, for a bourgeois enterprise, the absolute limit of exploitation is constituted by the average profit of capital. For the small commodity producer who sells the whole of his output, the limit is set by the costs of simple reproduction, comprising mainly his wage. In the medieval world, as feudal consumption became bound up with the expanding currents of circulation and implied progressively higher levels of monetary expenditure, a specifically feudal structure of accounting tended to crystallize. Costs were defined mainly as those items of expenditure which required an outlay of cash, and profits as all items of monetary receipt. As items of expenditure, the elements of consumption and production were merged into a common category, something like the sum of all expenses, which was then deducted from receipts to obtain an apparently spurious net balance. This ratio of receipts to expenditure was calculated as the ratio of two consolidated sums, even when, on the side of income, the proceeds from the sale of various crops figured as separate items of receipt. Costs of production were distributed under various agricultural operations, so that no attempt was made to determine individual monetary costs of production, or even the monetary costs of crop production as a whole. As all items of cash income were regarded as profits, independently of any mechanism of cost calculation, crops were more or less profitable, not according to their monetary rate of profit but according to the volume of cash which they brought in. Any increment in crop production which increased the total volume of these receipts, however marginal its contribution, was therefore profitable. That is to say, for a given distribution of productive forces, even if it made sense to sell a given output at the highest price, sales would nonetheless continue over a wide range of prices below this bound. In short, in an economy which dissociated production from the rational calculation of costs and which regarded profits not as a ratio but as a simple magnitude, the limit of exploitation could only be a vague and elastic concept, and one which could assert itself only in the longer run in a sort of feudal scissors crisis, as the hiatus between income and consumption widened over a number of years. Once the estates established a certain connection with the market, the lord's income became a function of three variables: the volume of gross output, which would tend to fluctuate sharply from one year to the next, the coefficient of the marketable surplus, whose elasticity would vary more or less directly in proportion to gross output, the current price of grain. As no estate had any control over prices, an expansion of monoreal incomes depended mainly on expanding the marketable surplus. As the level of internal consumption was more or less constant, the volume of the surplus, sold on the market, would vary proportionately to the volume of the harvest. At the existing level of technique, the average productivity over time was a function of the surface in production and therefore of the disposable mass of labor time. It follows that, in these conditions, the maximization of feudal profits necessarily implied incursions into the sector of small peasant production, from which the estates drew their sources of labor. 2.6.2 Peculiarities of the second serfdom. The feudal mode of production prevailed in England, for example, in its period of high farming c. 1230, as well as in Poland c. 1600, when most of Western Europe was becoming heavily dependent on Polish grain exports. In England in that period, as in Poland, the larger and better organized estates were extensively involved in the production of grain for the market, selling up to 80% of net output. But a deeper comparison would reveal differences of some interest. Of England, we are told by Dubé. To associate the tenants with the labor of the domain in the 13th century was an anachronism. The revival of forced labor seems, therefore, to have been very limited. It was only temporary, since it declined definitely on the monastic estates after 1275, and was restricted in scope, since labor services were only used to reinforce those of monoreal employees. 17th century Poland, on the other hand, was experiencing a substantial feudal offensive, with the nobility beginning to limit the area of their peasants' cultivation, and, in this way, enlarge their own land. If we take these cases as prototypes of the first and second serfdoms respectively, it is clear that the tendency of domain consolidation at the cost of peasant production, which they both reveal, prevailed with varying degrees of intensity in these conjunctures. The extent to which it prevailed and the intensity of its effects were a function of broader economic factors. The possibility of expanding monoreal incomes or safeguarding feudal consumption by means other than direct management depended mainly on the elasticity of the surplus in small peasant production, while domain farming could itself be organized mainly on the basis of paid labor. At any rate, whether estates converted to monetary payments or retained domain cultivation with the use of paid labor, both processes posited a certain level of currency circulation. At a deeper level of analysis, therefore, the first significant contrast between the epoch of high farming and the second serfdom, between the two extremities of Europe, is located here. In the West, the enormously expanding weight of the Seigneurie banal on which Dubé lays so much stress in his most recent work, and the growing volume of monetary payments by the peasantry implied proportionate increases both in the stock of money and in the velocity of its circulation. The leasing of domain lands, the imposition of jurisdictional taxes, entry fines, and permanent rents, the movement of commutation and the growing volume of peasant indebtedness, all cash transactions or transactions based mainly on cash, make no sense on any other assumption. In relative terms, the level of currency circulation was quite different in the East. In Poland, it actually diminished in the early part of the 17th century, compelling the nobility to adapt to the situation by intensifying the economic isolation of the estate and establishing in this way, as Kuhle remarks, a mechanism of closed monetary operations. In the second place, conversion to monetary payments required a peasantry capable of producing for the market, and these surpluses would tend to derive mainly from the more substantial households. Although, in the West, the expanding weight of population after the early phases of arable colonization led to a spontaneous fragmentation of most peasant manzas, both the gradual improvements in productivity and the relaxation of feudal pressures on the peasant's surplus had enabled this sort of peasantry to establish itself. Once the structure of feudal exploitation itself became more diversified and fluid, this sector of the peasantry, the real base of peasant commodity production in the feudal social formations, could consolidate its position to an even greater extent. In the East, the whole process of differentiation was more or less repressed up until the 19th century. The peasant's share of the total volume of grain sales was therefore never very significant in late Tsarist Russia. Landlords accounted for 90% of the marketed output of grain, and the eventual conversion to monetary payments required migrations of the peasantry in search of employment. Finally, the momentary vigor of domain farming in England was supported by an extensive use of hired labour and consequently closely linked to the overpopulation of the English countryside. Earlier conditions connected with clearance operations and the expansion of arable viz. Improvements in agricultural techniques, gradual increases in productivity, the shift to a grain-centered system of husbandry and the connected shifts in the peasant's diet, the conversion of slave gangs into serf households all favored a rapid growth of the serf population. By the middle of the 13th century, as this movement of grain expansion came to a halt, a new phase of overpopulation was becoming evident. In England, the proportion of serf households which at that time was living at or even substantially below subsistence was close to 80%. The emergence in these conditions of a village proletariat expanded the supply of labor at a subsistence wage, promoted the use of such labor on the medium and small estates insufficiently provided with villeins, and attracted even the bigger estates by its greater seasonal flexibility. About a third of the English peasant population worked for wages in this period. This increasing use of paid labor was closely linked with the expansion of monetary payments and with expanding levels of currency circulation. By contrast, in Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania, the low level of currency circulation and the high level of wages made an extensive use of such labor practically impossible. Unlike the lower layers of the nobility in England, who depended largely on reserves of free labor, the smaller Russian landowners, the svozemci, who were their counterparts, were compelled to work their own lands, aided by slaves. The Russian landowners, wrote Marx, complain about two things: first, about the lack of money capital. The second complaint is more characteristic. It is to the effect that if one has money, not enough laborers are to be had at any time. In short, a dearth of cash, a more backward differentiation of the peasantry, and a scarcity of free labor were the basic conditions distinguishing the second serfdom from the so-called classical feudalism of the medieval West. 82 Chapter 2. 2.6.3 Commodity feudalism as the pure form. The greater intensity and more primitive character of the second serfdom were thus closely conditioned by the real rhythms of economic activity implicit in the movement of population and currency. But this greater primitiveness should not be confused with a more backward development of feudal production. In this primitiveness of the second serfdom we find, in fact, an important clue to the real logic of the feudal enterprise. In the West, which is generally characterized as the locus of a classical feudalism, the estate attained its really classical structure, as defined earlier, only sporadically and then mainly in the period of high farming, that is, as a temporary and even abrupt prelude to the long process of diversification which followed towards the close of the 13th century. Surveying the development of the feudal economy across the whole of this early epoch, it is undeniable that, as feudal enterprises, the estates in the medieval West possessed a far more fluid and diversified structure than those which sustained the second serfdom. There, labor services were for at least 2 centuries, a less powerful pressure on the peasants' labor time than the Seigneurie banal, as Dubé argues. Even in the brief outburst of high farming, when the estates turned to commodity production and attempted to compress the sector of small peasant production into totally subordinate reserves of serf labor, the largest and best organized estates, such as those of the Bishop of Winchester, continued to derive a major share of their income from more archaic monetary payments and from marriage and entry fines. Thus, the form of organization of labor based on the partial autonomy of small peasant production persisted even in this phase of intensified labor services. By contrast, in the central period of East European feudalism, this distinction of forms was of practically no significance. The large mass of the peasantry were reduced to the position of serfs, i.e. bound by labor services, and the character of feudal enterprise in these countries was typically far less fluid, far more bound up with the exploitation of serfs than in the West some centuries earlier. In other words, the feudal enterprise in the early epoch of so-called classical feudalism crystallized, or acquired its truly classical form, only sporadically, and then only rarely in its pure form. In the grain-exporting countries of the second serfdom, the predominant form of feudal enterprise was the developed form. The primitiveness and barbarity of their social relations were an expression of the maturity of feudal relations of production, of their relative purity. The clue to this contrast lies in the origins of the second serfdom. When the countries of Eastern Europe plunged into this epoch, a world market was already in the process of formation. Merchant capital had already established an important and expanding grain trade, which, in the course of the 14th century, was progressively integrating the Baltic into a European division of labor. Marx himself, and most later Marxists, assumed as a matter of course that feudalism evolved by a simple progression from labor services to monetary payments through an intermediate form of rent in kind. But if, in order to explain the peculiar connection between the purity of the second serfdom and its location in an emerging world market, we return to the early patriarchal Europe of the Carolingian period, we find that labor services were of practically no importance on the manors of Gaul, Germany, Flanders, and Lombardy. In this vast region of early feudal Europe, the domain utilized slave labor, and the peasantry were exploited through payments in kind. Degree in a famous article, Kosminski set out to show that the monetary payments which predominated in England much later were only partly the result of commutation, and that a certain proportion of these payments derived from a more archaic structure of money rents. In the debate on the transition, to make the point that market relations did not accelerate the decay of forced labor in England, Dobbs cited this article by Kosminski. He argued that serfdom disappeared earliest in the backward and commercially remote regions of the North and West. But Kosminski's thesis was different. In these backward regions, labor services had probably never prevailed. Thus, both in England and on the continent, there were substantial zones where labor services had been of little importance originally, and where payments assumed the form of produce or money. In Kosminski's terms, the structure of the manor evolved independently of any formative influence of payments in labor. Eastern Europe, in its own phase of backward patriarchal isolation, provides even clearer evidence. In Hungary, in the 15th century, the peasantry was exploited predominantly in the form of money rents and produce rents. Patch notes that a domain economy as such had barely developed at this stage. Around this period, in Mecklenburg, Prussia, Bohemia, Poland, and Russia feudal incomes derived, as in Hungary, mainly in the form of cash and kind payments. The significance of this fact is enormous. It suggests that not only did the crystallization of feudal relations of production find its only true and widespread expression in the second serfdom, but the feudal estate only crystallized not in the relative isolation of a Europe cut off from markets and forced to depend on local production, but precisely when the estate itself assumed the character of a commodity-producing enterprise. Labor services, Kosminski had argued, were more strongly represented in the most populated and industrialist areas with the biggest markets. That is to say, insofar as the feudal enterprise tended to crystallize in its pure form in the earlier epoch of feudalism, the context was an expanding market. The history of the second serfdom substantiates this point, if only because the process of crystallization here was neither held back nor obscured by the survival of a specifically small peasant production, and by the correspondingly more fluid nature of the enterprise. As the countries of Eastern Europe were drawn into production for the emerging world market or for an expanding domestic market, labor services advanced rapidly against both earlier forms of payment. This type of exploitation was thus a later development, and it reached its maximum intensity in agricultural regions close to urban centers, or in the hinterland of the port cities and major trade routes. The chronological distribution of labor services shows the same pattern. In the second half of the 16th century, to cite only one example, as cereal prices in the port of Danzig increased on average by some 200% over 50 years under the pressure of expanding exports. The volume of labor time mobilized from a full-sized peasant holding on the estates increased by over 400%. Every favorable price conjuncture intensified the drive to expand the domain at the cost of small peasant production and to increase the volume of disposable serf labor time, both directly by imposing heavier work obligations and indirectly by a policy of cutting the size of the peasant plot. The process of evolution of the classical manner, which the countries of the West, in particular England, had experienced in a relatively mild and impure form, was destined to be repeated at higher levels of intensity, without the same impurities, in Prussia, Denmark, Poland, and Hungary. 6. And, finally, Russia, in the period inaugurated by the revolution of the world market in the 16th century. Under the impact of successive commercial booms, the European dimensions of which were already evident as early as the 4th century, the estates, formerly relying on produce in kind or, to a limited extent, rents in cash, converted small peasant production into a reserve of simple reproduction, a process described by Pokrovsky as the serf owner's leap into new and more complicated forms of production. But this process was not peculiar to the countries of Eastern Europe. It had been known much earlier, not only, on a limited scale, in the West, but also in China, and was found at that time and later in the major countries of colonial Latin America. We know that in the major countries of Latin America the form which the feudal estate assumed was the hacienda. The hacienda was an enterprise always dependent on a fairly large market for its products. Both major phases of expansion of the hacienda in Chile, for example, coincided and were closely tied up with the expansion of demand for Chilean grain. The hacendado could expand his volume of sales in such periods only by transforming peasant production into feudally subjugated simple reproduction. In the course of successive booms, the older arrendatario gradually disappeared from the countryside of central Chile, replaced by a new serf population of inquilinos concentrated in the areas which produced for the wheat market. Peasant livestock rapidly disintegrated in this process, peasant holdings degenerated into subsistence plots, and the earlier more deeply differentiated structure of the peasant population, separating more prosperous tenant households from the remainder, collapsed into a more or less uniformly impoverished mass. In China, the same tendencies are evident some 10 centuries earlier. Here, already in the Tiang epoch, the big estate had become a common feature of rural economy, but, in that period, before the commercial boom of the 11th century, the tenants who worked these estates under the control of bailiffs were generally bound by payments in kind, equivalent to half the crop. On the Sung estates, especially those of the prosperous coastal provinces of the south where wheat was grown purely as a cash crop for sale in the cities of the lower Yangtze area, the same tenants were progressively bound by labor services and their mobility restricted in law. A substantial number of Sung estates worked by these serf households produced either regularly or intermittently for the market. The parallel between the condition of such Sung peasants and the serf populations of Europe was sufficiently striking to make the Japanese Marxist historians who pioneered Sung economic history date the transition to feudalism in China precisely at this conjuncture, when the whole southern economy was transformed by the rapid growth of cities, expanding levels of monetary circulation, a vast boom in the grain trade and the establishment of commercial links with Europe through the intermediary of Arab traders. To summarize, we define the classical or developed form of the feudal enterprise as one which necessarily implies the lord's complete control over the labor process, that is, where small peasant production no longer retains its former autonomy but now functions in the form of a sector of simple reproduction, sustaining surplus production on the domain. We argued that, both in Europe, and elsewhere through the vast epoch of feudal production, the estate acquired this developed structure only as a commodity-producing enterprise. When Frank witnessed the signs of this specific evolution in the colonial history of Latin America, where it was repeated in a definite series of cycles, he could understand it only by reconstructing the hacienda in the image of capital, thus entirely ignoring the specific laws of motion according to which such enterprises operated, laws deriving not from the compulsion. 130 Bauer 1971, 1972. 8. Twitchett 1962, p. 31. 132 Elvin 1973. Modes of production in a materialist conception of history *87. To accumulate, but from the compulsion to defend and improve social consumption levels which rapidly lost their patriarchal character, if they had had such a character to begin with. But, when Frank's critics quickly demolished this illusion, the formal abstract premises from which they started led them to the conclusion that, on the contrary, the market was a factor of feudal consolidation. This poses a final question, namely, the long duration of this type of economy, or the problem of its decline. 2.6.4. Modes of production as objects of long duration. The long duration is the least perceptible, and in a sense, the slowest of all forms of historical time. Its effectivity is staggered across centuries, and its reality only measurable on that scale. Insofar as Marx conceived of modes of production in a broader, more truly historical sense as epochs of production or epochs in the economic development of society, he implied that they were objects of this order of magnitude. Pyrrhon had argued that as commerce and the stock of money expanded, the old economy of subsistence and custom could no longer adjust to the new and more sophisticated levels of consumption, the nobles were forced to borrow and their regime disintegrated. Even earlier than Pyrrhon, Weber had posed the question in similar terms. For him, the immediate cause of the breakdown of the monoreal system had been the development of market operations and market interests on the part of both lords and peasants, although the major impetus derived, in his view, from the nascent commercial bourgeoisie of the towns who promoted the dissolution of the manor because it limited their own market opportunities. Degree as a collapse theory, the Pyrrhon-Weber thesis was obviously wrong. Over short conjunctures, most estates were clearly capable of adapting to the market and expanding incomes. Expanding levels of demand and the growing weight of monetized consumption could be sustained over a cycle of short conjunctures by stepping up the rate of jurisdictional income, intensifying domain exploitation, substituting short-term leases or exacting entry fines to siphon off the cash holdings of more substantial peasants or to profit directly from inflation. Impressed by these short conjunctures in which the best estates in particular demonstrated their ability to prosper, Dobb concluded that the market was a factor of consolidation, and that the decline of feudalism lay within the sphere of production, in the static levels of labor productivity which would eventually compel the lords to overexploit their serfs and reduce their rates of reproduction. Neither Dobb nor Sweezy saw that, to make any sense at all, their respective theories of feudal decline posited each other, and neither posed the question of the durational scale over which each position could hold true when integrated with the other. The market and the overexploitation of serf labor were not relatively independent phenomena, or factors which simply interacted, as both Dobb and Sweezy conceded in their moments of generosity. They were indissolubly linked aspects of a single process, the long duration of feudal production. In large areas of Europe, and outside Europe, the feudal estate acquired its classical or developed form only as a commodity-producing enterprise. In countries such as Hungary, Poland, Russia, and later in certain parts of the colonial world, the expansion of a domain economy and labor services which had formerly been of little or no significance, began directly with and under the pressure of an expanding demand for agricultural produce in local and international markets. This adjustment to the market suited both the serf owners and the importers of grain. It suited the latter because, in the feudal economies, there was no specific limit of exploitation which posited a certain level of prices. The fact that any sale brought a profit and the perpetual thirst for such profits ensured an abundant supply of grain at low prices. The adjustment suited the serf owners because the expansion of the market itself implied higher levels of monetized feudal consumption. As feudal consumption inevitably lost its patriarchal character, as the lure of old models of consumption ceased or the civilizing influences of an established nobility exerted a pressure of sophistication on the consumption needs of cruder barbarian aristocracies, and as the monetary share of feudal consumption progressively expanded to a point where internal consumption was of scarcely any importance, the thirst for cash became the dominant motive force of feudal production. This thirst for cash in fact operated in all but the patriarchal periods of medieval history, those exceptional conjunctures where trade declined, towns reverted to villages, and consumption was predominantly of a natural character. Once a network of world commodity exchanges was established, it became an even more pervasive, more powerful factor. Driven by this thirst for cash, which each fall in the value of currency intensified enormously, the nobility reacted to the market in two distinct phases. Initially, the slowly rising levels of grain prices would have automatically adjusted the rate of exploitation in the peasant's favor, if, as was normally the case, the level of monetary payments which prevailed earlier tended to remain static. In this phase of slow inflation, the lord's first response would be a progressive readjustment of the level of payments to the level of prices. This was, for example, the initial reaction of most Russian landlords during the 16th century, when the Polish nobility not far away was already constructing the foundations of a domain economy. In Russia, the increase in cash obrok during this century just about kept pace with the fall in the purchasing power of the currency. But, even in these phases of a gradual upward movement of prices, there were more far-sighted serf owners who, to preserve the level of their income, turned to production for the market. Feudal commodity production might originate then as a purely defensive maneuver, as in England, where in the face of the tendency for prices to rise, a more or less static income encouraged borrowing in order to sustain a customary level of consumption. The abandonment of leasing might be a step towards solvency and a means of safeguarding consumption standards. Then, as the inflation periodically accelerated, more and more estates would be drawn into production for the market, and this compulsion would be so much stronger where feudal rates of consumption, now expanding more quickly in money terms, pushed against the limits of a low elasticity of surplus in peasant production and a low velocity of circulation in local markets. Under the pressure of successive inflationary conjunctures of this type, a new and distinct phase of feudal production would begin, a phase of crystallization, with domain arable expanding by incursions into fallow, forests, pasture and grazing land. At low and generally static levels of productivity, output was limited mainly by the extent of arable in cultivation, and the expansion of arable required a proportionate expansion of the disposable mass of labor time. The construction of domain economy, the process through which the feudal enterprise acquired its adequate form, implied a series of sharp and brutal inroads into peasant land and a vast project of mobilizing labor power from the surrounding villages. This unwritten history of the primitive accumulation of feudal economy evokes its most striking expression in the Second Serfdom, only because in the countries of Eastern Europe and the Baltic, the relatively sudden nature of their integration into the emerging world economy compacted the process into a matter of decades. Where labor services had existed formerly, their specifically low weight, at most 1 day per week, implied a basic compatibility with small-scale production. In the phase of crystallization, with the weight of these services rising by several 100% over a few decades, small peasant production would be more or less rapidly converted into pockets of simple reproduction. The division between the peasant's necessary and surplus labor time would now be directly encapsulated in the distribution of arable, with the peasants holding fluctuating around the limits of subsistence. Within the framework of this classical feudal economy with its specifically feudal organization of the labor process, the basic obsession of estate management remained as before, the adjustment of rates of income to rates of consumption, but now magnified on the larger scale of a more labile monetary consumption. Where consumption had retained its patriarchal character, the rate of feudal income would have fluctuated sharply from one year to the next, because the level of technique was never sufficiently high to dominate and control the stochastic cycle of production. To overcome potentially vast disproportions, the productive capacity of the undeveloped patriarchal estate would have been organized to ensure outputs above the level of current consumption. Once the circulation of money impinged on the organization of this patriarchal economy, the curve of the new monetized feudal consumption would show a slow upward trend punctuated by short spasms of expansion with every fall in currency values. But with income dependent on commercial surpluses and computed as the product of price and output, the inverse movements of these variables such as characterized feudal conditions would tend to average out the rate of revenue from year to year. As the rate of productivity tended to constancy, prices were given exogenously and rates of consumption were inflexible downwards, the estate could respond to this growing crisis of profitability by heavy borrowings, by the liquidation of assets, or by increasing the volume of output, hence the surface in production and the mass of available labor time. Yet each of these responses expressed tendencies of feudal disintegration, and the later they supervenate in the long cycle of feudal commodity economy, the more sharply were these tendencies revealed. When the consumption of the serfs already oscillated around a level of simple reproduction, that is, when the classical form of the feudal enterprise had already crystallized, every new drive to maximize sales, that is, to push the level of serf consumption below the existing limits of simple reproduction, would in the longer run radically shorten the periodicity of the old crises of subsistence and aggravate their intensity. It would thus depress the rate of reproduction of the serf population to one degree or another. The progressive indebtedness and bankruptcy of the lords, the liquidation and ever-increasing mobility of feudal property, the compulsion to expand the volume of output or to expand the field of feudal colonization, and the ever greater frequency of short-term subsistence crises were basic long-run tendencies of feudal production, the necessary expression of its specific laws of motion, present to one degree or another in all sectors of the feudal world. In this sketch of the long duration, it is impossible to produce an abstract separation between the market and the process of production as if these were factors of decline. The inherent limits of the process of production on which Dobb focused in the debate were only revealed, i.e. only became effective, as limits, in the context of expanding commodity production or its underlying thirst for cash. Moreover, if, as Sweezy argued, the market was a factor of feudal disintegration, it could become so on the basis of the specific laws of motion of feudal economy, and only in the long run. In this sense, the debate argued from false premises, because the question which it posed posited a process of production divorced from the specific character of feudal consumption, and a process of exchange devoid of any compulsion to exchange. 2.6.5 Two brief conclusions to relate this short discussion more closely to the themes mentioned earlier. Although it is in some sense quite self-evident and banal, the distinction between modes of production and social formations that is generally drawn in most recent Marxist literature may actually obscure and mystify the mechanisms of modes of production. For it is a fact that, even in its crystallized form, the feudal enterprise was sustained by a variety of forms of labor, comprising domestic servants who were legally slaves and who often undertook the principal tasks, especially plowing, day laborers who were housed separately on the estate, part-time hired workers recruited from the impoverished peasantry, free tenants who performed seasonal or supplementary services, and the serf population as normally understood, i.e. villains bound by labor services. The slaves and hired laborers who intervened in this type of economy were as much part of specifically feudal relations of production as the serf population itself. Their intervention did not signify the persistence or emergence of other relations of production, and did not therefore imply an articulation of several distinct modes of production. Consistent with the logic of his definitions, Dobb was, however, Forced to argue on these lines, the fact that, on the 13th century English estates which turned to commodity production, the lords made increasing use of hired labor, signified for him the emergence of a new, i.e., capitalist, mode of production. If Dobb had really believed this, the debate on the transition would have had to deal with a second problem, not only the decline of feudal economy, but the decline, in fact collapse, of the barely established capitalist one. For as we know, this phase of commodity production with hired labor was rapidly superseded in the history of Western Europe, and, as Dobb himself argued, the feudal enterprise preserved its dominance, in progressively modified forms, for at least another 2 centuries. Relations of exploitation based on the dispossession of labor, on the commodity labor power, become capitalist relations of production only when we can posit the capitalist enterprise in one of its varied forms. Marx makes the point indirectly when he writes, if a nobleman brings the free worker together with his serfs, even if he resells a part of the worker's product, and the free worker thus creates value for him, then this exchange takes place only, for the sake of superfluity, for luxury consumption. Asterisk. In other words, hired labor functions in this economy as an expression of specifically feudal relations of production, the motive force of which lies in the social consumption needs of the owners of the feudal enterprise. It functions in an economy in which the production of commodities is itself only a mediation of consumption. The idea of world economy as already dominated from its inception by the requirements of capital reproduction is a false abstraction. To put the argument in its crudest form, the initial impulse which sustained the vast network of world commodity exchanges before the 18th century derived from the expanding consumption requirements of the lords. Moreover, at its inception the colonization of Latin America was a feudal colonization, a response to the crisis of feudal profitability, which all the landowning classes of Europe were facing down to the latter part of the 16th century. In the Baltic and Eastern Europe, this crisis was partly overcome by territorial expansion into contiguous areas, and then displaced by the production of grain for export, but, in the maritime periphery of Europe, in Spain and Portugal where this feudal crisis recurred with periodic sharpness, it expressed itself in a movement of overseas colonization. The Spain which launched this movement of expansion was a Spain dominated by feudalism, but a feudalism in crisis. This thesis is not, of course, new. It was proposed by Villar many years ago, when he described Spanish imperialism as the highest stage of feudalism, and intimated some years later by Marian Malouist, when he asked whether the Spanish colonization was not, to a certain extent, the result of a depression in rural economy and a sudden drop in the revenues of the nobility. The forms which this widespread feudal crisis took in different sectors of Europe, its specific local intensity, and the means used to overcome it are matters for investigation by historians. Suffice it to say that the crisis of feudal profitability not only unleashed movements of internal colonization in Europe itself, in the landlocked territories, but the first major imperialist conquest, and, if we examine the question more closely, those bastardist forms of capitalist production which prevailed in the colonial plantations, the profits from which enabled many bankrupt noble families to re-establish their economic position. 2.7. Simple commodity production, a determination of form. 2.7.1. The peasant mode of production. The historical roots of the varied forms of simple commodity production lie in the patriarchal subsistence mode of production based on small-scale parcellist property and the exploitation of family labor. This connection is important because when simple commodity production arises, the economic logic of the more archaic patriarchal enterprise continues to dominate this form of production. The chief expression of this fact is that products are sold without regard to price of production. According to Marx, regards the expenditure of labor as the indispensable prerequisite for the labor product, which is the thing that interests him above all. But, as regards his surplus labor, after deducting the necessary labor, it is evidently realized in the surplus product, and as soon as he can sell the latter or use it for himself, he looks upon it as something that cost him nothing, because it cost him no materialized labor. Even a sale below value and the capitalist price of production still appears to him as profit. It follows that for the peasant owning a parcel, the limit of exploitation is not set by the average profit of capital. The absolute limit for him is no more than the wages he pays to himself, after deducting his actual costs. So long as the price of the product covers these wages, he will cultivate his land, and often at wages down to a physical minimum. It is not necessary, therefore, that the market price rise either up to the value or the price of production of his product. This is one of the reasons why grain prices are lower in countries with predominant small peasant land ownership than in countries with a capitalist mode of production. In Koskai's conception, based on these passages of Marx, this incomplete remuneration for the labor power expended was, as Lenin notes, the distinguishing feature of small production. As long as the peasant remains a simple commodity producer, he can be satisfied with the standard of living of the wage worker. He needs neither profit nor rent, he can pay a higher price for land than the capitalist entrepreneur. In short, simple commodity production internalises the patriarchal logic of the subsistence mode of production, much as feudalism does in its own way. Outputs are sold as a function of subsistence, and dissociated from any mechanism of rational cost calculation. In this devalorization of labor time lies the specific advantage of all small-scale forms of production threatened with extinction by the capitalistically produced commodity. In the epoch of capitalism, as Koskai argued in Die Agrarfrage, overwork and underconsumption become the twin slogans of the peasant economy. 2.7.2 The simple commodity producer as wage slave. As a pure form, simple commodity production is a form of economy of a purely subordinate and transitional character, in which the labor process preserves its patriarchal character, with the predominance of the self-sufficient peasant family labor farm as the basic enterprise of production. The producing households preserve not only their self-sufficiency, transforming only their surplus into commodities, but their independence as the basic agents of the productive process, chiefly expressed in their freedom to allocate labor time between commercial production and immediate consumption, and between the different types of commercial production. The system of accounting retains a specifically patriarchal, subsistence-based interpretation of costs and profits. As noted above, here the limit of exploitation is equal, in principle, to the costs of simple reproduction. Subsistence remains the goal of production, even in those limiting cases where the whole of household labor time is absorbed in commercial production. As the coefficient of marketed output rises and the monetary components of the labor income expand, the volume of sales will tend to vary inversely with the movement of prices. Fluctuations of the market introduce a process of differentiation among simple commodity producers, which, in the first instance, remains a differentiation of wealth, in other words, preserves its historical content as a differentiation of simple commodity producers. As Marx and Lenin were aware, the subordination of the simple commodity mode of production to the power of capital converts this mode into the embryonic basis of specifically capitalist production, but a capitalist production which retains the determinate organization of labor specific to the pre-capitalist enterprise. Marx describes this process perhaps more rigorously in the following passage than anywhere else. Exchange of equivalence proceeds, it talon the surface layer of a production which rests on the appropriation of alien labor without exchange, but with the semblance of exchange. This system of exchange rests on capital as its foundation, and, when it is regarded in isolation from capital, as it appears on the surface, as an independent system, then it is a mere illusion, but a necessary illusion. Let us examine this process more closely. The subjugation of the simple commodity form of production to capital proceeds inevitably within the limits imposed by the prevailing organization of production. Capital's struggle to dominate the enterprise of simple commodity producers to determine the type, quality, and volume of its commercial output posits as its basis the limitations imposed on its own elasticity by a labor process not determined by itself, in which, therefore, the enterprise of small producers retains its independence, if only as a formal determination. Asterisk domination over the labor process becomes impossible on this basis, within these limits of quasi-independence, without those mechanisms which uproot the patriarchal sufficiency of the small enterprise. The compulsory enforced destruction of the small producer's self-sufficiency figures here as the necessary foundations for the dominance of capital. It follows that in this articulation, except at the limit where the enterprise effectively ceases to exist, where its formal independence is converted into the complete dependence of free labor on capital, the capitalist's control over the labor process retains a partial and sporadic character. Frequent adulterations of the crop, as with the cotton produced in Western India in the 1860s, smuggling on the open market, as with poppy grown in Bengal much earlier, restrictions in the volume of output, such as the colonial bureaucracies persistently feared, and the switching to more profitable cash crops, reflect this partial and unstable character of the capitalist's control. Yet, within the limits of such control, continually re-established on the basis of various coercive forms of exploitation, the relations of production which tie the enterprise of small commodity producers to capital are already relations of capitalist production. Between the market and the small producer, capital intervenes with the determinate forms and specific functions of both merchant and industrial capital. In this process, two enterprises are thus present: a quasi-mercantile capitalist enterprise, which figures solely as a unit of production without the labor process specific to its mode of production, and an enterprise of formally independent small producers functioning according to its own labor process, inherited from the conditions of a patriarchal economy, and according to its own economic conceptions, also patriarchal in their determination, but no longer as a totally independent unit of production. The social process of production incorporating the immediate labor process of the small peasant enterprise is governed by the aims of 153. Lenin derived the small producer's dependence from the inherently monopsonistic position of merchant capital in conditions of large-scale marketing. Lenin 1956, p. 387. He spoke of a necessary causal connection between small production for the market and the domination of merchant capital. Ibid. p. 389. 154. The now classic examples of this form of enterprise are, the Société Commerciale de l'Ouest Africaine, the Compagnie Française d'Afrique Occidentale, the United Africa Company, the British East Africa Corporation, Raleigh Brothers, the Assam Company, Benny & Co., Busted & Co. 98 * Chapter 2. Capitalist production, namely, by the compulsion to produce surplus value. Within this social process of production dominated by the capitalist enterprise, the economic conceptions of the small households, and their formal possession of a portion of the means of subsistence, enter as regulating elements only as a function of the law of surplus value production. The patriarchal notions of accounting, which dissociate the range of acceptable market prices from the price of production, and the autonomous internally subsidized reproduction of labor power which, from the perspective of the process as a whole, ensures a sale of labor power below its value, enable capital to depress wages in a fashion unequaled elsewhere, as Engels noted. When we regard the simple commodity enterprise articulated to capital, no longer as an independent unit of production imposing its own laws of motion on the process of production, but as a quasi-enterprise with the specific social function of wage labor, in other words, when following Marx's method, we have correctly determined its form, degree some conclusions are immediately evident. In the first place, the price which the producer receives is no longer a pure category of exchange, but a category, that is, a relation, of production, a concealed wage. Behind the superficial surface sale of products, peasants under this form of domination sell their labor power. Secondly, the monopsonistic determination of prices under this system, or the fact that the contracts which fix this price may often also stipulate the volume of output required and its specific quality, are necessary expressions of the capitalist's command over labor power. The more perceptive colonial administrators regarded such contracts as of the same kind as one between a capitalist and a worker. degree. Finally, subsistence production now figures, under this system, as the specific form of reproduction of labor power within a capitalist process of production. It becomes misleading, therefore, to regard it as a specific, separate mode of production in a system of modes of production dominated by capitalism. This was, after all, the illusion which Lenin polemicized against so vigorously in his earlier writings against Narodnism, repeatedly making the point that capitalism always takes the technical process of production as it finds it. Yet this illusion is today widespread in the neopopulist currents of Third World political economy, which paradoxically end up by reconstituting the thesis of dual economy at the very center of their analyses, now in a Marxist terminology and with slight modifications of the original premises. In the colonial period, capitalistically subjugated simple commodity production, or, more precisely, capitalist production which is mediated through an internalised simple commodity producing enterprise, accounted for a major share of colonial output, when the latter did not derive from commodity feudal estates or capitalist slave plantations. The economy of whole sectors of the colonial world, West Africa, Uganda, Mozambique, Bengal, Burma, Cambodia, was dominated by this backward form of capitalist production at its various stages of crystallization. In one of his very last references to colonial questions, Marx wrote that, with their integration into the world economy, the earlier forms of production which had prevailed in India, China, Egypt disintegrated, but that this process of disintegration was not initially apparent. The colonial peasants integrated into commodity production by a process called forced commercialization entered capitalist relations of production behind the backs of their existing forms of production. Here, capitalist production thus retained a surface layer, an appearance of superseded forms of economy. The peasants retained the external attributes of independent producers, and the forms of reproduction of labor power retained the appearance of distinct, even if dependent, forms of production. Thus, late 19th century colonialism acquired a paradoxical character. In the midst of societies of apparently ageless stagnation, those that Marx called peasant nations registered a form of capitalistic production had already begun to establish a fairly deep local penetration. The capitalism that evolved on the foundations of small commodity production differed from the classical or adequate form of capitalist production in several fundamental ways. In the industrial leasing sectors of the world economy, the rule of capital depended crucially on the dispossession of labor from all means of subsistence, or on the constitution of a labor market. Wakefield, conscious of this, would advocate an identical program for the white colonies. Even in the peasant nations such as Egypt or India, there were sections of the bureaucracy that saw the proletarianization of the peasantry as a certain and inevitable fate, as a process that had begun under its own rule and one that would proceed with the force of a natural law. This was one way of imparting a historical function to the famines that began to hit the peasantry more frequently towards the closing decades of that century. But, in these peasant nations, capital followed a less obvious or more deceptive trajectory. As it happens, it was in a note to one of Wakefield's comments on the depressed condition of the Irish peasantry that Marx summed up this fundamental fact. He wrote, "In this case profit is called rent, just as it is called interest when, for example, as in India, the worker works with advances he receives from the capitalist and has to hand over all the surplus produce to the capitalist." By worker Marx meant, of course, the peasant himself, and by capitalist, the moneyed bourgeoisie of money lenders and merchants through whom the small producer was brought into relation with the market. In 1859, Marx already implied that this relation was basically a capitalist one, but then with some uncertainty. Referring to the advance system, he wrote, "In these cases, however, money functions only in the familiar form of means of purchase and therefore requires no new definition." But he added, "Of course, capital too is advanced in the form of money, and it is possible that the money advanced is capital advanced." Registered, it makes a lot of difference which of these conceptions we accept, for, as Marx himself says, the latter does not lie within the scope of simple circulation. That is to say, the advance which a money lender makes to the peasant is an advance of capital in the form of an advance of a certain sum of money or of the material elements of circulating capital, and thus bearing the deceptive or illusory appearance of a pure loan. Within a few years, it was this conception that Marx came around to accepting. Under this system, he wrote later, the producer pays the capitalist his surplus labor in the form of interest, or the capitalist receives his profit in the form of interest, so that we have here the whole of capitalist production without its advantages. That is, the labor process, still being a process specific to the form of small-scale parcellist peasant production, allowed no scope for a production of relative surplus value or for the technical renovations presupposed therein. It follows also that domination by capital in this specific form would force capital outwards in its drive to self-expand, force capital to extend the sphere of its domination to draw into its network an ever-growing mass of peasant households. This would explain why so many of the peasant struggles of this period were directed against the moneyed bourgeoisie and not against the colonial state, in which sections of the peasantry would in fact see a potential benefactor. But, again, because this was likewise a form of capitalist production that depended not on the constitution and automatic functioning of a labor market, but on the coercive subjugation of the small commodity producer, the later historical empiricism of the Marxist tradition would simply isolate and concentrate on these relatively superficial elements of coercion and entirely ignore the inner content of the relationships they sustained. The widespread myth of semi-feudalism is one of the legacies of this illusion. I shall begin with the sort of rural economy presumed by the elder Cato in the early years of the 2nd century BC. His De Agricultura is the earliest agricultural treatise to survive in full and must have circulated widely, even if improving landowners would soon have access to a translated version of the monumental 28 volumes by Mago of Carthage. The permanent labor force of the farm is composed, clearly, of slaves, subject to the authority of an estate manager cum general supervisor called the villicus. But the farm's supply of labor depends crucially on the buying and selling of labor power. This is obvious at the very start because one of the factors which should influence the decision of a prospective buyer is the availability of local labor. It is also evident in another way. For a middle-sized olive plantation, Cato gives us a manning ratio of 13 slaves to every 240 iugera, that is, 1 slave to about 11 acres. In the slave economy of the Caribbean, slave densities were at least 5 times higher, since the standard ratio was 1 slave for every 2 acres. The slaves are an overhead cost. To run the farm profitably thus requires close control over the level and distribution of workloads. To formalise control, Cato recommends an early version of prime cost accounting, a device which he calls ratio operum operarum, that is, a balance sheet concerned specifically with jobs, their requirements of labor, and the amount of work actually accomplished. With slave labor, the essential requirement is continuity. They are like the expensive fixed capital equipment of modern refineries, a form of value which demands continuous operation. The owner runs a commercial enterprise, therefore storage capacity is crucial since prices fluctuate and he must always sell at the best possible price. The hiring of labor proceeds in at least 2 distinct forms: by subcontracting jobs which require large inputs of seasonal labor, so the owner does not deal directly with the workforce, and by hiring laborers on a casual or semi-permanent basis. For the subcontract, Cato even drafts a series of model agreements to give the owner the best possible terms in the bargain. The agreement specifies that the owner reserves the right to supervise the operation, e.g. the harvesting of olives, that no payment will be made unless the employees swear that nothing has been stolen, that ladders must be returned in good condition, that the contractor will furnish the requisite number of gatherers and pickers, for example, 50 active workers, 2/3 of them pickers. One of the most interesting clauses in the draft agreement is the following: no one shall form a combination for the purpose of raising the contract price for harvesting and milling olives, unless he names his associate at the time. Finally, Cato designs a bonus scheme to stimulate work effort. The use of hired labor is a standard presumption in the sort of countryside described by Cato. He has at least 3 terms for casual laborers, 2 of which refer to day laborers, while one refers to a type of wage worker who, in later periods of Italian agrarian history, were usually called compartecipanti or centisti, that is, workers employed for a sequence of operations up to and including threshing and paid on an incentive or share basis. In a somewhat mysterious sentence, Cato seems to imply that landowners should as far as possible retain their casual labor on daily contracts. Since the politer, the worker hired for a succession of operations, is included in the list, the sentence obviously cannot mean that owners should as far as possible avoid hiring the same casual workers for longer than a day registered to conclude. The commercialist estate economy described by Cato is based on what a recent German dissertation calls a flexible combination of different labor systems. Large reserves of free labor were available to employers in the ancient Mediterranean, and there is really no basis for Max Weber's supposition that such labor declined in relative importance. Weber was deeply committed to the view that slave labor was the basis of classical culture and that its decline catastrophically hastened the evolution of a post-classical world. The idea of the predominance of a specific type of labor as the fundamental institution of an entire historical period is, of course, common to him and to Marx. Roman employers were more practical, however, and behaved not as Weberians and Marxists expect them to, but exactly as employers tend to behave, adapting the use of labor to their requirements and to the conditions of the local labor market. I shall characterize this sort of behavior and its historical workings as a logic of deployment, and argue that the description of this logic is more fundamental to a history of agrarian relations than the alleged peculiarities of historical mentalites. A famous passage in Varro is underpinned by a logic of this sort. In the closing years of the Republic, he divided the rural labor force of the Mediterranean into two essential types, slave labor and free labor, and then subdivided free labor into three categories: impoverished family farms, hired workers, and people working under debt contracts. He then suggested, with regard to these in general, this is my opinion, it is more profitable to work on wholesome lands with hired hands than with slaves, and even in wholesome places it is more profitable to carry out the heavier farm operations, such as the vintage or harvest, with hired labor. In other words, in an agriculture characterized by sharp seasonal fluctuations in the demand for labor, it would make no economic sense for employers to maintain large reserves of permanent farm labor, whether slaves or free workers, unless they were not going to find workers at all during the peak seasons. As Peter Brunt says, it would have been wasteful to maintain slaves for industrial or commercial operations that did not provide continuous employment. Now the rationality at work here, one which determined the use of labor on hundreds of individual estates and the structure of the labor force as a whole, is what I have called the logic of deployment. As long as free labor existed, the ways in which landowners organized production were bound to reflect an essential flexibility. Within the limits imposed by the availability of free labor, employers could shift back and forth between different types of deployment. Yet the possibility of such reversible shifts contradicts what one might call the theory of the fixed line of evolution, whose essential idea is the notion that paid labor succeeds the other unpaid forms of labor in a specific sequence arising out of their dissolution. 3.2. Part IL. Flexibility in the use of labor has been repeatedly documented in studies of individual estates. For example, in his work on the estates of Ramsey Abbey, Raftees wrote, "The account rolls reveal that workers were necessary in large numbers on the arable manors of Ramsey." Among medievalists, Poston's work was by far the most compelling contribution to a logic of deployment, drastically undermining the dogmas of evolutionism. His attack on the fixed line of evolution created enough conviction to win over Marxists like Kosminski. Flexibility was conceded in general terms even by the more orthodox students of monoreal organization. For example, Bloch agreed, in principle, a lord had three categories of labor to draw on, and in practice used them all. He might pay laborers to work for him, he might own slaves, and he might exact services from his tenants. Degree Kosminski, of course, was much less hesitant. A whole chapter of studies in the agrarian history of England in the 13th century is devoted to the issue of the supply of labor. It is evident that wage labor played in the 13th century countryside a very important part, far more important than historians have allowed. Generalizing from the use of paid labor on 13th century manors, Kosminski noted that here, in the heart of feudal England, in its most characteristic enterprises, we usually find a combination of several forms of labor, and pointed out that the agricultural treatises of the 13th century noted this coexistence of several systems of labor organization. Now what Poston did was to use the more static picture of the distribution of labor services between estates and parts of the country as a basis for building a more purely historical theory of their actual evolution over time. The chronology of labor services showed why one could no longer accept the usual assumption of the gradual disappearance of labor services under the pressure of an expanding money economy. If services were disappearing with the growth of money economy, how is it that in the more backward parts of the country, farthest from great markets, above all in the northwest, labor services were shed first, while the more progressive southeast retained them longest? Poston then suggested that the crucial variable behind the pattern of distribution was the scale of operations, since this directly influenced the demand for labor. In other words, labor services vary from manor to manor and, the variations reflect the differences in the relative sizes of the domain. He then added, but if this is the true logic of the labor services, it should account not only for differences between them, but also for their evolution. Thus, the form of labor organization was decisively influenced by commercial decisions about the scale on which to operate and the possibility of doing so profitably with one type of labor or another. Behind the apparent determinisms of economic life, the inflexible evolution of whole forms of economy, were countless concrete decisions about the use of labor. The increasing exaction of labor services in the Great Reaction of the 13th century need not, of course, imply that estates were reducing their dependence on paid labor, since the total demand for labor could increase sufficiently to allow for a growing and simultaneous employment of both types of labor. The mechanics of this decision-making process was a subject Poston came back to only after the war, in the famous essay on the famulus, the estate laborer in the 12th and 13th centuries. Disregarding exceptional types of manors where the entire labor force might consist of wage laborers. On most ordinary manors, the two forms of labor were employed simultaneously. On such estates customary services of villeins and the labor of hired men were in a sense alternative, for on most of them the landlords possessed a freedom of choice. The manner in which they in fact exercised this choice, i.e., the proportion in which they chose to employ their villeins and their servants, was bound to differ from estate to estate and from year to year. Yet behind all the local and periodical vagaries of the Lord's choice, it is possible to discern a broad administrative principle. The description which then follows is crucial to a logic of deployment. Poston disaggregates the use of labor by groups of operations and emphasizes the peculiar requirements of each. Seasonal and discontinuous operations with large inputs of labor were sustained through the dues of customary tenants, that is, labor services. Operations which demanded continuous application throughout the season and throughout the working week required permanent functionaries. Collective and seasonal occupations like threshing and winnowing were done by hired laborers working for day wages or on piece rates. Plowing itself was of course a seasonal occupation, but the plowing seasons were fairly long, and work during the seasons had to be as continuous as weather allowed, and, for this, most estates employed a permanent nucleus of ploughmen throughout the year. Poston concluded, taken as a whole, the evidence of records creates a strong impression that the use of hired labor was more general than the superficial reading of surveys might suggest. To summarize, the differentiation of types of labor depended crucially on the requirements and characteristics of the essential operations. If one can generalize this, one might say that in agriculture the use of labor is task-specific, and that substitutions between types of labor depend not only on the level of labor costs but, even more fundamentally, on the task composition of individual crops and on the actual or perceived appropriateness of particular types of labor to particular tasks. For example, a recent study of mechanization in Punjab shows that 88% of the total female labor used in improved variety wheat cultivation is deployed in harvesting, almost none in irrigation, and negligible amounts in sowing and threshing. Moreover, the bulk of these women are casual laborers. On the other hand, only a minority of wheat farms actually made use of women's labor, and the total input of female labor in Punjab wheat cultivation was in fact less than 10%. When we turn to rice, the picture is dramatically different. Between 46% to 50% of the total labor time is due to female casual labor, with the bulk of the labor spread between three groups of operations. The reaction of the estates to the commercial boom of the 13th century underlines the centrality of decisions on employment. Paid and unpaid labor were both complementary and alternative. To describe the option for one or the other as the sign of a more or less feudal mentality badly underestimates the weight of purely economic reasoning in the calculations of the landowners. Let me look very rapidly at Hungary. Hungarian landlords developed their manners in three distinct phases. Phase 1, the latter half of the 15th century, was characterized by the near non-existence of labor services, a limited use of hired labor and the predominance of money rents. In Phase 2, which started c. 1520, landlords were stimulated to expand their demesnes, and Patch tells us that the evolution of the domain system also led to the more or less widespread use of hired labor. Scales of production were being expanded commercially, and the landlord needed paid labor for almost every kind of work. Then, c. 1580 and in the early decades of the 17th century, in a third phase, the various forms of paid labor began to be phased down and the demand for labor met by the increasing exaction of unpaid labor services. So here is a paradigm case of the reversible shift, with forced labor succeeding paid labor in a movement exactly contrary to the one expected. And, of course, the expansion of labor services was rooted in a drive to reduce labor costs, since redeployment converted paid into unpaid labor. In other words, the controlling influence was a purely economic rationality. In reorganizing labor to sustain bulk levels of commercial production, the landlords of Central and Eastern Europe were doing more than simply responding to the commercial incentives of Dutch capitalism. They were in the process of organizing an effective labor system with all the characteristics of a factory. The best social historian of late Prussianism, Hans Rosenberg, described it as a tight, military autocratic, centralist plant where workers were personally ruled by the Gutscheren *. Only very gradually was this patriarchal community of interests dissolved and rationalized through the extension of money wages, the mass employment of seasonal workers, the relocation of resident workforces, and the decline of share payments. These were the great developments which dominated the labor relations of Prussian agriculture in the 19th century and which were so lucidly described by Weber in his brilliant essay on the East Albion rural laborers. Now I would like to suggest that to gain a true perception of the entire range of possibilities confronting agricultural employers, we should extend the logic of deployment to cover all or at least most types of tenancy. We should, as far as possible, re-examine tenancy as an aspect of the deployment of labor. In Egypt in Justinian's time, sharecroppers standardly referred to their share of the crop as the half-share accruing to us for the work we do, that is, they saw the share they were entitled to as a form of wages. The Bengal landlords who responded to the questionnaire circulated by the Flood Commission in the 1930s consistently took the stand that their bargadars were simply wage laborers. In the North Bengal districts where the Adars were quite powerful, there had already been a rapid increase in sharecropping in the early years of this century, coinciding with a movement reported elsewhere in the country, for example in the central districts of Punjab. But the decisive evolution was the catastrophic effects of the depression in the Jute district, with the outright transfer of some 1.6 million acres of cultivated rayati land. In the first phase of the depression, between 1930 and 1934, the annual rate of transfer, in terms of the number of transfers, was over 300,000, in the late 30s over 400,000, in the early 40s 965,000, certainly one of the most colossal movements of land transfer in recent history. By 1939, in eastern and northern Bengal, At least 40% to 45% of the agricultural population worked wholly or partly as sharecroppers. Here are the responses of the various local landholders associations. The bargadar is not a rayyat but a hired laborer, said the Bengal Landholders Association. At first sight it seems that bargadars should have the occupancy right as they actually cultivate the lands, but they are really glorified hired laborers and it is not advisable to extend the right to that class. They are hired laborers and should be treated as such. The only protection he needs is that he should get the stipulated share of wages. From Burdwan, the bargadars are practically agricultural laborers and are paid in kind by a share of the produce. From Jessore, it is highly unreasonable and unwise to give the bargadars, who are nothing but laborers paid in kind, any statutory right. From Malda, they are merely laborers and they are amply remunerated. From Mymensing, the Amending Act of 1929 has not given the bargadars any statutory right, because the bargadars are not tenants but only hired laborers, who get generally a half of the produce of the land in lieu of labor. The landholders also made it quite plain what would happen if occupancy rights were extended to the sharecroppers. The Khulna landlords were most explicit: if protection be given to bargadars by legislation, landlords and other people holding cause lands will certainly cultivate their lands by servants and a large number of bargadars will be thrown out of employment. And this of course is precisely what did happen. In a recent work, Rudra and Bardhan reported, our own surveys have yielded unquestionable evidence that tenancy is on the decline almost everywhere in the state. The decline of tenancy is being caused by large-scale eviction of tenants. In about 80% of the villages, tenant cultivation is being transformed into self-cultivation with the help of hired laborers through forceful eviction of tenants. Registered. So the Yatdars certainly did enforce their threats in the middle and late 70s when this survey was conducted. To contrapose a landlord-slash-tenant relationship to an employer-slash-labor relationship, as one writer has done in noting the progressive abandonment of sharecropping in West Bengal*, is certainly misleading. It underestimates the economic rationality of the Yatdars, whose reasons for using Yatdars and other sorts of sharecroppers were of course linked to rational considerations of profitability. As the Bakarganj landholders told the commission, day laborers will not cultivate the land with that amount of interest and diligence with which a bargadar cultivates, and the result will be a reduction in the outturn of crops. Landlords agreed that it was more profitable to employ sharecroppers. Cultivation by paid servants is scarcely profitable nowadays. In short, while landowners might abandon sharecropping for political reasons, the decision to retain or extend it was primarily economic. Let me turn to another sort of labor contract. Describing conditions in Birbhum district c.1910, O'Malley wrote, there is a large class of field laborers who are permanent servants of the cultivators, being employed by the year to cultivate the fields and receiving in return 1/3 of the produce. During the year before the crop ripens, these laborers live on advances of grain given by the cultivator, which are deducted with 25% or interest from their share of the crop at harvest time. In the village of Sunar in Ferozepur district in the 1930s, the Siri is engaged by the landowner for the year and is given his daily food at the landowner's home and a share of the total grain produced. To induce a man to become a Siri, he is given an advance by his employer which is made generally without interest. Finally, take an extract from one of the numerous settlement reports of the late 19th century from Fletcher, a revenue official employed in the Candish Collectorate in the 1880s. It is a very common practice among the larger landholders to hire their farm laborers by the year, and from 50 to 55 rupees is the usual sum paid, not unusually in advance. No clothes or food are provided in the agreement, but it is common for the employer to advance grain up to the amount of one big map during the year, to be paid for, without interest, out of the next year's wages*. I have chosen to juxtapose these passages, deliberately, because the juxtaposition shows that indebtedness was an inessential feature of the relationship described. By this I do not mean that laborers were not often or even generally forced into debt, but that these were forms of wage labor in which labor was recruited through an advance of wages, and it was purely incidental whether the employer chose to confer on these advances the fictitious appearance of a loan, since, strictly speaking, no loan was involved here. Treating wage advances as consumption loans was simply a way of manipulating effort standards. Thus bondage and wage labor are not contrasting systems, but one simply the most reified form of the other. In bonded labor, not only are wages conceived as loans, but these so-called loans are advanced on the security of the worker's labor capacity, so a double mystification is involved. Labor mortgaging was widespread in 19th century India. The Thana District Gazette refers to contracts ranging from 5 to 12 or even 15 years. The Nasik District Gazette tells us that suits are occasionally brought to enforce the terms of the contract, but the courts refuse to take cognizance of such agreements. Permanent farm labor has been in decline for over a century now. To conclude, overall shifts in the composition of the labor force are best regarded as reflecting changes in hiring practices. But these ground-level shifts in the deployment of agricultural labor have less to do with the alleged pre-capitalist inefficiencies of feudal or semi-feudal employers than with the general state of the labor market and, of course, the rationality peculiar to agricultural employers as such. That employers felt compelled to secure control over labor by using cash advances and permanent farm contracts reflects the historical conditions of the labor market in the 18th and 19th centuries. Today, the Indian agricultural labor market is massively dominated by casual workers. The decision of the Madras Presidency Mirisidars to cut back drastically on their employment of permanent farm servants, the so-called panayals, and reorganize production on the strength of casual labor was caused by the extraordinary glut of labor from the Depression years onwards. As Baker explains, it became ever easier to rely on the supply of casual labor to cover the workload during the peaks of the cultivation system, and this made it possible to dispense with a large number of panayals who were maintained underemployed for most of the year simply in order to ensure a labor supply at the critical times. By the mid-1930s there were well-organized gangs of casual labor who moved up to 100 miles between different tracks in order to find work. But there was no abstract inevitability about employers' responses, for, in Bengal, the same conditions and the same period produced a phenomenal rise in the employment of sharecroppers, and the transition to casual labor occurred only much later, and under the pressure of a political threat. More recently, in Gujarat, the shift to labor gangs has resulted from the spread of irrigated crops and the need felt by the patidars to enforce high standards of work intensity in particular jobs. So we turn full circle, having started with Cato's enthusiastic espousal of subcontracting and his model agreements for employers using contract labor. 4. Brahmins Gujarat patidars deal with labor gangs through the mediation of a contractor, since the strains of personal supervision are too much for them. Brahmin points out that farmers prefer to use udhad when a great deal of work must be accomplished within a short time, i.e. when the tempo is faster than that paid for by a daily wage. The implication of this is that agriculture, like industry, is underpinned by a process of effort bargaining, and that workers will do only as much as they feel they are reasonably compensated for. Finally, against the classical vision of agriculture fluctuating violently between modes of production, I have repeatedly assumed that the evolution of the categories of labor reflects decisions on employment, and that these decisions express a rationality which is common to different historical periods. What we desperately need is a more complex model of the use of labor in agriculture which can both clarify this decision-making process and explain the considerable observed variety in the terms and conditions of labor contracts in agricultural work. Chapter 4. Workers before capitalism. There is a fascinating passage in Dio of Prusa's Discourses on Slavery and Freedom where he says, literally thousands of freeborn persons sell themselves to work like slaves by contract, sometimes on the worst possible terms. Dio wrote these discourses during his period of exile under the Emperor Domitian, towards the end of the 1st century. Now, it might seem natural to construe this passage as a reference to a special form of contract such as indentured labor, but I think this would be a wrong interpretation. Dio, who was strongly influenced by Stoic ideas, was making a different and more basic point, or rather 2 points. First, that wage labor was widespread in the Roman economy, and second, that wage contracts entailed a form of servitude, that wage labor was a kind of slavery, undermining the distinction between slaves and free persons, which is in fact the central theme of these discourses. In fact, this idea seems almost to have been commonplace in the second sophistic, that is, the great renaissance of Greek intellectual culture that flourished in the 2nd century. In a tract called On Salaried Posts in Great Houses, which he was later forced to retract, the satirist Lucian, whose life straddles the main part of the 2nd century, even coined a term for it, ethelidalia or voluntary slavery. Point 2. The Roman upper classes looked down on wage laborers precisely for this reason. A famous passage in Cicero's De Officiis says, again, all those workers who are paid for their labor and not for their skill have servile and demeaning employment, for in their case the very wage is a contract to servitude. In other words, subordination was the essence of wage labor. Later in the same work, of the various possible reasons why people might submit themselves to the command and power of another, Cicero mentions employment for wages, adding, as we often see in this republic of ours, this is the first sense in which the ancients perceived the nature of wage labor in a relatively straightforward or unmystified form. Secondly, Roman law and society worked with their own conceptual equivalent of abstract labor, expressed by the term opera, pl operi. The contract of employment was construed in Roman law as a locatio operarum, that is, a hiring of units of labor designated by the term operi, for which it is impossible to find a satisfying translation. Although operi could just mean workers, as in the description of the Emperor Vespasian's grandfather as manceps operarum, a labor contractor, referring in this case to seasonal workers who moved from Umbria to the Sabina country on a regular basis. Locatio operarum was not a hiring of workers but of labor power, hence services is about the best translation in English, labor in some quantifiable sense. Waged mine work. ERS signed contracts with the formula dixit se locus et locavit opera suas registered. It is a remarkable fact that the surviving sources, both textual and documentary, make repeated reference to occupational designations, and workers often refer to themselves, in contracts for example, by their occupation. Even less skilled laborers would do this. For example, P.Oxy. 3933 is a late 6th century contract with someone who calls himself a goldsmith's helper. The general implication is that, for large numbers of people, the work they did was part of their identity, or at least of the way they identified themselves to others. Even contract workers retain specific occupational identities. In his manual on farm management, Cato advises landowners to gather the olives as soon as possible once they are ripe and not leave them on the ground for long, adding, the gatherers want to have as many windfalls as possible that there may be more of them to gather, and the pressers want them to lie on the floor a long time, so that they will soften and be easier to mill. But these workers, gatherers, and pressers, were supplied to farm owners by contractors, following agreements that ideally specified the numbers actually required. They were contract labor. Moreover, entire towns might come to be known for the occupational communities that resided in them. Strabo describes Panopolis in Middle Egypt as an old settlement of linen workers and stone workers, and in one inscription a worker describes himself as a stone cutter, one of those from Cyane, implying that the best ones came from there. Paid labor was widespread in construction, mining, agriculture, and domestic service, and presumably also in the numerous industrial workshops that manufactured a very wide range of goods for consumption. In a famous paper, Peter Brunt showed that free labor was extensively employed in public works at Rome. The baths of Caracalla, built between 212 and 216, consumed roughly 2.38 million mandates of skilled labor and a further 2.06 million mandates of unskilled labor, according to the painstaking calculations of one scholar. **. The striking fact here is the predominance of skilled workers. The fact that skilled workers outnumbered the unskilled was entirely due to the quality of Roman public architecture. In periods of strong demand for construction labor, the masons and other skilled workers were in a strong bargaining position and often tempted to abandon jobs halfway. This prompted repeated imperial intervention to regulate a code of discipline for the industry. For example, in April 459, the building workers of Sardis were forced to take an oath agreeing that employers would be indemnified against any willful obstruction of work. Another industrial sector that worked under similar tensions was the mint. On Aurelian's accession to power in 271, there was a massive rebellion of the workers of the mint of Rome. Aurelian is said to have suppressed this with the utmost ferocity, bringing the army in. One source puts the number of dead at 7,000. Although there are conflicting accounts in the sources, they concur in the view that the quality of the coinage was the heart of the issue between the mint employees and the authorities. These tensions survived into the late Empire. In 363, during the fierce religious conflicts that erupted in Alexandria, the manager of the mint was lynched by a mob, together with the hated Arian Bishop George. In one anonymous tract of the mid-4th century, written to suggest ways of effecting efficiencies in administration, the author wrote, "The workers of the mint must be assembled from every quarter and concentrated in a single island so as to improve the utility of the coinage and the circulation of the solidi. Let them, in fact, be cut off for all time from association with the neighboring land, so that freedom of intercourse may not mar the integrity of a public service." It is doubtful if any emperor would ever have taken this kind of prescription seriously. At any rate, the production of the gold coinage was always highly centralized, and one imagines the leading mints as workplaces that concentrated substantial numbers of workers in a shop floor regime that turned out millions of solidi each year. The remarkably high quality of late Roman gold shows how tightly controlled all of this labor in fact was. At the other end of the spectrum from these large imperial projects and government enterprises were the thousands of smaller private enterprises, workshops, farms, and estates where workers had much less leeway in terms of sheer size or physical concentration and had to rely mainly on their individual skills. But, here, we are fortunate in having substantial documentation in terms of the thousands of papyri that survive mainly from Middle Egypt, the districts south of the Delta. Most published papyri are in Greek and, to a lesser extent, Coptic, but Vienna contains a substantial holding of Arabic papyri, from the early Islamic period, which are largely unpublished. It is the papyrological evidence that shows how extensively free labor was used in areas of the Mediterranean such as Egypt, how widespread wage labor was, and certainly became by late antiquity, and the very diverse forms in which workers were recruited, paid, and controlled. In the surviving wage agreements or Arbeitsvertrag, cash wages are common, and since most of these agreements are from the later period, mainly the 6th and 7th centuries, a period of exceptional prosperity for the Eastern Empire, this means wages in gold coin. But wage formulae varied according to the type of employment, and so, of course, did the amount of the wage. In one 2nd century agricultural account, the wage differential between masons and their helpers is 7:4, that is, unskilled wages are a little over 50% of skilled wages. The skill differential appears to have been remarkably stable. Diocletian's Prices Edict from over a century later shows an almost identical ratio, 2:1, for a wide range of occupations, with the agricultural workers at the bottom of the scale and skilled or highly skilled occupations receiving twice as much or more. The ceiling prescribed for rural laborers in the Prices Edict was a cash wage of 25 denarii, equivalent to just over 1% kg of wheat a day. In 6th and 7th century contracts, the less skilled groups receive 2 to 3 solidi a year. Converting these figures to wheat equivalents yields a roughly similar amount, less if the wage was 2 solidi, more if it was 3. In fact, John Chrysostom tells us that self-employed artisans were better fed than wage laborers, because, as he says, employers tended to cut a substantial part of the wages of the workers they employed. John lived and preached in Antioch, where there was a substantial middle class by the later 4th century, and it is possible that many employers were drawn from this class. On the other hand, skilled workers had more control over the terms of their agreements, and, it seems, a strong preference for piece rates. In a 2nd century contract, 2 stonecutters list a schedule of rates according to the size and type of stone to be cut and then state, all the aforesaid stone we will cut, but no ornamentation shall be required of us*. In harvest contracts from the same period, workers reserve the right to inspect the area assigned to them, since their wages were calculated on a per hectare basis. The Sardis building workers I mentioned earlier were able to get the authorities to agree that, if a craftsman was forced to abandon work due to sickness, the employer would be required to wait 3 weeks before seeking a replacement. Perhaps the most striking fact about late antique wage agreements is that employees were actually able to introduce a reciprocal penalty clause in the event that either side terminated the agreement for no good reason. In P.Oxy. 3641, a contract between a large estate and a millstone cutter who was being given his job for life, the clause reads, "If your excellency, through your administrators, ejects me without reproach or inefficiency or any cause whatsoever, you too shall be subject to the same penalty." But, even more remarkably, the reciprocal penalty found its way into less skilled contracts. The goldsmith's helper could get his employers to agree that if you eject me without any cause, you are to suffer the loss of my whole wage. Even sharecroppers could get landowners to agree to such a clause. In SB 12-11240, which is called a misthetic homologia, that is, a wage agreement, the sharecropper agrees he will pay a fine of 12 solidi if he decides to quit prematurely, but conversely, if you decide to evict me from the job before the expiry of the contract, you will pay me the same amount as a fine. The expansion of wage employment in the late antique period led to a new kind of confidence among workers. Some, indeed many, professional groups like reapers, stonecutters, canal workers, masons, and shipwrights formed mobile self-regulating groups whose conditions of work and life were the antithesis of the isolated domestic servants recruited on general service contracts, who were called paramonarioi. These workers worked in teams and moved around between construction sites, farms, estates, quarries, and so on. Others were part of a wider urban community, hence stable, with sometimes a strong attachment to their local bishop. In his funeral oration for Basil, Bishop of Caesarea, Gregory of Nazianzus recounts how, on one occasion, when the highest official of the eastern prefecture, a man called Domitius Modestus, was rumored to have summoned Basil and was threatening him, a huge crowd gathered armed with anything they could find. Gregory says that the nucleus of this fused group was formed by workers in the government-owned arms factories and textile mills or workshops. About them he says, in situations like this it is they who are especially hot-headed and daring in their outspokenness, an interesting glimpse into the psychology of the more organized groups of workers. We know little about the internal organization of workers, but it is possible that the coniurationes clericorum or unions of priests of the Merovingian period which the church hierarchy sought to suppress had their roots in a more widespread tradition of voluntary associations among artisans and workers in the 4th to 6th centuries. The dockhands of Porcius formed a cartel or closed shop in the mid-4th century to which government extended public recognition. The craftsmen in the building industry also had associations of their own, and Sozomen reports that the public sector employees of Cyzicus were organized into 2 large guilds. This raises a final issue of whether one can discern the elements of a culture of radicalism among workers. I would like to suggest that the answer, tentatively, is yes, and to cite 2 rather different examples of this. The first concerns harvest gangs in North Africa in the 4th century. They are only known to us through sources that were unrelentingly hostile to them, since they became involved in the religious conflicts of the 4th century. The Catholic sources and at least one imperial constitution refer to them as circumcellions, a name, it seems, that they rejected, preferring to be called agonistici, that is, those who struggle, militants. The Circumcellions were strongest in Numidia, where the wheat and olive harvests generated a huge demand for seasonal labor, particularly in the 4th century when Africa dominated Mediterranean markets. Augustine, who was very hostile to them, as he was to the Donatists generally, accused them of spreading terror in the countryside. Their gangs certainly included women, since Augustine tells us so repeatedly, because he found it scandalous. What makes the Circumcellions so fascinating is the repeated reference to their radicalism in writers who were appalled by it. Optatus tells us that when the movement first emerged in the 330s, loan agreements became null and void, no moneylender had the freedom to recover his capital, and, when they were traveling, employers were forced out of their vehicles and forced to run like slaves behind their own employees. In short, under their domination and thanks to the ideas they held, the condition of master and slave was reversed. The Circumcellions formed the radical wing of the Donatist Church and must have drawn much of their inspiration from the way this church projected itself. The constant reference to their leaders should be explained by the internal organization of the harvest in North Africa. According to Margais, the Maghreb reapers divide the field into sections line by line, and place the most skilled worker on the right. He is the one who starts and directs the work. The reference to this worker as Sultan recalls the description of the Circumcellion gang leaders as principes. A different kind of radicalism is embodied in my second example, which is from Egypt. In the Fayyum, in the late 4th century, a whole network of monasteries sent their monks out into part-time wage labor, again mostly the harvest, and these monks/part-time workers then pooled their wages into a fund that was used to feed the poorest families in the district or dispatched to Alexandria, in the form of food and clothing, for people in the jails there as well as migrants and persons in need. To assess this example properly, we should recall that monasticism began among ordinary people as one response to the huge restructuring of state and economy that occurred in the early decades of the 4th century. Pachomius founded the first Cenobitic monastery on the site of a deserted village in Egypt. And, as with the Circumcellions, whose leadership was drawn from the Donatist clergy, if Augustine is to be believed, this remarkable enterprise in the Fayyum was led by a priest called Serapion. The main conclusion to emerge from all this is that the working class is not a product of capitalism specifically, unless there is a sense in which class itself is peculiar to capitalism, so that workers before capitalism fail to constitute a class in the same sense as workers under capitalism. Marxists have radically underestimated the extent of wage labor in so-called pre-capitalist societies, for reasons I shall come to in a moment. Some of the evidence cited here was available to Marx, if he had had the time and inclination to look for it, but most of it was unavailable. Papyri, for example, only began to be discovered in substantial numbers in the 1880s, and it was not till 1950 that anyone put together a published collection of wage contracts from the papyrological material **. However, attention to historical detail is only part of the story. The more fundamental reason for simply ignoring the existence of workers before capitalism is the strength of primitivism in the Marxist tradition. Wage labor strikes us as a peculiarly modern institution, because the ancient world, indeed all periods of history before capitalism, are seen as intrinsically impervious to any of the institutions that characterize capitalism. Not all socialists subscribe to this view. Whether, like Otto Riddle, they were willing to believe that under the dominion of the Roman Empire the economy had developed in Italy almost to the threshold of capitalism, or, like Arthur Rosenberg, one spoke of capitalists and proletarians in the Greek and Roman worlds, or, like Feliciano Serio today, one speaks of a form of capitalism compatible with the historical conditions of antiquity. There has always been a modernist strand in left-wing thinking which we desperately need to salvage. Marx's savage footnote on Mommsen in Chapter 6 of Volume 1 is deeply polemical. He attacked Mommsen for positing the development of capital in a world that made widespread use of slavery. **In Römische Mommsen characterized the late republic as a regime of aristocrats and bankers, and the republican economy as an agrarian mercantile economy based on masses of capital and on speculation. These views were strongly influenced by his perception of American capitalism in the 1850s, which he described as a government of capitalists in a country based on slavery. True, Mommsen was not Marx and may not have had even a rudimentary grasp of what Marx called the modern meaning of capital, the sort of capitalism that Marx took as the object of his investigation. But Marx himself was willing to describe the American slaveholders as capitalists. In Volume 3, there is a passing reference to the elder Cato as both landowner and capitalist, and he and Engels refer in the German ideology to the vineyards and villas of Roman capitalists in the age of Augustus. None of this seems particularly exceptionable today. In any case, the text which generated the footnote in Marx is one of the least well constructed in Capital. After saying, and this assumption, labor power can appear on the market as a commodity only if, and insofar as, its possessor, the individual whose labor power it is, offers it for sale or sells it as a commodity. In order that its possessor may sell it as a commodity, he must be the free proprietor of his own labor capacity, hence of his person. For Marx 1976, p. 271. Mommsen 1866, pages 488, 504. 47 Mommsen 1866, p. 516. 48 See the references in Banaji 2003, p. 81. Marx 1981, p. 923, and 42a. 50 Marx and Engels 1965, p. 58, in the Campagna of Rome he finds only pasture lands and swamps, where in the time of Augustus he would have found nothing but the vineyards and villas of Roman capitalists, cf. Roman capitalists, proconsuls, etc. at p. 151. 128 Chapter 4. This is followed by the footnote on Mommsen. But, if the predominance of free labor is merely an assumption, what sense does it make to drag history into the picture and contest a historical depiction of reality? Moreover, even the statement on this assumption, labor power can appear on the market as a commodity only if, and insofar as, its possessor, the individual whose labor power it is, offers it for sale or sells it as a commodity fails to be a valid deduction because it ignores slavery. Labor power can appear on the market as a commodity, indeed did, even when free laborers are scarce or non-existent. Appian tells us that a major reason why the rich who had monopolized the public land and carved huge estates out of it preferred the employment of slaves was that the peasantry was subject to conscription and the supply of labor unstable. The point of these remarks is not to deny the centrality of free labor to the accumulation of capital in the modern economy but to undermine the particular way Marx attempts to construe the link between wage labor and capital. In Chapter 6, Marx tends to argue as if the use of free labor is a logical presupposition of capital, when it is clear that individual capitalists exploit labor in a multiplicity of forms, and this not just when capital exists as manufacture and domestic industry. Marx was aware of this, because he wrote, "Machinery also revolutionizes the contract between the worker and the capitalist. Taking the exchange of commodities as our basis, our first assumption was that the capitalist and the worker confronted each other as free persons, as independent owners of commodities. But now the capitalist buys children and young persons, sells wife and child. He has become a slave dealer*. It is fascinating to see Marx referring back to Chapter 6 here, over 200 pages later, and re-emphasizing the hypothetical nature of the assumption about the free worker. But it was that assumption that prompted his attack on Mommsen. More fundamentally, Mommsen can be defended in terms of his characterization of the economy of the Roman Republic as based on masses of capital and on speculation*. That Marx was the first to expound the nature of capital in a scientific way does not mean that capital in general was a complete mystery to all earlier generations. The idea that a sum of value ceases to be capital unless it is constantly active and self-generating is found in both Basil and Gregory of Nyssa*. Ambrose, a member of the late Roman aristocracy, has a vivid passage on the restless nature of capital, and tells us that the capitalist has no interest in holding back his money but only in deploying it actively. This is not the place to explore the background to these ideas. Chapter 5. The fictions of free labor, contract, coercion, and so-called unfree labor. For Jan Brahman. 5.1. Premises, the elusive reality of consent ***. When is a contract voluntary? The answer is, probably never. The underlying assumption in the claim that some or most contracts are voluntary is that we can descriptively identify domains of freedom and distinguish them from domains of choicelessness. The conception of contracts as the outcome of a free choice generalizes to all sorts of contracts, including contracts of employment. Through contract, the 19th century sanitized wage labor in the sanguine images of individual autonomy, private volition, free will, and free agency. There was, of course, a long pre-19th century tradition, going back to antiquity, that had seen wage labor in terms of the subordination of the employee to the employer. In one formulation of this, what the worker sells is the right to control his labor power. Since labor power is never disembodied, what employers buy when they buy labor power is command over the use of workers' bodies and their persons. In other words, the worker and his labor, not his labor power, are the subject of contract. Liberal legalism, or the pure or general theory of contract that developed in the 19th century, grounded the almost limitless subordination of the wage laborer in the anodyne fictions of consent. For example, it was possible and consistent for the U.S. courts to maintain that a servitude which was knowingly and willingly entered into could not be termed involuntary. Here, willingly meant no more than that no person is required to enter into such a contract unless he chooses to do so. The voluntary sale of labor power was not the antithesis of servitude but its precondition. Contracts were made to be enforced, and it was convenient to assume that enforcement of contracts was all about implementing the free wills of the parties. Point 2. Marx had no quarrel with this, describing the contract of employment or voluntary sale of labor power as a formality, while undermining the underlying sense that it had anything to do with the ultimate development of human freedom or with the kinds of transactions equally placed capitalists struck between themselves. The will theory of contract was a construct of the legal formalism of the 19th century and was accepted for precisely what it was, hence the perfectly non-ironic assertion in Volume I of Capital that the wage laborer is compelled to sell himself of his own free will. At another level, however, it is possible to argue that no contract is free because economic coercion is pervasive under capitalism. This is certainly what Marx had in mind in characterizing wage labor as voluntary in appearance, and, presumably, also the sense of Sartre's characterization of the contract of employment as a pseudo-contract. However, this sense of constraint as the diffused violence of the practico-inert or the dull compulsion of economic relations is signaled in Marx less by any obvious desire to contest the language of voluntarism than by repeated references to the free worker as a free worker. Whatever the common law doctrine of Jairus, Marx and Engels clearly did not see the isolated wage earner as a free agent or the wage contract as a free contract. Registered, the issue here is not that of the plasticity of legal reasoning, of where one draws the line between free and unfree labor, but of the incoherence of the concept of free labor under capitalism. Coercion is everywhere, because the outcomes are heavily conditioned by the legal order in effect at any given moment. The line between freedom and coercion is impossible to draw, either as a matter of logic or as a matter of policy. Indeed, in every contract, it is an open question both whether the more informed party ought to have shared more of his information with his trading partner and whether the contract would have been made had each party had other physically imaginable though socially unavailable options available to him. 5.2. A Marxism of liberal mystifications. In a monograph published in the late 1970s, a young economist Sudipto Mundal made the interesting move of describing the evolution of bondage in Palamo, a district of South Bihar in India, as an instance of what Marx called the formal subsumption of labor into capital. Mundell argued that the bonded labor system was a product of capital's penetration into agriculture and was evolved by landowners in response to a massive exodus of labor, in a bid to hold wages down. Over a decade passed without any substantial theoretical discussion of these issues, till V.K. Ramachandran published Wage Labor and Unfreedom in Agriculture in 1990. Ramachandran displayed considerable condescension towards Mundell. To view the most backward forms of bonded labor as capitalist exploitation was only possible by means of something of a definitional trick. Bonded labor cannot be part of capitalism, it was alleged, because workers' choice is central to the nature of capitalist exploitation. Surprisingly, Ramachandran's own position has received scarcely any critical comment. In retrospect, it seems that if there was any juggling with definitions, it was his own curious assertion on the very first page of his book that whereas hired labor was compatible with unfreedom, wage labor was not. The distinction stated there is obviously arbitrary. For most of us, hired labor and wage labor are interchangeable terms, and there is certainly no lexicon of social science vocabulary that assigns these particular distinctions to them. What Ramachandran was obviously keen to do was preserve a model of wage labor that would make the institution unintelligible outside its conventional description in the language of voluntarism. That this language came to us suffused with the premises and dichotomies of classical individualism suffused, in other words, with ideology in the strongest sense was, ostensibly, beyond Ramachandran's interest in the issue. Since I would define ideology as a system of beliefs/representations that naturally social relations, the unreflexive stance vis-a-vis the individualist construction of wage labor as free labor seemed to do little to confront the illusion of naturalness wrapped up with this notion. Accepting the individualist construction of wage labor as a free bargain, Ramachandran then faced the problem of the value to assign to this freedom. Thus, wage labor and unfreedom characterizes the freedom of the free worker both as formal and as positive. Not much is said about either of these notions or the contradiction implicit in using both characterizations. Free wage labor is often referred to as free wage labor, implying adherence to the first description. But Ramachandran also speaks of the basic self-dignity and freedom from servitude that the freedom to choose employers implies. At any rate, one interesting consequence of this line of reasoning is that bondage precludes capitalism, since capitalism is based on wage labor and wage labor excludes bondage. For Ramachandran, the polarity is one between wage labor and unfreedom, because wage labor is, by definition, free, and free is construed here as substantially the opposite of unfree. Tom Brass replaces this with the general polarity between free and unfree labor because, unlike Ramachandran, he seems to be unsure whether wage laborers can be unfree. There is only one passage in his book where he uses the expression unfree wage labor, yen against many more where wage labor is routinely described as free wage labor and numerous others where he speaks of unfree labor tout court. Indeed, the index towards a comparative political economy of unfree labor contains no item for wage labor. Measured against the reams of confident polemic on the issues of free and unfree labor, the least this suggests is a lack of clarity about where wage labor itself fits into a conceptual schema built around the mesmerizing contrast between free and unfree labor. Brass constructs a rigorously Manichaean universe where workers are either free or unfree, and the scholars who write about them either realize that or function as apologists of bonded labor. He argues that debt-bound labor is unfree, that employers use debt and bondage to decommodify labor, and, finally, that this tendency increases as individual employers restructure the composition of the workforce to stave off growing class consciousness. Brass has a peculiar notion of proletarianization. He defines it not in terms of the dispossession of labor but, evidently, as the formation of an organized working class. This enables him to speak of the factors which impede the formation of organized groups of workers as deproletarianization. Bonded laborers may or may not be wage laborers, but they are not a proletariat. Agrarian capitalists use bondage to deprive workers of an incipient proletarian subjectivity. The upshot of their stark dualities is that Brass and Ramachandran both subscribe to a liberal individualist notion of wage labor as essentially free labor, labor based on the consent of the individual worker and the free bargain that embodies that consent. This is in sharp contrast to Marx, whose references to free labor have a profoundly delegitimating intent. There are two aspects to Marx's handling of free labor. In Marx, free labor is both defined historically and contested ideologically. These are different levels of abstraction, and, while both are significant, my interest in this paper is in the second. I want to argue that his contestation of free labor makes Marx the first significant thinker to have adumbrated the critique of contract which emerged in the critical legal traditions of the 20th century, starting with the legal realists. To abstract the references to free labor from the framework of this critique is to run the risk of imparting a naturalness to the notion of freedom which it does not possess. Not only did it take the modern world a long time to define a model of employment based on contract, but when such a model did emerge, finally, in the 19th century, wage labor was shrouded in a legal mysticism that remains with us to this day. The famous passage in Capital, Volume I, which describes the sphere of circulation as a very Eden of the innate rights of man, is a succinct and sardonic statement of the 19th century liberal individualist ideology of contract. Freedom, equality, and property are symbolic of the abstractions of classical individualism, while the references to natural rights, free will, and Bentham resonate with ideological imagery. The implication is that freedom is understood strictly in terms of the ideology of contract and the abstractions of individualism. Later, in Volume I, Marx characterizes the employment contract as a legal fiction which, with the mobility of labor, sustains the appearance of independence. Later still, the free contract between capitalist and worker is described as an illusion. The perspective framing these sorties against individualism is the conception of the individual worker from the standpoint of capital as such, that is, of the total social capital. Thus, in reality, the worker belongs to capital before he has sold himself to the capitalist. His economic bondage is at once mediated through, and concealed by, the periodic renewal of the act by which he sells himself, his change of masters, and the oscillations in the market price of his labor. Again, the individual worker's enslavement to capital is only concealed by the variety of individual capitalists to whom sells. Finally, the relation of exchange between capitalist and worker becomes a mere semblance belonging only to the process of circulation. It becomes a mere form, which is alien to the content of the transaction itself, and merely mystifies it. All of this is summed up in a fascinating passage of the famous appendix where free contract is described as a formality, though one essential to capitalism, one of the essential mediating forms of capitalist relations of production, which is nonetheless a mystification of the essential nature of wage labor, an illusion or deceptive appearance. Degree. In other words, the essential nature of wage labor cannot lie in any of the ideological representations which legitimate the oppression of workers. To counterpose free labor to unfree labor the way Brass does is to ignore contract law's role in making actual domination appear free, natural, and rational. As Feynman and Gable argue, the rise of capitalism generated a dramatic and dislocating social upheaval. How could people have been persuaded or forced to accept? Degree. Marx 1976a, pages 723-4. Marx 1976a, pages 763-4. Marx 1976a, pages 729-30. Marx 1976a, pages 1063-4. It follows that two widely held views are in error. There are firstly those who consider that wage labor, the sale of labor to the capitalist, and hence the wage form, is something only superficially characteristic of capitalist production. It is, however, one of the essential mediating forms of capitalist relations of production, and one constantly reproduced by those relations themselves. Secondly, there are those who regard this superficial relation, this essential formality, this deceptive appearance of capitalist relations as its true essence. They therefore imagine that they can give a true account of those relations by classifying both workers and capitalists as commodity owners. They thereby gloss over the essential nature of the relationship, extinguishing its differentia specifica. Mensch 1981, p. 767, reviewing Attia 1979. 35. The Fictions of Free Labor 139. Such massive disruptions in their lives. One vehicle of persuasion was the law of contracts, which generated a new ideological imagery that sought to give legitimacy to the new order. Contract law was one of many such forms of imagery in law, politics, religion, and other representations of social experience that concealed and denied the oppressive and alienating aspects of the new social and economic relations. Contract law denied the nature of the system by creating an imagery that made the oppression and alienation appear to be the consequences of what the people themselves desired. Marx's conception of the wage contract can thus be summed up in the words used by Friedrich Kessler to describe standardist contracts or contracts of adhesion in modern capitalism. The worker's contractual intention is but a subjection more or less voluntary to terms dictated by the stronger party. That is, nothing in the nature of free labor prevented employers from imposing the harshest possible terms on their employees, including restrictions on their mobility. If this seems paradoxical, that is only so because contract entails the general irony of coercion imposed in the name of freedom. Freedom of contract enables capitalists to legislate by contract, and to legislate in a substantially authoritarian manner without using the appearance of authoritarian forms. Brass construes unfree labor in terms of mechanisms of control which tie labor down. The key mechanism is debt. The explanation lacks nuance, and attachment, debt, and bondage become interchangeable expressions of an undifferentiated coercion equals unfreedom. Marx himself defined free labor primarily in terms of the dispossession of labor, and then, of course, its ability to make valid contracts. Since subordination is the essence of wage labor, it would have made no sense to allow the control of labor, in the labor process and/or the employment relation, to cancel freedom all the way through. Discussing the feudal remnant in the governance of American labor in the late 38 Gable and Feynman 1998, p. 501. Degree Kessler 1943, pp. 632. 40 Mensch 1981, p. 767. Kessler 1943, p. 644. This looks like a caricature but cf. Brass 1996, p. 237. I tend to use all these four concepts interchangeably. 140 Chapter 5. 19th century, the remarkable fact that the law of master and servant was at the foundation of capitalist development and industrialism, Karen Oren writes. Hateover the public rights and private aspirations of the worker, he or she was in reality a free person against everyone except his or her employer. That does not mean there were no rights the servant could assert against the master, but they were severely restricted by the processes and content of the law, and by the practicalities that stemmed from the master's own absolute right to terminate the employment at any time. In the majority of instances discussed by Brass, contract is always the background against which coercion operates. But this is contract imbued with a profound sense of inequality, the hierarchy of master and servant, a medieval remnant, even if the relations of production are certainly capitalist. To repeat, in both Brass and Ramachandran, the critique of unfree labor is secured at a price, namely, endorsing the liberal mystification of a free bargain, against Marx's conception of the labour market as an instrument of coercion and the realist undermining of the premises of liberal legalism. On the other hand, their problematics diverge. The issue for Brass is whether labor that he construes as unfree is compatible with capital/capitalism. The issue underlying the formalist orthodoxy on wage labor is a different and more substantial one though, namely, whether unfree labor can ever be construed as wage labor, and here Brass is on the whole curiously silent, although he does, at one point, allow for the characterization of unfree workers as unfree wage labor. The condescension with which Ramachandran dismissed Mundell would be less tenable today. In the diary of his travels in South India, Francis Buchanan refers repeatedly to hired servants who were held in bondage by their masters. Unaffected by the formalisms that would later swamp the world of labor, he saw no obvious incongruity in juxtaposing what appear to us to be sharply conflicting images. To quote one of several possible passages from the travel diaries, he wrote, about southern Kanara, the cultivation is chiefly carried on by kulialu, or hired servants. At the end of the year the hired servant may change his service, if he be free from debt, but that is seldom the case. When he gets deeply involved, his master may sell his sister's children to discharge the amount, and his services may be transferred to any other man who chooses to take him and pay his debts to his master. In fact, he differs little from a slave asterisk. The bonding of migrant workers discussed by Bremen in Footloose Labor describes a form of wage labor in which employers use force and oppression as tools with which to increase their hold on the workers. Here, again, there is no abstract antithesis between bondage and the hiring of labor, even if the context is vastly different, with a massive erosion in the legitimacy of upper caste dominance and workers less willing to accept domination. That workers did fight back even in much earlier periods is shown by the repeated litigation brought by Indian laborers before the General Indian Court of Colonial Mexico for most of the 17th and 18th centuries. Borah describes the form of exploitation involved, so-called debt peonage, as the recruitment of wage labor bound by debt, describing the workers themselves as coerced but not enslaved. Again, Martin Murray shows that the European rubber plantations of northern and eastern Cochin China used a contract system that legally bound wage laborers to the point of production for periods that almost always exceeded the initial 3-year agreement. Finally, in a review of Byers's book on agrarian capitalism, Charles Post argues that capital is often compelled to rely on legally bonded wage workers. These workers are bound to a single employer or branch of production by laws restricting their ability to move geographically and enter short-term labor contracts. Stating all this in a more general form, employers have repeatedly subjected free workers to repressive forms of control. The massive deployment of Polish seasonal laborers on the East Albion estates during the First World War and under Nazism, the forced recruitment of wage laborers in French and British Africa 5. And the position of 19th-century English wage earners who faced criminal sanctions for breach of contract all exemplify situations where the boundary between compulsion and free will was neither distinct nor of any great interest to the authorities and employers. Likewise, if attachment is basically a means of control over labor, there is no reason why debt servitude cannot be a means of controlling wage laborers. The advance payment of wages is manipulated to intensify the domination of labor. This at least partly deals with the orthodoxy that restrictions on freedom undermine the nature of wage labor. Regarding the related issue of whether capital can exploit workers who are truly unfree, the major problem with Brass's way of handling this thesis, apart from his definition of unfree labor, is that the needs of individual and social capital are conflated throughout his argument. Brass conceives capitalism entirely from the standpoint of individual capital, ignoring the fact that the logic that regulates capitalist economy is, necessarily, that of the total social capital. Thus, the real issue of theory here is whether we can sensibly visualize the accumulation of capital being founded on unfree labor at the level of the expansion of the total social capital. And the obvious response is, no, since the mobility of labor is essential to the mechanism of capital at this level. That individual capitals are indifferent to the nature of the labor force and have no special concern for the rights of workers was argued at length in my paper in Capital and Class in 1977. 5.3. Forms of exploitation based on wage labor. Expanding on the argument developed in that paper, capitalist accumulation may involve any of the following methods. More or less coerced / more or less free forms of wage labor, unfree labor in the strict sense, the integration of peasant family labor into the capitalist production process. There is scarcely any doubt that Marx came around to seeing the southern plantations as capitalist enterprises. Thus the overworking of slaves in the southern states of the American Union was, he tells us in Volume I, a question of the production of surplus value itself. In the Grundriss, he refers to the fact that we now not only call the plantation owners in America capitalists, but that they are capitalists, and implies that these anomalous forms of capitalist enterprise could exist because capitalism as a whole was based on free labor. In Theories of Surplus Value, he writes that the business in which slaves are used is conducted by capitalists, though this is qualified by saying that here the capitalist mode of production exists only in a formal sense. Copyright. Finally, in Volume 3 of Capital, he writes, where the capitalist conception prevails, as on the American plantations, this entire surplus value is conceived as profit *, and, in Volume 2, slaves are described as fixed capital. It is worth noting that, among later Marxists, Henrik Grossman saw no incongruity in accepting Sombert's description of the 17th century plantations as the first truly large-scale capitalist organization. Indeed, Grossman argued that, in the first 100 years following the discovery of America, the whole character of Spanish and Portuguese colonization was already capitalist in nature, characterized as it was by a drive for surplus value, even if the plantations were run on the basis of slave labor. At the level of individual capitals, it is accumulation or the drive for surplus value that defines capitalism, not the presence or absence of free labor. Yet a majority of Marxists are probably still reluctant to abandon the comforting idea that slavery precludes capitalism because capitalism is founded on free labor. Ad 3. Capitalist integration of the peasantry is best illustrated by the use of the advance system in 19th century Indian agriculture. Advances were especially widespread in the production of indigo, cotton, and sugarcane. Thus, the speculative capitalism of the agency houses that controlled the Bengal indigo trade in the early 19th century was based on a system of advances through which planters sought to bind the peasantry to the factory. The report of the Indigo Commission noted that the contract for the growth and production of the plant, so far from being voluntary, is forced upon the ryot, who is compelled by more or less pressure to accept advances. Degree about the squaring of accounts that began in October. One respondent told the commission, there are some individuals who could clear themselves, if we would let them, but we would not clear them on principle, inasmuch as it would be tantamount to closing the factory. Indeed, Chowdhury reports that Macaulay looked upon the contract between the planter and the peasant as of the same kind as one between the capitalist and a worker. In short, historically, capital accumulation has been characterized by considerable flexibility in the structuring of production and in the forms of labor and organization of labor used in producing surplus value. The liberal conception of capitalism, which sees the sole basis of accumulation in the individual wage earner conceived as a free laborer, obliterates a great deal of capitalist history, erasing the contribution of both enslaved and collective units of labor power registered. To take this further, it would surely represent an advance in Marxist theory to think of capitalism working through a multiplicity of forms of exploitation based on wage labor. In other words, instead of seeing wage labor as one form of exploitation among many, alongside sharecropping, labor tenancy, and various kinds of bonded labor, these specific individual forms of exploitation may just be ways in which paid labor is recruited, exploited, and controlled by employers. The argument is not that all sharecroppers, labor tenants, and bonded laborers are wage workers, but that these forms may reflect the subsumption of labor into capital in ways where the sale of labor power for wages registered is mediated and possibly disguised in more complex arrangements. The prototype of this kind of analysis is Wozinski's conception of the Byzantine sharecropper as a wage laborer. Analyzing Egyptian agricultural leases of the 6th and 7th centuries, Wozinski argued, is basically no longer a tenant. He has become a hired worker or wage laborer whom the landlord can dismiss at any time. To form a proper assessment of these contracts, we should, instead of seeing the share accruing to the landlord in the division of the crop as rent, view the portion received by the yempage as a wage. In Bengal in the 1930s, the various landholders' associations consistently took the stand that their bargadars were mere laborers, that is, workers paid in kind, arguing that landowners preferred sharecropping due to its greater intensity of labor. In the U.S., Most southern states drew a legal distinction between croppers and tenants. Because the landlord supplied all necessary means of production, the sharecropper was a wage worker whose form of wages was a share of the crop. Angelo characterizes southern sharecropping as a disguised wage work contract. Francesco Mariagiani described the Tuscan sharecroppers of the late 18th century as workers recruited by their respective landowners to hire out their labor not by the day or for any precise and definite daily wages but for at least a year and for half the crop produced by them. Yet P.J. Jones showed how, even as early as the late 14th/15th centuries, when Mezzadria expanded on the estates in Tuscany, it embodied a form of wage-type tenancy, with leaseholds akin to labor contracts. With renewed commercialization in the late 19th century and the introduction of the new industrial crops, the Mezzadri were subjected to further waves of proletarianization, as farm sizes were drastically cut, work controls tightened, and eviction formally conceded to employers as their sole means of restoring discipline. Snowden refers to the emergence in sizable numbers from the end of the century of a variety of new subcategories of semi-proletarianist mezzadri campereold, logioli, vinaioli, and mezzaioli. The new sharecroppers did not live on their plots, instead, they commuted to the land from neighboring villages or from laborers' barracks. Labor tenancy is susceptible to a similar analysis. Lenin described this form of exploitation as the capitalist system of providing the estate with agricultural workers by allotting patches of land to them and characterized the allotment itself as wages in kind. He referred to labor being hired on a labor service and bonded basis. Moreover, the latter form of labor always presupposes the personal dependence of the one hired upon the one who hires him. It always presupposes the greater or lesser retention of other than economic pressure. The less developed forms of agrarian capitalism made extensive use of labor tenancy in South Africa. Black families without the resources to work the land themselves entered labor tenancy agreements. Labor tenants were thus worse off than sharecroppers. Yet labor tenancy staved off total dispossession. The form of payment was at least as strongly influenced by tenants' aspirations to regain access to land and accumulate cattle as by the shortage of cash among landowners. In fact, obtaining pastures was far and away the most important reason for surrender to tenancy by homestead heads. Typically, the negotiation of labor-tenant contracts centered around cattle and children, with landlords grudgingly trading off grazing for the first in exchange for sufficient labor from the second. Registered if employers preferred wages in kind *, so clearly did tenant households, for whom the cash proceeds of their labor contracts were of little or no economic significance. Registered but white farmers lobbied aggressively to have labor tenants placed under the jurisdiction of the Master and Servant Acts. The general point to emerge from these struggles is that, as employers are driven to increase their control over these forms of labor, the contracts and means of compulsion used by them are progressively modified to diminish the rights of workers and their families and proletarianize them further. Registered. Similarly, Buchanan's reference to hired servants who were held in bondage by their masters forms the prototype for the analysis of bonded labor as a further distinction of form within wage labor. * The key mechanism here is debt, but the failure to disentangle industrial profit * from its fetishistic representation in the consciousness of employers generates endless confusion, even in the work of Marxists like Brass. Interest is a relationship between two capitalists, not between capitalist and worker. That employers choose to treat wage advances as loans has nothing to do with the real nature of the relationships, which are those between wage laborers and the functioning capitalist. The contrast between these levels of reality is recurrent in Marx. Thus, interest is just another name for surplus value, Marx says of the advances made by usurers in India. Profit is called rent, just as it is called interest when, for example, as in India, the worker works with advances he receives from the capitalist and has to hand over all the surplus produce to the capitalist. Where profit is acquired in the form of interest, the capitalist appears as a mere usurer. When this form of capitalism operates to control the labor of peasant producers who are both free and formally independent, we have here the whole of capitalist production without its advantages, namely, the development of the social forms of labor and of the productivity of labor that these generate. In each of these passages, Marx implies a distinction between the actual nature of production, which is capitalist, and the forms in which those relations of production and exploitation are portrayed or represented in the consciousness of its agents. To take these forms of representation at face value, for example, to divide the cash advances made by employers to their workers into a wage component and a loan component, as Brass does, is to move within the fetishist appearances that dominate the everyday notions of the actual agents of production. Thus, wage advances are characterized as loans, employers described as creditors, and workers transformed into debtors. The advances themselves are described both as wages for future employment and as a loan for work yet to be done in the same paragraph. What this does is to conflate a component of productive capital with a form of interest-bearing capital. It also fails to see that when employers advance wages, they actually buy labor instead of simply paying for it later. Suppose that the use of cash/kind advances represents not the actual buying of labor power but simply the accumulation of claims to unrealized labor. There is still an issue about the nature of those claims. Conceived as interest-bearing capital, the claims to future labor would be fictitious capital, in the sense that the creditor cannot recall his capital from the debtor but can only sell the claim, his title of ownership. The capital itself has been consumed, spent by it no longer exists. In other words, conceived as debt, the capital laid out in advances to the worker would be fictitious in exactly the sense in which the national debt represents fictitious capital. What the creditor possesses is simply a promissory note equivalent to the state's promissory notes when creditors buy government bonds. But the advances are not securities at all. There is no proper market for the circulation of such paper assets, degree. And the analogy is as absurd as that between the usurer's interest and the modern interest rate decried by Marx. Debt, that is, the depiction of wages as loans, is simply a device to control labor in conditions where the competition for labor is likely to drive up the bargaining power and wages of workers. It is a legal or pseudo-legal fiction used by employers to maneuver workers into a system of forced labor or contain their mobility and manipulate effort standards. Some employers clearly believed in the sanctity of this fiction, others were under no illusion. Copyright 5.4 Free contract in Sartre's critique. Vulgar Marxists have worked with a rigid dichotomy between free and unfree labor, suggesting that lack of coercion is a defining feature of wage labor. This bright-line approach camouflages the fact that all wage labor is subject to compulsion, both in the general and widely accepted sense that workers are compelled to sell their labor power and subject, at this level, to a general market or economic coercion, and more directly, insofar as the exchange involved in wage labor is one of obedience for wages and employers have to find ways to enforce contracts. Given that all wage labor is subject to constraint in this double sense, it follows that the freedom of free labor is best construed in a minimalist sense to mean, primarily, the legal capacity required to enter a labor agreement. Registered construed in this way. Marx's references to successive Tudor governments driving the propertyless into free labor in a process he calls the forced labor of free workers as typical of the repressive liberal capitalism of the early 19th century. In particular, Sartre's expression refers to the methods used by English employers to break the recalcitrance of skilled workers and produce a subjugated labor force. If labor subjected to repressive practices within factories was nonetheless free, this is because freedom, in this context, refers, minimalistically, to the mystified/mystifying moment of the wage contract and the freedom of contract rhetoric of 19th century liberal individualism. Sartre's references to free labor in the critique work in terms of an implicit contrast between the real freedom of the worker, identified as the worker's human reality, and the abstract or mystified freedom of the wage contract. Contract mystifies freedom, both because the form disguises the dictatorial power of the employer and makes the worker's domination appear free, natural, and rational, and because the worker's freedom is in fact complicit in its own crushing. The wage contract belongs to the practico-inert field of exploitation, whereas employment and labor, the search for work and work itself, presuppose the human freedom of the worker, or free individual praxis, insofar as these are forms of human activity. Thus freedom is present in two guises, as the mystification of free labor and as the real freedom of the practical organism, which is praxis itself, conceived not as an abstract force traversing the heterogeneous moments of dialectical intelligibility, but as the free actions of individuals, the free activity which in its freedom will take upon itself everything which crushes it, which is masked by collective representations and the coerciveness of industrial routine, and without which alienation would cease to have any meaning, since there would be nothing to be alienated. Thus, to say that the worker freely sells his labor power is not tantamount to the claim that the worker's action is unconstrained or uncoerced, but, rather, that the sale of labor power, like work itself and all human activity, requires the sovereign freedom of a practical agent. As Sartre says, it is true that he has no other way out, the choice is an impossible one, he has not the ghost of a chance of finding better paid work, and in any case he never even asks himself the question, what is the point of it all? He goes and sells himself at the factory every morning, by a sort of somber resigned hexis which scarcely resembles a praxis. And yet, in fact, it is a praxis, habit is directed and organized, the end is posited, the means chosen, in other words, the ineluctable destiny which is crushing him passes right through him. One of the great strengths of the critique of dialectical reason is its clarification of this issue. A Marxism untouched by the insights of the critique conflates the real freedom of the worker, the freedom that wage laborers share with all workers and all kinds of workers throughout history, with the mystified freedom projected in the rhetoric of liberal legalism and the common law doctrine of the private right of free contract. More importantly, Sartre recovers the legal realist insight that constraint does not eliminate freedom. Coercion is not an overpowering of the will. A victim of duress does normally know what he is doing, does choose to submit, and does intend to do so. Conversely, the fact that he exercised a choice does not indicate lack of compulsion. Even a slave makes a choice. The compulsion which drives him to work operates through his own willpower. He exercises willpower and makes a choice. Still, since he is making it under threat, his servitude is called involuntary. Degree. It follows that the moment of the free contract between employers and wage earners is, in Sartre's words, both the most shameless mystification and a reality. Degree. And it is a reality not because freedom of contract implies or entails that labor recruited by contract is free in the sense of being uncoerced, but because everything is sustained by individual praxis. 5.5. Summary. An uncritical deployment of the free/unfree labor antithesis valorizes one of the most powerful fictions of possessive individualism, namely, the notion that the freedoms of circulation inherent in contract are an expression of individual freedom, and that free laborers have some measure of control over their working lives because they can choose who to work for. This contrasts sharply with Marx's conception of the wage contract as a legal fiction that both mediated and masked the domination of labor by capital. Brass deploys a discourse of freedom and unfreedom as if these terms had an obvious meaning. He identifies free labor with the free circulation of labor, and this is clearly also how Marx understood the expression. The crucial difference, however, is that is all free labor meant for Marx. He did not view the worker as a free agent, whereas, for Brass, free labor resonates with its opposition to unfree labor, evoking subliminal images of freedom from bondage, oppression, and coercion, as if free labor was exempt from violence, much less from subtler forms of bondage and coercion. In short, the fiction of the free labor contract is renaturalist in an uncritical antinomy of free and unfree labor. Secondly, I have argued that, while the organization of labor under capital accumulation implicates forms of exploitation beyond the presumptively normative free labor contract, the wage contract itself can be organized in different ways, for example, as sharecropping, labor tenancy, or various forms of bondage, once we extend the notion of wages to include payments in land, housing, etc. Finally, Free labor is a construct of liberal ideology, the lived experience of oppression under capitalism mystified as an outcome of ordinary principles of freedom of contract, and the only real freedom workers possess under capitalism or any system of domination is their power of resistance, that is, the capacity they have as individuals to act on the world, both individually and through the common action of groups. Chapter 6. Agrarian History and the Labor Organization of Byzantine Large Estates. 6.1. Introduction. Although the emergence and consolidation of the new provincial aristocracies of late antiquity meant a considerable development of large estates and their exploitation as jointly owned consolidated holdings, not much has been written about the organization of estates. Indeed, till today the only focused monograph is a study published in 1931. Jean Gasco's thesis showed little interest in the internal administration and labor arrangements of the large estates, and his basic argument was in any case hostile to such a perspective, since the estates, for him, were essentially public institutions, with the aristocracy working largely within a fiscal regime. Kaplan's recent book systematically avoids Egypt, and bases its survey of the earlier centuries on a kind of source material that can tell us little about the actual functioning of estates. This is all the more surprising, as the new estates reflect the characteristics of the late empire in a particularly lucid form, from the social origins and character of their owners to the managerial options they preferred, and the extraordinary sense of submission they imposed on a labor force which was, after all, both free and structured and controlled essentially through contracts. Papyri from Egypt reflect a better image of these processes than any other body of evidence, as they stem directly from the operations of rural economy, but their dispersed and difficult character is possibly one reason for the neglect of aristocratic economy. However, the most important reason is probably the influence of minimalist views of the ancient economy, the idea that pre-capitalist classes lacked both sophistication and basic economic rationalism, and that large landowners, in particular, were simply rentiers, with no interest in labor processes or the broader organization of production. My interest in this paper is in the status of the peasantry in the late antique world, which very roughly spans the period from the 4th to the 7th centuries. This was an epoch of rapid social change, of new cultural dynamisms, and of a large-scale restructuring of both economic and political life. For generations, however, the vitality and innovation of this period were simply ignored, and these prior proto-medieval centuries were seen as an age of unrelieved gloom and decay. When this sweeping orthodoxy was later relaxed, the assumptions scholars had made about the agrarian life of the period were merely inverted and, consequently, one is left today with two contradictory models which no longer seem particularly useful. Neither of these models is tenable, as each fails to capture the peculiarity of late antique economy and culture, which, with their deep-rooted and multiplex hierarchies, were nonetheless more fluid and democratic than the world from which they emerged. The parochial and human slaveries of the classical world were superseded by more metaphysical subordination, servility to the emperor and to God, but both assumed freely by subjects conscious of themselves as loyal and/or devout individuals. At the economic level, more and more labor power was repulsed from the fabric of the old economy and absorbed in the creative environment of monasteries, registered and large estates. Jourdain's work shows that there was a long-term expansion of wage employment, and Susan Harvey's study of asceticism emphasizes its profound links with the growing insecurities of a world repeatedly ravaged by warfare and scarcity. These wider or deeper contexts are naturally presupposed here, but they are important, for the economy of the late empire is, at one level, incomprehensible without them. 6.2. A historiography of abstractions. When a recent study of Egypt in the 4th to early 5th centuries gives historians the option of choosing between the feudalism of the large estates and the unchanging centrality of the small family farm, the contrast is badly conceived, for feudal economies of a purer type have always presupposed what one historian calls the primacy of peasant economy. Bagnall clearly did not intend agrarian historians to choose between peasant proprietorship and tenancy, for these could easily have coexisted, as they frequently have done, but between statuses were peasants free or were they bound to large estates? That they may have been both free and worked for large estates, is not an option he considers, for he, like the traditionalists whose conclusions he rejects, automatically identifies large estates with the exercise of coercion. To reject the idea of widespread or universal coercion, he feels he must reject the view that large estates were an important element in the rural economy of the late empire. Thus Gutswirtschaft and Grünheerschaft are both effectively swept away in one massive sweep of iconoclasm, and the issue of how large estates were actually organized is left in limbo. There has, of course, been a long tradition of defining the peasants working on such estates as serfs, influenced, clearly, by the general conception of the colonate as an essentially medieval or feudal type of institution which coerced an unwilling peasantry into service on the large estates. The assumption here should be that landlords extracted labor by force, but, in fact, proponents of this view do not see serfdom in terms of the actual organization of labor but as a more diffuse or abstract juridical relation. The economic forms in which estates exploited these juridical serfs were the usual types of tenancy. As Clausing put it, the colonist is revealed by the codes as a small tenant whose most noticeable characteristic was his legal attachment to the soil. He cultivated his own land, as a payment for the use of the land he owed a yearly rental to the landlord. The rent was ordinarily paid in kind. The legal evidence, however, and the problems of its historical interpretation were too complex to sustain such lucid simplicities, and the thesis of a late Roman serfdom was largely given up. The post-war revisionism was led by Johnson and West in an influential work published in the 1940s. They rejected the view that the peasants who worked on the large estates were serfs of some kind. The law did not bind the tenant to the soil. We suggest that the anapographoi georgoi were free tenants. Since free clearly refers to the lack of any definite legal restrictions on the mobility of the peasantry, one or two qualifications might be useful. The juridical status of the so-called tenants is no indication of how much pressure landlords actually applied to secure the submission or even complete dependence of their workforces, and certainly not proof that they did not apply such pressure. Secondly, they themselves admit that the position of the tenant seems to deteriorate in the 6th century. Registered this was especially true of sharecroppers. Thus the legal freedom enjoyed by the Byzantine tenantry was no guarantee that their actual economic conditions might not deteriorate and make them more vulnerable to domination by landowners. However, it is worth retaining the idea that the tenants recruited by large landowners were free peasants, for this tends to discredit the notion that they in particular depended on either servile or semi-servile labor of the sort that sustained production on the estates of the Russian pomeshchiki. One consequence is obvious, whichever view one adopts of the freedom of lack of freedom of the late antique peasantry, the majority of scholars seem to concur in the belief that large estate peasants, the peasants of the Apians, for example, were small tenants, and that estates parcellised their land into small holdings which were then leased out for payments in cash and or kind. With the exception of Mickwitz, I am not aware of a single dissenting view in this matter. This consensus is even more impressive when we consider that both Johnson and West and Jean Gascoigne took the trouble to note that no leases actually survive in the relatively abundant documentation of the Apian estate. It is the aim of this paper to reject this view and substitute a more complex model. I shall argue that the organization of the Byzantine large estate was fundamentally similar to the organization of Egyptian large estates in the late 19th and 20th centuries. To be able to establish this, however, we have to do several things: look at the terminology for rural classes without making apparently common sense assumptions as to who the georgoi were likely to have been, re-argue the case for permanent labor, pay more attention to the details of our evidence, referring especially to a few recently published papyri, and correlate all this evidence with whatever one has begun to learn about the organization of estates in the more recent period, relying mainly on the work of Roger Owen and Alan Richards, and the sources they have used. 6.3. Rural Stratification, Juschaunts, Titors, and Ergotai. In his recent book, The Pashas Peasants, Kenneth Cuno has drawn attention to the existence of a highly stratified rural society before 1800. The gap between the small-holding and landless strata and the wealthy peasantry increased in the course of the 19th century, but it is clear that it pre-existed the reforms of Muhammad Ali. In general, this stratification may be summed up by referring broadly to the wealthier peasant stratum, smallholders, and the landless. Clearly, much of the fiscal proletarianization which Baer describes as characteristic of the regimes of Said and Ismail was borne overwhelmingly by the middle group, those described as smallholders. Of course, above these various groups were the large landowners drawn mainly from the ruling family, high officials, army officers, wealthy merchants, and the land companies controlled by foreign and local investors. Now, similar divisions characterize the late antique rural situation in Egypt. The Egyptian peasantry of the 6th century was a deeply stratified mass, with divisions which broadly correspond to the three tiers mentioned above. The papyri from Aphrodite show that villages were run by a small circle of the leading village families, degree who described themselves as ktitors or scintillesti. Ktitor was the term most often used for small and middling landowners who stood between the aristocracy and the mass of the more humble peasantry, regardless of whether they were urban or village-based. The aristocracy, a purely urban class, were Jushounts, by contrast with these middling landowners and better structured and more elaborately graded than their nascent counterparts of the 19th century. What is significant, however, is that the leading village families, a group with all the characteristics of a wealthy peasant stratum, never called themselves Jorgoi, and this despite their largely Coptic cultural affinities with the rest of the peasantry. Even the more substantial lessees described themselves as Misthetai rather than Jorgoi. Indeed, these lessees hired laborers whom they ordinarily referred to as Jorgoi. The implication of all this is that the Jorgoi were not primarily a landed class, or, more accurately, not seen as one, which explains why they were in fact frequently counterposed to the class of landowners as a group defined less by their ownership of land or other resources than by their physical labor on it, whether as smallholders, lessees, or rural laborers. Finally, it is possible to find documents where the Jorgoi and the Ergatai are distinct categories reflecting situations where smallholders or lessees or permanent workers were distinguished from casual laborers. Ergates was the normal term for a casual worker, agricultural or other, but in late antiquity it came to be used of permanent laborers as well, since the most common way of referring to full-time workers was actually Jorgos. It was possible for these terms to acquire broadly similar connotations, as in a novel of Justinian I which defines a particular category of Jorgoi we shall be concerned with as oikteres ton korian kai ton agran ergatai, i.e., rural workers permanently resident on estates degree. 6.4. The case for permanent labor. The argument for permanent labor flows directly from this. The assertion that hired laborers seem very rarely to have been employed on a permanent basis degree is not supported by the evidence of the papyri. Indeed, there are at least three levels at which one might respond to this or to the view that permanent labor was not used because it was inefficient. First, there is Egyptian evidence from other periods of the country's agrarian history. Then there is the general evidence of agrarian historians, which shows that permanent labor was the structural basis of large estate agriculture in numerous and diverse historical settings until the agrarian restructuring of the late 19th century and the massive casualization of rural labor markets. Two Chinese historians who have dealt with the organization of large estates in late imperial China use the term managerial landlords to describe landowners who based their production on the work of long-term laborers. I shall retain this phrase as an apt description of the Egyptian aristocracy of the 5th to 7th centuries. Finally, there is the evidence, sporadic though it may appear, of the papyri themselves, which ranges from the 3rd to the 7th centuries. I shall concentrate for the moment on levels 1 and 3. In Feudalism in Egypt, Syria, Palestine, and the Lebanon, Poliak describes the peasantry dominated by the Mamluk houses of the 18th century as permanent tenants of the Multazims*. All the references are to Al-Jabardi's chronicles. However, the term which he seems to translate in this way, Musarion, simply has the more general meaning of peasants or farmers, and Al-Jabarti frequently refers to their peasants when he describes the domination of the Multazims. That peasants in the iltizam system were permanent tenants thus seems to be a description not of the way the labor process was organized but of their juridical or quasi-juridical status, and it is therefore worth ignoring this passage. Lancret is in fact much more informative about the way the Multazims organized production on their Yuzia lands, and mentions leases to the village sheikhs, paid labor and forced labor as the chief methods used to exploit such land. It is unlikely that these were sharply contrasting systems of production, for each of these methods must have involved some degree of coercion. The fact is that exploitation by the Multazims, whether on their own land or on peasant land, created a general impression that the Egyptian peasantry of the Neo-Mamluk period was a highly vulnerable and destitute group. For instance, when Volney wrote that the peasants are hired laborers to whom no more is left than barely suffices to sustain life, he surely could not have meant that paid labor in some formal sense was the regular form in which peasant labor was exploited, but only that, whatever the particular form of exploitation, the peasants were as good as laborers. More specific evidence is found, again, in Girard, who investigated the costs of production in rice growing in the province of Damietta. Girard refers to les ouvriers attaches pendant l'année auxiliary travaux d'exploitation and distinguishes them from les journaliers who were clearly casual laborers employed in weeding, transplanting, and cleaning of canals. In short, there is certainly some evidence for the use of permanent paid labor in the period before the full development of the ESBA system, though its actual extent and precise forms remain unknown. Perhaps the most valuable contribution of the late Ottoman sources is simply the general impression they convey of peasants who could be treated, and seen by others, as laborers, that is, of a peasantry without the resources, legal or material, to withstand coercion into coerced wage or serf labor. The sharecroppers mentioned by Poliak would undoubtedly have belonged to this category, being mostly laborers paid in kind. Again, the ancient evidence is largely concordant with this. As I noted earlier, Egyptian and other ancient sources tend not to treat the Jorgoi as a landed class but as a class living by its labor on the land. On the other hand, the question of permanent labor concerns the more specific issue of whether and how frequently such peasants worked as full-time rural laborers on large estates with the resources to employ them on this basis. Rathbone's study of the Fayyum estate of Apianus shows that at least some 3rd century large estates used the system of permanent labor, though his work also suggests that in terms of actual labor inputs, such estates remained massively dependent on the supply of casual workers. 47 Mexican wheat estates of the late 19th century tend to confirm this pattern, showing that estates with resident workforces consistently required large numbers of seasonal laborers. Mertens characterizes such haciendas as wage labor enterprises, and, in a strict sense, the same description might be used of the Apianus estate. The significant point here is that the formation of an aristocracy did not preclude, and may even have stimulated, patterns of labor use dependent largely on wage labor. The next piece of evidence is also from the 3rd century, this time from the estates of Calpurnia Heraclea, who came from an extremely wealthy Alexandrian family. In P. Oxy. XLII 3048, dated 17 to 18 March 246, we have an absolutely unique snapshot of the labor force of a large aristocratic estate in the mid-3rd century. 5 groups are listed, 2 at managerial and 3 at workforce level. Of the non-managerial categories, it is clear that the mainstay of her estates were the Jorgoi. They, however, were not tenants, as the document specifically tells us that the Jorgoi, like other sections of the labor force, received monthly salaries in grain. Moving into the 4th century, we have one document, the quarterly accounts of a fairly large estate at Hermanus for 1 quarter in the year 338. Here, the disbursements listed in Kernel 15 show that wheat rations of 2 artabas per month were paid to a group of workers called ergatai. They were probably permanent laborers, as 20 are named individually for the month of Pharmouthi, and the payments must have been at least partly designed to sustain the family's consumption. The more specialized workers on this estate were called opsoniastai, opsonia being regular wage payments in cash or kind. From the 5th century, a short account from the Hermopolite Nome carries a heading which may be translated as Account of the Wheat Wages of our Georgoi for the 12th indiction. These laborers' trademark were certainly permanent, as their wages are said to be for the whole year, although the amounts vary. Finally, a much later account from the Archive of Papas, Pagarch of Edfu, dispersed 132 artabas of barley hypermis the Jorgon registered divided by a standard ration of 12 artabas. This would yield a full-time labor force of 11 workers. The least this establishes is that rural wage laborers were used in Egypt not just on a casual or seasonal basis but as permanent or resident workforces. The next issue is whether we can determine a form of exploitation characteristic of the deployment of these workers. Certainly, the most fascinating section of the Appianus labor force are the epoikiotai degree. They are described by Rathbone as tenant laborers or tenants with labor dues, and their crucial function seems to have been the supply of peak season labor at lower wage rates, for a payment determined partly in cash and partly in the form of accommodation on the estate. Whereas casual workers were paid 4 drachmas a day for harvest work, these laborers received the substantially lower wage of 2 drachmas 6 obols *. In the growing literature on labor tenancy, the usual term for such workers is labor tenants. Another large 3rd century estate that made systematic use of labourtenancy was the Osia of Valerius Titanianus at Theodelphia in the Fayum. This was a large wine-producing operation owned by a former high official who was part of the Alexandrian aristocracy. Accounts for the year 239 show that his estate extracted part of its labor supply by charging a rent for accommodation on the estate, in the settlements called epoikia, and computing part of the rent in labor days. Since the basic rent included 12 days of labor every half year, the estate obviously used this system to secure a substantial quantity of free casual labor from its tenants. However, at the imputed wage of 2 drachmas, there was no difference in the rates paid to these workers and to ordinary day laborers. These two examples show that large landowners were consciously structuring their supplies of labor in forms that gave them maximum flexibility, and that forms of labor tenancy were certainly in use by the 3rd century. 6.5. Restructuring in the later empire. It is doubtful if the Alexandrian aristocracy of the 3rd century ever completely succeeded in forming a coherent and stable class. Their purely economic influence was, in any case, limited, as much of the land was controlled by the municipal landed families who ran the town councils in the different districts or nomes of Egypt. In this largely municipal milieu, only the bigger landowners could have replicated the forms of management characteristic of the Alexandrian families. The majority undoubtedly relied on leasing as the dominant method of management, recruiting lessees from the considerable mass of landless or near-landless peasants for whom tenancy was a regular form of employment. In fact, it was this stratum of municipal landholders which would eventually suffer a near eclipse, as their properties were relentlessly sundered in the process of subdivision, and the deeper dynamisms of the late empire unleashed a prolonged restructuring of agrarian society, with the emergence of new landowning groups, such as the nascent aristocratic families of the 5th century, the church, the monasteries, and the middling bureaucracy of the provincial towns. Above these groups were the massive possessions of the imperial household organized in the Domus Divina, and below them, in the villages, a rich peasantry who are remarkable counterparts of the village sheikhs of the 19th century. Thus, the agrarian landscape was both stratified and complex, and, of course, there is no reason to suppose that the forms of agrarian management characteristic of the elite aristocracy were found at most other levels other than the Domus Divina itself. Emerging from the upper ranks of the services, as Ostrogorsky in fact wrote of the Byzantine aristocracy of a later period registered, the new landed aristocracy comprised mostly high officials, who, like the Russian pomeshchiki of the later 18th century, were great believers in the careful management and bureaucratic administration of their properties, influenced, no doubt, by their imperial background. These, then, were directly managed properties, with owners investing heavily in the infrastructure of administration. By contrast, leasing was widespread on most other types of properties, though by itself the term conceals a great variety of content, both as to the type and duration of the lease and the type of lessee. In the countryside around Hermopolis, much of the land was leased to Georgoi who resided in the town itself. The lessors were affluent middle-class landowners, many of them women, or ecclesiastical holders, such as the Holy Church of the Resurrection, whose lands were situated to the east of the town and leased out in tiny parcels for durations of 2 years. In the village of Aphrodito further south, middle-class landholders dealt with a similar stratum of peasants, though we also have leases of substantial farms to a group of obviously wealthier lessees. Registered church and monastic properties were often exploited on perpetual leases, and the holders of these were again likely to be substantial lessees or persons of the aristocracy. Finally, some large estates were leased out to commercial farmers, who were probably similar to the Italian Massari of more recent times. It should be clear, then, that the argument which follows is not intended to characterize the agrarian economy as a whole but only the organization of aristocratic estates administered in the complex and bureaucratic forms characteristic of the 6th and 7th centuries. Nor should the contrast between direct management and leasing be exaggerated, both because the more humble lessees were often simply laborers and the lease more like a labor contract, and because tenancy could be integrated into a regime of direct management, as I shall now try to show. 6.6. The New Estates. In his monograph The Large Estates of Byzantine Egypt, Hardy says almost nothing about leasing, although, curiously, his account of the Appian estate assumes that it was organized on the basis of rents extracted from a peasantry which, while bound to the soil, nonetheless leased its land from the proprietors. In a similar vein, the Italian scholar Segre could write, "The conditions under which the colony rented the estates from the managers, are rather obscure. Tenancy at will is frequent in the leases of the 5th and 6th centuries. Apparently the colony adscripticii remained on the estates for generations and cultivated the soil under rather permanent conditions." To add to the confusion, Segre then went on to draw an analogy with Mexican estates and described the colonate, in more general terms, as a form of organization of agricultural labor. The sheer incongruousness of these accounts should have warned later scholars that something was seriously wrong, and that it might be worth probing the organization of estates with fewer preconceptions. It is worth noting, however, that the first editors of the Oxyrhynchus papyri thought that the Georgoi working on large 6th century estates were laborers, for laborers was how they usually translated Georgoi. The Oxyrhynchite material relates predominantly to large and very large estates. Unfortunately, it is easier to form some impression of how the aristocracy was structured in what was then a fairly dynamic part of Middle Egypt, capital of the province of Arcadia, than to know how the different layers organized estates which clearly differed greatly in size. For the overwhelming bulk of the evidence derives from a single estate, that of the Appian family, though, of course, important isolated documents survive from other aristocratic, ecclesiastical, and medium-sized properties. By contrast, the Fayum material is much more dispersed, and the evidence less easy to reconstruct. The new aristocratic estates which emerged in the main part of the 5th century to reach their classical form in the 6th, were called oikoi to emphasize their structured and permanent character. From the Appian archive, it is certain that these estates were held in joint ownership and thus immune to the devastating fragmentation of partible inheritance. At the economic level, the most important fact about them is their considerable integration into monetary economy and their ability to generate substantial revenues in gold. Finally, irrigation was widespread on the new estates, and hired labor was used extensively. The rapid diffusion of water wheels in the countryside of the later 5th and 6th centuries reflects the willingness of owners to make substantial investments in the spread of summer irrigation, and implies a larger Byzantine legacy in the agricultural revolution of the Islamic period than Watson seems to allow for. In particular, the stimulus of an expanding wine industry encouraged producers to structure these investments carefully. For example, in the Appian archive, The average turnover of an axle was put at 7 years, and the issue of spares administered from a central office in Oxyrhynchus. The implicit rationalism of the new estates would, no doubt, have extended to their deployment of labor. The Appian archive contains a series of accounts listing receipts in cash and kind, and, at first sight, this type of accounting seems like strong evidence in favor of the theory that estates based their revenues on the leasing of land to small tenants. But a closer scrutiny of the accounts suggests that, insofar as the estate drew revenues from rent payments, the bulk of these revenues derived from the payments of substantial-looking tenants who bear a certain resemblance to the better off arrendatarios on Mexican haciendas of the early 19th century. Moreover, the analogy of these haciendas shows that estates which drew part of their income from cash rents, for example, might still be predominantly based on the exploitation of permanent laborers. The crucial fact about the Appian holdings is that the basic constituents of the estate were not villages but the smaller settlements known as epoikia. Since these are a decisive clue to the organization of labor, they seem like an obvious starting point for the argument. The epoikia were privately owned settlements, unlike villages, and were mostly controlled by the largest landowners, including the estates of the Domus Divina. The regime of direct management was structured around the epoikia, and, consequently, they had a largely industrial character, in the sense that their sole function was the concentration of groups of workers in residential sites in close proximity to the fields where they actually worked. Now this has been a universal feature of large estates of a certain kind, and one imagines that accommodation on these estates would have had a certain similarity to the bohías in the larger, geometrically structured, sugar plantations of Cuba, or the galpons, barracks, or dormitories, of the North Coast plantations in Peru registered, or the calpanarias on Mexican haciendas where resident workers were housed in shacks. Of course, at another level, the more obvious analogy is with Egypt itself in the 19th and 20th centuries, and I shall deal with this below. The unit of accommodation was the kellion, and, in one Appian account, the implication seems to be that some settlements were built to a standard model of 100 rooms. Peasants residing in such settlements were described in the Oxyrhynchite anyway as registered employees of the estate. 5 meaning that the estate paid their taxes. The epoikia contained arable, orchards, and vineyards, and there are repeated references to mechani watering various types of fields. They were heavily supervised, and the bulk of the peasants residing in them seem to have been partly or even very largely dependent on wage employment, that is, to have been mostly landless workers, though some families could afford to rent substantial holdings. To historians familiar with the agrarian history of the 19th century, these privately owned settlements bear an obvious resemblance to the esbas, so striking, indeed, that the homology is worth pursuing in more detail. This, I want to argue, lies in a set of labor arrangements which gave owners both flexibility and control. One of the earliest references is from the 1870s, by McCohen, who was editor of the Levant Herald, and wrote of the estates of the large owners, the wealthier pashas and beys that they either employed. Morabane, laborers who were paid a share of the crop or were worked by subletting small plots of ground at a fixed rental of so many days' field labor per feddan. In other words, the evolution of the new private estates had already generalized a kind of labor tenancy, with owners using the labor of tenants as laborers rather than tenants. In 1898, Nour ed-Din described the system a bit more fully, explaining that owners attracted labor by offering workers substantially reduced rents, whose actual payment was then adjusted against any wages they earned, the important point being that the tenant was entirely at the owner's disposal. Nour ed-Din also described another group of workers who were generally paid a 1/5 share of most crops as wages, and often depended on consumption loans. In 1901, Nahas published a slightly more detailed account of these arrangements in a chapter of his thesis, and was the first to emphasize a crucial feature of the system, namely, that in hiring workers on this basis, landowners had access to the labor of women and children as well. Contracts were verbal, labor intensely supervised, and the volume of labor adjusted to the requirements of the estate. Nahas noted that in assigning subsistence plots, landowners took account of the size of the tenant household, and that the latter in turn contracted to furnish a specific number of workers as potential wage laborers, with the usual adjustment of wages against rent. Degree Nahas described these groups as workers permanently attached to the estate by contrast with the less privileged and more miserable migrant laborers who were drawn chiefly from Upper Egypt. It was also his impression that labor exploited on this basis was less costly than the alternative system of paying workers in a share of the crop, despite the considerable enforcement costs of what he called veritable brigades of supervisors. This, of course, is contrary to the thinking of most economists on this issue. Registered to sum up, the details of these arrangements would have varied from one estate to the next, but, in essentials, large landowners recruited workers by paying them either in a share of the crop or under some type of labourtenancy. In either case, the falla was simply a wage laborer. 6.7. The labor organization of 6th century estates. To return to the Byzantine evidence, the model offered by the Esbis can and does help to elucidate the corresponding organization of labor on the 6th century estates. Two recently published papyri are of special interest here, though I shall start by recalling the general characteristics of the labor force on large properties in late antiquity. As I noted earlier, our only explicit definition of the kind of peasants who were called enopographoi georgoi treats this kind of labor force as resident on estates and as mere laborers. Registered moreover, this novel and a great deal of other legislation was concerned specifically with problems arising out of claims over the progeny of such resident laborers, thus implying that it was not uncommon for workers to reside on estates from one generation to the next, as for example on 19th century Mexican haciendas studied by Besant. In fact, this is shown by two documents of the Appian archive, with the Georgoi stating in both that they had served the Appians or resided in their ktima ek pateron kai progonon. Thus, the labor on these estates was, to a large extent, resident. Secondly, it was also intensively supervised. In P.Oxy. 19-2239 the aristocrat Flavius John recruited an epikaimenos or field boss to take charge of general supervision of his Georgoi. The new manager, Jeremias, undertook to employ every care and efficiency in the cultivation of your estate with regard alike to the new plantation and to the large estate plants. Furthermore, I acknowledge also that I will cause all the laborers of your honor in every place and every holding of the same estate to sow the irrigated fields of the estate, trademark to plant acacias, and to be ready to show every zeal in bringing your landed estates into better condition. Finally, it is clear that some or even many of the Georgoi attached to large estates had livestock of their own, and I suggest that this may have been the main factor which compelled them into forms of labor tenancy, as with the Kikuyu squatters employed by white settlers on plantations and estates in the Rift Valley province of the White Highlands in Kenya. What, then, of the actual deployment of these workers? Estate labor forces included many groups of specialist workers, maintenance staff, such as the carpenters who kept the mechani in repair or actually fabricated them, using acacia wood supplied or bought from the estate, millstone cutters, smiths, stonemasons, etc., but few contracts are preserved and it is likely that their employment was not characterized by a standard type of contract. These workers reflected the workings of a free labor market, with agreements signed for specific jobs, registered or lifetime contracts, such as one with the aforementioned millstone cutter who even got the estate to agree that it would pay a substantial fine if his employment was unreasonably terminated. However, the remarks which follow do not apply to these workers, obviously, but to the main groups of the labor force, such as Georgoi, Ampalurgoi, and Pomaritai. The system emerges especially clearly in P.Oxy. I 192 and 206, at one level, and P. Washington University. 102, at another. In their descriptive form in Volume I of the Oxyrhynchus Papyri, P.Oxy 192, 194, and 206 were all described as loans, and in the first two of these documents, the loans were said to be for a mechane, whatever that might mean. It is now clear, however, that the term actually used in P.Oxy 192 and P.Oxy 206 is prokarya registered, which, more precisely, is an advance of wages. Thus, all three contracts deal with wage advances, paid, as it happens, in solidi. Secondly, in both P.Oxy 192 and P.Oxy 206, the recipients of these cash advances are Georgoi, and closer attention to the way they are described can allow us to make these documents a key to the interpretation of the labor system on the whole estate. For in P.Oxy 192 the worker Aurelius Apasian is called Enopographos Georgos, the term used for the vast majority of Georgoi resident in the Epoikia, and was himself from the Epoikian of Kynias. In his receipt, the advance is associated with his responsibilities for an irrigated farm called Western. In P.Oxy I-206, some 7 decades earlier, the worker John, from the Epoikian of Leon, is described as Georgos of the Mechane called Small Peso and of the Mechane of Path. Degree. The expression Georgos Mechanes is crucial, as we have at least 2 other documents among the longest in the Apian archive with the same or a similar expression. The first of these, P.Oxy 19-2244, repeatedly describes laborers from the various epoikia by the term Georgos Mechanes, meaning the worker assigned to such and such irrigated farm, while P.Oxy 18-2197, dealing with the consumption of bricks on the estate, refers repeatedly to the farms themselves as under or of such and such Georgos, meaning the plot assigned to this or that individual. Thus P.Oxy I-206 can be generalized to a large section of the Apian labor force through these more detailed documents and the system of work allocation they imply. The strong implication is that Georgoi or other agricultural laborers such as those tending gardens or vineyards were assigned to individual irrigated plots or farms, or vice versa, usually paid cash wages, and entitled to advances out of them. That these advances were in fact wage payments is especially clear from a Hermopolite document dated 627, where the concluding formula is the standard clause promising to pay back the advance should the employee abandon or cut short his or her assignment. It is likely, though we cannot prove it, that advances of the sort found in P.Oxy I-192 were recorded in accounts pertaining to individual laborers, on the pattern described by Rathbone for the Apianus estate. 3 of the many waterwheel receipts in the Apian archive refer to the pitakia of individual employees, and these, I suggest, were employees' individual accounts with the estate. The wider analogy here is with the systems of wage accounting which characterized the Mexican haciendas till well into the 20th century, a general term for which might be ajustes de cuentas or account adjustments. Degree at another level entirely, P.Wash. University IL 102 shows individual settlements supplying an agreed number of workers for sowing operations on the autarkia of the Apian estate. It is possible that, in this document, the term ergate simply meant casual laborer and that the casual labor supply was normally organized through the epoikia, which acted as labor brokers. It is equally possible, however, that the reference was to services required from permanent laborers, and that it did not particularly matter which families or individual family members were finally sent out into the fields. The fact that workers living in these settlements were normally paid wages makes it more attractive to conceptualize this exaction of labor on the ESBA model and not simply as forced labor. Much of this is speculation, of course, and apart from straining at the limits of our knowledge, documents like P.Wash. University 102 emphasize the important methodological point that, in ancient history above all, the interpretation of individual items of evidence depends crucially on our building a larger and workable model of how estates actually functioned, and of the kinds of labor regimes and systems they evolved. 6.8. Conclusion. In El Habitat Rural en Egypt Lozich and Hug describe a complex defined by cash crops, irrigation, the formation of large properties, and the concentration of workers in dispersed settlements controlled by the estates. For them, this landscape was a product of the evolving agrarian capitalism of the late 19th century, with its formation of large privately held estates and the spread of perennial irrigation. I have suggested, however, that this pattern was at least partially replicated in the history of the 6th century estates. It is, of course, likely that the reordering of labor relationships in the Egyptian countryside of the 19th century, with large landowners orchestrating campaigns against the corvée and the esbas materializing new methods of labor control, reflected the spread of summer irrigation and a new set of labor requirements on estates subject to the rationalizing imperatives of 19th century capitalism. Nonetheless, in a longer perspective, these changes appear less revolutionary than they might otherwise seem. For example, in Colonizing Egypt, Timothy Mitchell has argued that the esbas regime of spatial confinement, discipline, and supervision was emblematic of the much larger emergence of new mechanisms of power, a new principle of order, through which a quintessentially modern state pursued the systematic dissolution and synthetic retotalization of societies and communities unstructured by the geometries of capital. All of these are valuable and even obvious perspectives on the changes in the 19th century which reintegrated Egypt into a more modern world economy shaped by the evolution of British industrial capital. But, at a deeper level, they contain a major problem, or at least a paradox. If the esbas were in some sense the revival or reenactment of social forms, methods of organization characteristic of Egyptian large estates in earlier centuries and, above all, in the period marked by the greatest development of private land ownership prior to the 19th century, then surely we must, again in some sense, extend these characterizations to the rural society of the 6th century and see in the large estates of that period a curious prefiguration of something intrinsically modern. Agriculture was history's first theater of capitalism, but because our notions of the latter have been irreducibly shaped by modern large-scale industry and the profound analysis that Marx developed in Capital, we only seem to be able to grasp the history of agrarian capitalism through a sort of palimpsest. The whole debate between the primitivists and the modernists is essentially a misunderstanding caused by this fact, for what the primitivists clearly do is measure economic behavior by the revised edition of capitalism, so to speak. Secondly, it is also worth emphasizing that the Egyptian peasantry in particular has a strangely elusive quality. Our only detailed study, in English, of the agrarian structure of a country in the Middle East draws a useful distinction between peasant proprietors, crop-sharing peasants, and landless laborers. Degree even more interestingly, Lambton also pointed out, the vast majority of the peasant population of Persia is, composed not of peasant proprietors, who are a small minority, but of crop-sharing peasants or tenants and landless laborers, and noted that the sharecroppers too, strictly speaking, are landless. Ancient historians who have dealt with Egypt have been too ready to assume that the situation Lambton seemed to see as characteristic of the Persian countryside, at least in the recent period, could not have been true of Egypt in antiquity, and that a large and stable class of peasant proprietors existed which was not drastically undermined even by the renewed expansion of large estates in late antiquity. However, this assumption has little basis in the evidence and seems to rest on what one might call terminological impressionism. I have suggested in this paper that the Egyptian peasantry was a less stable group than this convention assumes, that there was more landlessness in the ancient countryside than we seem willing to allow for, and finally that the organization of the large estates could well have reflected this fact. Chapter 7. Late Antiquity to the Early Middle Ages. What kind of transition? 7.1. Introduction, Marxist Uncertainties. A Marxist characterization of late antiquity and the early Middle Ages involves at least two sets of issues. First, what would a coherent Marxist characterization of the economic structure of late antiquity look like? In sharp contrast to Stalin's theory of the final extinction of classical slavery in a slave revolution, slavery was widespread and entrenched in the post-Roman West. It had certainly not disintegrated under the hammer blows of a revolution, much less one carried through by slaves. but does the persistence or revival of slavery mean that a slave mode of production dominated the class relationships of this period? Something like this was argued by Pierre Banaji from his seminal work on Catalonia. Banaji suggested that Catalan society in the 9th and 10th centuries was still a slave society. Serfdom emerged from the violent and dramatic rupture, the crisis of public authority, that characterized the 11th century, and in this classic, late feudal sense it was not a feature of the early Middle Ages. On the contrary, the persistence of a slave economy constitutes one of the chief features of Visigothic Spain. However, no Marxist historians have gone as far as this, and if anything they have done the opposite, projecting either serfdom or feudalism back into late antiquity. Thus A. Barbero and M. Vigil refer to the feudalization of Spain under the Visigoths, arguing this at length, and, among British Marxists, Geoffrey de Ste Croix could even suggest that serfdom was the predominant mode of production in the later Roman Empire. This bears some resemblance to Rodney Hilton's view that late antiquity had seen large landowners creating the production relations characteristic of feudal society degree from at least as early as the crisis of the 3rd century town. Life had been contracting, and self-sufficient serf-worked estates had begun to dominate the social structure of the empire. Hilton was clearly referring to the institution known to Roman historians as the colonate, but, at a deeper level, his views reflected a tradition of late Roman historiography shaped less by anything Marx himself had written than by Max Weber's famous lecture of 1896.3. The paradigm, which Weber himself did more to define than most, was one of widespread economic recession and a ruralization of the life of the empire. The identification of the colonate with serfdom was clearly what underpinned a half-baked conception of late antiquity as a precursor of feudalism. Today almost no serious scholar accepts this view, if only because feudalism itself is still so contested. So where does this leave us in terms of a general characterization of the late antique world? A more solid Marxist characterization can surely only come from the conjunction of new perspectives within the historiography itself and simultaneous attempts to map out the conceptual landscape in new ways. The second set of issues relates to our notions of feudalism and of the transition from late antiquity to the early Middle Ages. How well does the theory of modes of production work for this transition? Do Marxists have a coherent understanding of the feudal mode of production? If a fully articulated feudal economy only emerged in the Central or even later Middle Ages, what do we make of the early Middle Ages? What do we mean by serfdom and when did it evolve? There is scarcely an integrated Marxist position on these issues. For example, Ste Croix implied that there was no integral link between serfdom and feudalism and seemed to think that serfdom could form a mode of production sui generis. In contrast, Hilton, with more sense of historical specificity, had always seen serfdom as central to feudalism. But Hilton also believed that serfdom should not be defined by labor services alone, whereas Marx himself had done precisely that, claiming in one passage that serf labor has this in common with wage labor, in respect of rent, that the latter is paid in labor, not in products, still less in money. Registered not only was serfdom, for Marx, the broad basis of social production in the Middle Ages, but its pure form involved the exaction of labor services, a position that is clearly at odds with Hilton's view that labor rent was not an essential element in the feudal relations of production. In even greater contrast, in Wickham's recent book The Lord's lack of control of the labor process is built into his definition of feudalism, registered, which emerges here in the more abstract structuralist guise of any system of coercive rent-taking that pits landlords on one side against peasants on the other. It was this kind of abstract Tyonism, depleted of historical content, that Anderson had blasted in some of the best pages of Lineages, even if his own conception of the feudal mode was a haphazard conglomeration of features that failed to have any significant impact on the historiography. The best work by medievalists working in a left-wing tradition has been decidedly discontinuist, underlining the novelty of the Middle Ages. The paradox of Wickham's conceptual choices is that, however one sees that novelty, it is not definable at the level of the mode of production, since his notion of the feudal mode is construed so loosely that it covers both the Roman Empire and the whole medieval world and much else besides. The tendency to dehistoricize categories such as serfdom and feudalism in order to be able to extend their application to antiquity is surely a retrograde one. It stems as much from the lack of a more sophisticated Marxist theory of the feudal mode as it does from any conception of late antiquity as a precursor of feudalism. But Chris Wickham's book is certainly the best starting point for a discussion of these issues. 7.2. Background to the late Empire in Roman history. The late Empire refers in general to the period between the 4th and the 7th centuries, the 4th and early 5th if the focus is Western, since the Western Empire fell apart in the 5th, and the 6th and early 7th as well if we look at the East. The 4th century is thus the watershed that divides Roman from late Roman history. Yet the basic elements of the 4th century empire were established in the 3rd, with the sweeping reorganization of the army and the emergence of a new command structure, on one side, and, on the other, the sustained expansion, throughout the late 2nd and 3rd centuries, of a network of provincial, mainly African, families who would later form the core of the Western aristocracy under Constantine. Reform of the army excluded senators from military command and signified a major break in the traditional pattern of upper-class dominance. If this was a democratization of the Roman army, as Lapusserisky suggested in a seminal paper, it certainly paved the way for the evolution of a professionalist officer corps and the consolidation of an esprit de corps in the higher ranks that dominated much of the political history of the late Empire. By the 4th century, senators were marginal to the composition of the army leadership, which came, increasingly, to incorporate a strong Germanic component. The key result of all this was that, from the main part of the 3rd century, emperors were drawn overwhelmingly from non-senatorial/military backgrounds. The politically relevant elite was not the senatorial class but a military elite whose upward mobility found renewed resonance in the civilian side of the administration, as bureaucracies were expanded and professionalist and a new value set on legal and related forms of expertise. The social fluidity of the late Empire was the key to its sudden effervescence. The Senate itself was transformed and expanded early in the 4th century and the equestrian order subsumed wholesale into the senatorial class, infusing administrative and business skills. The consolidation of the Western aristocracy meant, crucially, an adjustment with the state, the ability to maneuver and as far as possible dominate. By contrast, in the East, state and aristocracy were much more closely integrated, since the aristocracy was itself of bureaucratic origin and the bedrock of the state's apparatus. These differences would become a major part of the story of why the empire survived so spectacularly in the East when it fell to pieces in the West. The key innovation of the late empire that broke with centuries of tradition was Constantine's monetary reform. Just as the military revolution of the 3rd century was decisive in defining the style of the late empire, vesting state power in the hands of the military, Constantine's creation of a new gold currency provided the pivotal foundation that sustained the expansion of the governing class as a whole. As one contemporary commented, the aristocratic elites of the 4th century accumulated vast quantities of gold, so that the houses of the powerful were crammed full of it. In the West, the countryside scaled new peaks of activity as the owners of these vast hoards of money capital expanded productive capacities and upgraded their fixed capital investments, a process which is best documented, archaeologically, for the Spanish countryside, most spectacularly in the very rich 4th century villas of the northern Meseta. To ensure efficiency, the state intervened to pin labor down to the large estates, contriving new definitions that were antithetical to the purism of classical law. In short, the 4th century dramatically reconfigured law, society, and economy in ways that were a disaster for the lower classes. For the Italian historian Santo Mazzarino, all this was a major part of the crisis of the Western Empire, in the sense that the peasant masses felt themselves crushed under the weight of the new economy and sought protection with the aristocracy against the state. The small peasant proprietors turned themselves into dedicii of the rich, or as it was called in Celtic vassi. These, Mazzarino claimed, are the first hints of the economic system of vassalage which marks the Middle Ages. To offset the crisis, government unleashed a prolonged deflation which in conditions of insufficient productivity brought the society nearer to a natural economy. Thus, that is, with vassalage on one side and natural economy on the other, both rooted in the conditions of the late empire, they set off toward the Middle Ages. This framing of the transition, of the resilience of an empire undermined by social crisis, is conspicuously absent in Wickham's book. Indeed, it will be striking to his colleagues in Italy that there is no reference to their great mentor Mazzarino, not even in the bibliography. Wickham charts a very different course, abandoning the speculative-looking constructions of the 1950s and its textual tools in favor of a wider range of sources and considerable emphasis on the archaeological work, late Roman and medieval, of the last 2 decades. For Mazzarino's uncomplicated trajectory from late antique patrocinium to medieval vassalage, a model of almost appealing simplicity, Wickham substitutes a more involved and densely textured history of landscapes, exchange networks, aristocracies and urbanism, and of the fragile autonomy of the peasantry, all moving in complex and uneven ways in a fragmenting world whose sinews were being remorselessly severed throughout this period. The collapse of the state and the fragmentation that flowed from it are the structuring principles of Wickham's discussion of these diverse trajectories. Unlike Pyrrhon, who saw the disintegration of the Western Empire as a political fact with minimal implications for the continuity of Romania, postponing the great catastrophe that ended it to the Islamic expansion of the later 7th century, Wickham ascribes momentous significance to the crisis of the state. In particular, the breakdown of taxation, by which he means taxation in kind, had major long-term impacts in the West, a crisis of the urban traditions of antiquity, with major changes in the scale and quality of urbanism, a general weakening and impoverishment of the aristocracy, and the slow but inexorable disintegration of the Mediterranean world system. All of this happened unevenly, of course, and Wickham tracks the changes with a strong sense of their local peculiarities, mapping their real or hypothetical evolution by region and subregion, and constructing a transition model of considerable complexity. I have dealt elsewhere with what I regard as the major analytical weakness of the model, namely, its failure to integrate money into an overall account of the transformation, so here I shall deal with a different set of issues. It is a tribute to the profoundly stimulating character of Wickham's book that it throws up a whole lot of issues which are still largely unresolved. 188 * Chapter 7. 7.3. Unresolved issues. Chief among these unresolved issues are the following. Firstly, how do we characterize the dynamic of the late empire? Wickham has clearly moved away from the model of the other transition where state and aristocracy were seen as distinct and rival claimants to the surplus and the system as a whole was driven by the state, so that the breakup of the Western Empire was a victory for the aristocracy. In framing the aristocracy is a major casualty of the dissolution of the empire, and aristocracy and state no longer embody rival modes of production. Yet the new picture is no less problematic. At least the model of the other transition drew attention to an internal conflict. The aristocracy sabotaged the state, abandoned or deserted it and left the Western Empire to its fate. In framing, the model lacks any internal dynamic. The decline of taxation, triggered by the invasions and the breakup of the empire, unfolds like a huge tidal wave that drags the senatorial elites along, shattering the structures of their dominance. Interregional networks, urban prosperity, the economic unity of the Mediterranean, and so on. Second, why use the imagery of modes of production to characterize the transition from the late empire to the Middle Ages, if, as Wickham claims, the feudal mode of production was the normal economic system of the ancient and medieval periods? The timelessness of this image contrasts sharply with the momentous changes that transformed the ancient world into a medieval one. Secondly, how widespread was slavery in late antiquity? A concentration of slave labor in mass-producing workshops based on an intensive rationalization of labor processes had sustained massive exports of Italian fine wares down to the Augustan age. This was a type of Roman industrial slavery with striking resemblance to more recent forms of work organization. With the rapid expansion of rural estates following the bloody civil wars of the early copyright 1st century BC, an agrarian version of this slave mode of production came to underwrite Italy's domination of related Mediterranean markets for wine and olive oil. It would make more sense to call these economic regimes slave capitalism, following Max Weber and Otto Hintze, than anything as vague as a slave mode of production, since it is far from obvious that there is a commonly agreed definition of the latter. In any case, this regime had more or less ended by the 2nd century, whereas slavery continued and was even widespread in late antiquity. Wickham discounts its significance, however, because for him the numerous slaves of the late empire or the period following it, were for the most part anything other than tenants. This, I shall argue, vastly simplifies the actual transition from Roman to medieval relations of production, which it would be more accurate to describe as involving a mutation of slavery than its outright supersession. A third issue relates to our characterization of the rural labor force in the post-Roman West. Wickham wants to see the early Middle Ages as a low point in the general curve of aristocratic dominance. Whether that translates into reduced domination of the peasantry in the earliest Middle Ages, as he wants to argue, is less certain. Surely this will depend on how we characterize the labor force at the base of the rural economy in the post-Roman world, and whether we see the slaves and freed people provided with plots of land as workers, as R.O.S. Faith has argued, convincingly in my view, or peasants, as Wickham would want. One of Wickham's most insistent leitmotifs is the triumph of the realities of tenure over legal distinctions. The point can be accepted, but it certainly does not rule out other models of greater complexity, such as Faith has constructed for the inland labor organization of Anglo-Saxon England. Finally, and, for Marxists, most fundamentally, is the schema of modes of production helpful in characterizing the major transformations of the period Wickham deals with? If so, how would we have to formulate the transition, given that serfdom did not replace slavery in any obvious way? And does Wickham's own handling of historical materialist concepts such as mode of production help or hinder a materialist analysis of this? In what follows, I shall suggest that the legacies of the Roman world and of late antiquity were more subtle than any straightforward debate about continuity makes them out to be, and that key among these were 1. The pervasive influence of Roman law in defining the condition of the medieval peasantry trademark, and 2. The tradition of direct management which the Merovingian aristocracy, in particular, inherited from their late Roman counterparts. On the other hand, the aristocracy itself and the organization of estates show major changes that mark a break with antiquity. The relations of production of the early Middle Ages were thus shaped by a complex set of influences that owe as much to subliminal legacies as to the will of the Frankish sovereign and his magnates in developing a new kind of rural enterprise. 7-4. The reshaping of relations of production. What the post-Roman world inherited from the massive legal edifice of the late Roman state was a legacy of oppression. In other words, central to any characterization of the form of Roman society that emerged in the 4th century must be the increasingly repressive legislation of the late empire, which eroded the rights of farm workers in particular. In the words of Moses Finley, there was a gradual erosion in the capacity of the lower classes to resist working for the benefit of others under conditions of less than full freedom of contract. It is this that explains the paradox of why, despite the disintegration of the Western Empire and the dissolution of its aristocracy, there was no visible change in the economic position of most or many rural inhabitants. Indeed, the post-Roman labor force was in one respect at least worse off, in the sense that the sharp division between slave and free that was intrinsic to classical law was progressively abandoned, in practice anyway, as a uniformly servile tenantry evolved by the early part of the 6th century. This, I suggest, is why we need to take the colonnade more seriously than Wickham does. It is next to impossible to account for the transition from the relatively open labor markets of the 3rd century to the mixed servile labor forces of the 6th and 7th centuries and later, without the decisive historical mediation of the colonate *. The key assumption behind the system was that resident workers were part of the capital assets of the estate on which they lived and worked, hence part of the estate's tax liability. A rapid turnover of labor would undermine the stability of the system, and to ensure such stability both government and landowners concurred in tying workers to estates. The lawyers who drafted the legislation of the late empire rationalized this peculiar subordination of free labor with the legal fiction that tied laborers were slaves of the land to which they were born, in other words, attached to estates and not landowners, but, of course, in practice the colonate simply reinforced the power of employers over labor. That it did so explains why, in the Roman-controlled parts of the Mediterranean, this agrarian system survived down to the end of the 6th century, if not later, certainly long after its fiscal origins and function had been forgotten. 7.4.1 The legacy of the colonate. Wickham's handling of the colonate is the least satisfying part of his superb book. The successor states inherited a labor force that included large numbers of former coloni, many of whom were still regarded as unfree workers/tenants. Did these groups fare differently in the different kingdoms, or did they share an essentially similar fate? And if they did, what fate was that? In other words, what difference did the dissolution of Roman power make to the condition of these workers or peasants? There are scarcely any references to the colonate in a post-Roman context, and it seems likely that the system had disintegrated in its classic late Roman form. But what became of the coloni themselves? Some historians argue that the distinction between the main groups of the labor force simply disappeared, as late Roman coloni were absorbed en masse into a more or less undifferentiated post-Roman servile class and from now on treated no differently from slaves. For example, Finlay asked, were the servi of the Germanic codes all chattel slaves? The Visigothic laws, for example, ignore coloni, yet we know that they certainly existed, and were important in the Visigothic kingdom. This is not a position Wickham would want to identify with, in part because he thinks that legal, hence also servile status mattered less and less as one moved into the Middle Ages, and partly because he sees the independent peasantry expanding as the Western Empire disintegrated. It is possible that there is room for both positions, depending on how things played out in the post-Roman West, but it would certainly have helped to have started with a clear conception of what the coloniatus itself was, something Wickham does not do, both because he is skeptical about the value of legal sources and because of his at least tacit support for Jean-Michel Carrière's own iconoclasm on this subject. To take just two examples from the legal evidence, one late 4th century constitution confers on estate owners the authority to control their workers with the care of patrons and the power of masters. The power of masters was, of course, the power masters exercised over slaves. Another, earlier one stipulates that workers who run away from estates should be dragged back in chains. On any straightforward reading of this sort of evidence, most historians would conclude, and many still do, that government massively reinforced the power of large landowners over rural workers and did so in sweeping ways. But the point is one Wickham is unwilling to concede. The reasoning seems to be something like this: the coloni were not serfs but tenants. If coercion was applied to them, this was largely from the standpoint of the state and its need to ensure the regular payment of taxes, hence stable labor forces. How far government succeeded in tying down these workforces must have varied enormously in practice. The laws may not have been effective. In any case, the colonate had more to do with the technicalities of taxation than the realities of exploitation and control of labor. By way of a response, let us begin with the first proposition, about coloni not being serfs. In some influential work from the 80s, Carey mounted a strong attack on the back projection of feudal characteristics to the late Roman period, not just serfdom, but labor services and manners as well. None of these were handed down to the Middle Ages from late Rome, especially not serfdom. A medieval reading of late Roman institutions is profoundly misleading. This part of Carrière's critique is of course unproblematic and few historians would disagree with it today. It stems in fact from the positions of Marc Bloch, except that Bloch saw things in the reverse perspective. He had denounced the assimilation of the serf to the colonists as a contrived anachronism, tracing its roots to the late 13th/early 14th century when it emerged under the influence of the kind of legal erudition that had led the way in the reception of Roman law in Europe. But the colonate itself raised no issues for Bloch. It was, as the law code said it was, an institution that tied the peasantry to the soil and even invented a special vocabulary to express that. Indeed, in the chapter Bloch wrote for the Cambridge Economic History of Europe, he took the colonnata sufficiently seriously to call it the fundamental institution of the late empire. Carey's argument moves in a very different direction. He suggests that the conventional view of the colonate as a coercive labor system lacks any foundation in the sources, in other words, that it stems solely from the false assimilation that Bloch was the first to expose. A careful reading of the Roman legal sources shows that considerations of fiscally were the only ones paramount in the late Roman discussion about colony. There was no institution like the colonate, if by that we mean that. The legislation of the late empire created a special status between slavery and freedom and imposed this on a large if indeterminate part of the rural population. The Roman law of persons recognized only two categories, free and slave, and that division remained axiomatic even later. It was never breached by the creation of a third category like half-free. True, the legislation of the 4th and 5th centuries refers repeatedly to servitude, comparing the tied tenantry to slaves, calling them slaves of the land, and prescribing slave-like treatment for those who fled their estates, but Carey suggests that these references were purely metaphorical, and that the laws themselves had no intrinsic connection with labor or with labor regulation, only with the registration of taxpayers on the tax rolls. If rural workers ended up being tied to estates, this was part of a wider fiscal subjection that affected all sorts of groups and tied all of them equally to their places of origin or professions. The adscriptici whom the Emperor Justinian could not help comparing to slaves were never actually reduced to a state of semi-slavery, at least not in the 4th and 5th centuries, since no such condition could exist in Roman law. Now, the view that the laws on the colonate had largely fiscal aims is scarcely controversial. Ahm. Jones argued for it convincingly way back in the 1950s, suggesting that it was primarily a fiscal measure, when it was first introduced. Jones made it plain that he was referring to the origin of the measure that first led to the tying of labor to the land, and not characterizing the institution as it worked, collusively no doubt, over some 2 or 3 centuries. Thus he repeatedly emphasized the considerable stake that substantial landowners had in the working of the colonate. If the tying of the agricultural population was in origin a measure dictated by public policy, it proved a great boon to landlords' trademark. It was at the demand of landlords that the system was maintained and extended. And, of course, the system itself had drastic implications for the position of a large part of the labor force. Between this view, which has no problem with a fiscal origin for the colonate but attaches equal importance to its actual historical function registered and Carey's lecture Iconoclast, Wickham, as I said, inclines to the latter. Thus he refers to the laws on colony as a set of laws about free taxpayers, undeterred by the nebulousness of this conception. And he prefers to think that even as a set of legal arrangements the laws about it may have had little practical significance, that is, in the way things worked on the ground. Law is a dimension of reality, not a picture of it, and there is no reason to suppose either that people were fully aware of what the laws actually were * or even that they were ever widely enforced. Wickham does not deny that the laws prescribed the tying of labor to the land. Indeed, both he and Carey seem to think that the whole rural population was tied in this way, including the free peasants, something for which there is in fact much less evidence, as Jones realized. But given that the tying of labor is not denied, at least as legal intent, there are 2 debates here. First, did the laws make any material difference to the position of the free working population? Did they entail a worsening of status for those sections, a Statusverschlechterung as the German legal historians call it? And second, were the late Roman colony simply tenants in Wickham's sense, that is, rent-paying peasants in control of their own labor process? it is abundantly clear that the laws treat tied laborers as not fully in control of their own lives. Not only were they attached to estates by law, but when they fled and worked elsewhere as sharecroppers or wage laborers, they were regarded as behaving quasi sui arbitriae liberi, as if they can make their own decisions and are free. The least this implies is that as coloni, workers bound to estates, they were not so regarded. Again, it was commonplace to describe such workers as being owned by their employers or in their possession. Although not formally incorporated into the law of persons, there is no doubt that the legal traditions of late antiquity did eventually acknowledge diminished degrees of freedom broadly approximating an intermediate status like half-free. References like a kind of servitude were not metaphors but attempts to reconcile a new social reality with the unyielding framework of classical law. Registered, this is strikingly obvious in the legislation on mixed marriages. These were marriages between persons of different class backgrounds, and the late Roman laws about them were destined to have a profound influence on the conditions of the peasantry in medieval Europe, indeed down to the final abolition of serfdom in the 18th and 19th centuries. For the general rule, the transmission of status through the mother, cf. CTH 14.7.1, when the marriage is between persons of unequal status, the children shall follow the mother. In other words, estate owners had automatic rights of control over the progeny of female laborers even if their husbands were free persons. But what if male workers married women who were free? According to the general rule, the children born of these unions were technically free, and landowners stood to lose a younger labor force if they could not have the law amended to stop such individuals from pursuing their freedom, that is, migrating from estates that would otherwise hold them down as tied laborers. Hence repeated complaints, in the 6th century, that Justinian's legislation was depleting estates of their workers, and the conundrum Justinian himself faced in trying to reconcile established legal principles with the labor needs of the aristocracy. Registered, all of this has been discussed in detail in a very substantial paper by Wolf Eckhart Vo, which Wickham, inexplicably, ignores. The general point to make here is that the post-Roman West was strongly influenced by these late Roman legal traditions, and that they came to form a decisive link between late antiquity and the Middle Ages. Were the coloni simply tenants? That the supply of labor was seen as their chief social function is clear from the legal evidence. Example CJ 11.53.1 about landowners who take in fugitive coloni having to compensate previous owners for the loss in labor power or services. CTH 5.6.3, assignment of Syri captives as a tied but non-servile labor force, opera autem eorum ter eram domini libera, CJI.12.6.9, which refers to obsequia, services registered. In fact, the only explicit definition of terminology that we have comes from the 6th century, when Justinian tells us in so many words that the term colonus refers to those who live on estates and work as rural laborers. To sum up, even if imperial laws were concerned with tax-paying, not labor relations, as Wickham claims, there is certainly enough evidence, both in the legal sources and elsewhere, to suggest that late antique large estates depended on a tied labor force. Certainly, serfdom was not a replication, much less a survival of the colonate, but it does not follow that the colonatus was not itself a form of bondage. What distinguished late Roman forms of bondage from their medieval counterparts was that they, crucially, were buttressed and mediated by the state. We can, in this sense, speak of the construction of the colonate as opposed to its organic or spontaneous evolution. Marxists can surely generate more specificity than Geoffrey de Ste Croix managed to do by defining the colonate as a form of exploitation of labor built on the legal fiction that the worker was attached to the estate and not the landowner. This was obviously a fiction, since no one can, literally, be the slave of an object. Even though this restricted the flexibility of owners in the sense that they could not transfer labor between enterprises or sell land without the workforce, in practice everyone understood that tying workers to the soil meant attaching them to their employers. E.g., CJ 11.51.1 states straightforwardly that rural workers in the provinces of Palestine be bound to their landlords. When even that restriction was abolished, as it was under Theodoric, the ground was cleared for a model of bondage closer to servage. 7.4.2 Slavery and the post-Roman labor force. Wickham works, indeed has always worked, with a stark opposition between the slave mode and tenant labor, ignoring the intermediate agrarian organizations that are more likely to have characterized the general transition from slavery to serfdom. What makes the slave mode special, is the systematic subjection of slaves to the control of their masters in the process of production and reproduction, put them on a family plot as a service quasi-colonists, and they organize their own farming practices and family structures. The combination between a greater autonomy for what can now be called peasants, and the end of effective intervention by landlords in the procedures of production, transform the whole logic of the economic system, or, as Marx called it, the mode of production. He adds, when the Romans abandoned the slave mode, they went straight over to rent-paying tenants. But Bloch was surely more correct in viewing the slaves' holding as a form of salary and slave tenancies as labor tenancies. In his famous essay How and Why Ancient Slavery Came to an End, he suggested that estates needed reserves of labor power, and that the land granted to slaves was like their salary. Degree. The most incisive formulation of the distinction implied here comes in R.O.S. Faith's account of the labor organization of the inland in Anglo-Saxon England. She argues that freed slaves were more like workers and serfs more like peasants. Because of its importance, the passage is worth quoting in full. It was probably common to provide slaves and freed people with small plots of land when they were housed. This process, for which French provides the useful term allotissement, has often been seen as the main agent which transformed the slavery of the ancient world into the serfdom of the medieval. However, it is important to make some distinctions here. The housing of slaves brought into being a class of small holders who were completely dependent on, and tied to, the inland, but the category of peasants who came to be called serfs in post-conquest England mostly came into being by quite a different route. The essential distinction is between worker and peasant. The freed slave was a worker who in return for selling his labor as a commodity received a wage in land from the lord, who was his employer and sole purchaser of that labor. The lord, in his capacity as employer, was essential to him. By contrast, the serf was a peasant with a holding, which, however small, supported him and his family and provided a surplus which was transferred to the lord in rent paid in cash, kind, or labor. This transfer of the serf's surplus was only made possible because the lord had control of the land. The lord was not as economically essential to his existence as he was to that of the slave. In short, slavery did not simply fade away but had a longer life than was previously supposed, nor was serfdom, at least the serfdom of the 10th century, its natural successor. There was a more complex set of relationships between slavery and serfdom than a simple transition, if by this we mean that one was simply substituted for the other. Even less credible is the model of a dramatic and compacted transition between them, such as that posited by Banaji and Bois, registered for parts of Europe around the year 1000. Wickham, of course, does not subscribe either to a linear transition or to a compacted one. His favorite image is the conversion of slaves into self-managing peasants, which is really equivalent to the thesis that Roman landowners abandoned direct management. Thus, in framing, he endorses the very substantial position that most servi/mancipia in our period were tenants who controlled their own holding and could keep its fruits after rents were paid. This is highly unlikely. Mancipia included former colony, bound tenants, and servi were still slaves in Francia, Visigothic Spain, etc., and it is doubtful if these groups in particular were ever thought to control their own holdings, whatever other groups may actually have done so. A substantial part of the rural labor force of the 6th to 8th, or even 9th, centuries comprised groups who, like Faith's inland workers or worker tenants *, were more proletarian than peasant-like, and often unmarried. In the Middle Rhine region studied by Franz Staub, these groups were still called mancipia in the 8th century, this in contrast to the servi who, like Wickham's self-managing tenants or Faith's serfs, were a better model of the peasantry, that is, autonomous. Even if subaltern registered stab suggests that this special sense of service already goes back to the Merovingian period, but terminology evolved in different ways in different parts of Europe. The doomsday service was a slave, so too in Catalonia, where the lawyers never used the word service except to deny that attached peasants were servi, a word used only for slaves. Finally, in Italy, the word used to describe slaves who had no habitation in which to lead a separate family life but who were lodged in outhouses in the courtyard was prebendarii, from prebere, to provide, which underscores their dependence on the doles provided by the employer. Thus Wickham's reiterated thesis of the general dominance of tenant production throughout the period that he covers is too much of an abstraction to give us any sense of the subtle ways in which relations of production changed. Registered slavery was widespread in late antiquity and continued to be so in the kingdoms that followed the empire. What we have to try and reconstruct are the estate structures that used the labor of both slaves and colony in a legal and economic context where the differences between those groups became increasingly irrelevant. Wickham does not confront the issue of late antique/early medieval slavery in any serious way beyond the formal acknowledgement that it survived as a legal condition. The implied conclusion is that the survival of slavery in this more abstract sense had no implications for the way landowners used labor or organized production. It is hard to believe that, when the Spanish Church fought to retain control over manumit slaves, it was seeking to retain control of tenants who, on manumission, were likely to migrate elsewhere. Why would tenants in control of their own holdings and work process wish to leave in the first place? A closer reading of the conciliar legislation shows that what these mancipia or servi owed the church, before and after manumission, were obsequia, that is, services, in other words, their labor power. Toledo 4, Can. 73 is especially revealing because it shows that lay landowners used the same mechanisms to retain control over the labor of freed people. The council ruled that slaves who were freed by masters who chose not to retain control of their services were free to become clerics, but those who were still bound to employment even after manumission because employers chose to retain control of their services could not be admitted. Throughout the 6th century, in fact, the term mancipium was progressively extended to include former colony. One upshot of this was that the word lost its strictly classical meaning to function as a generic description for a labor force characterized by looser forms of bondage. That the mancipia are consistently associated with domus in the 7th century Merovingian charters suggests that this increasingly undifferentiated labor force were provided with allotments which, as Faith remarks, were of a size well calculated to prevent them becoming self-sufficient. In the will of Aridius these allotments are called peculiaria, and what is interesting is that these small plots of land cannot be sold or gifted away by their occupants. Thus the labor force of the early Middle Ages is probably best characterized in the expression Faith uses for the late Anglo-Saxon inland, viz., a mixed servile labor force. Wickham exaggerates the degree of control that peasants had either in the Roman countryside or in the early Middle Ages. To equate the colonate with tenancy registered when we know that, for Wickham, an agrarian system based on tenancy is also one whose basic productive processes are under peasant, not landlord, control is to leave the reader with a strangely anodyne picture of the late Roman world. Who would dream of proposing a similar argument for the Anglo-Saxon Geber or the Castilian Calazos, both close medieval counterparts of the late Roman colony, even if not actually descended from them? Again, to describe the Visigothic servi as unfree tenants elides the strictly Roman, classical law, meaning that service retained in the barbarian law codes with the more purely medieval sense which the word acquired only later, in the 8th century. Post-classical slavery was not a purely legal determination. Lex Visigothorum 9.2.9 refers to estates being cultivated by servorum multitudines, an odd expression if all these servi were was a scatter of autonomous tenancies. It is much more likely that the servi were simple farm laborers on a home farm, as P.D. King suggested, Visigothic equivalents of Faith's farm servants huddled on the inland. Under the Ostrogoths, the Italian originarii were reclassified as mancipia, and their masters were now free to transfer them between estates, again suggesting that if these were simply peasant families, they certainly had little control over their working lives. Of course, it does not follow that the typical post-Roman large estate was organized in terms of gang slavery, as Anderson supposes. Trademark what it does imply is that the post-Roman elites in Francia and Spain inherited a tradition of direct management of the land which they saw no compelling reason to abandon. This, arguably, was Rome's most substantial economic legacy, next to the vibrant monetary economy that the Umayyads inherited in the eastern provinces. 7.4.3 The legacy of direct management. The direct management of the early Middle Ages was certainly a Roman legacy. The contrary view, viz. that Roman landowners gave up direct management when they abandoned the slave mode, stems chiefly from Domenico Vera, but it is crucial to note that Vera's reconstructions lack any documentary base even vaguely comparable to the papyrological archives, Merovingian charters or Carolingian inventories. Having said this, it is, of course, equally clear that the stereotype of slave-run latifundia being turned into serf-worked estates registered is no longer credible. As the preceding pages suggest, and much of Wickham's own argument shows, the transition was obviously much less straightforward. The continuity in traditions of direct management did not imply a continuity of estate structures. The manor was a Frankish innovation, as were labor services. Yet, the serfdom of the Central Middle Ages was shaped by and evolved out of the long continuities that were bound up with late Roman traditions of labor management. Registered the drive to create a tied labor force, the increasing stigmatization of those workers, the peculiarly repressive laws regulating valid marriages and the transmission of status, the more or less rapid emergence of a servile labor force where workers who were technically free were simply reclassified as servi/mancipia, something close to slaves, in the barbarian law codes. All of this flowed, with other, later developments, into creating the historically specific kind of servitude known as serfdom. Equally important here was the retrieval of Roman law in the 12th century and the role it played in constructing, encouraging the definition of serfdom, both ideologically and legally, one product of which was the late Roman colonist as an abstract prototype of the medieval serf. None of this suggests that serfdom descended from the colonate. 3. And acknowledging these manifold and converging trajectories is not equivalent to writing a linear history. Given this framework, of the subtle interplay of subliminal legacies, long continuities, historical innovation, and political rupture, it should be possible to go back to strands of a less complex continuist history, such as that written by Pyrrhon for the Merovingian epoch, and weave those strands into a history that is more densely textured at La Wickham. Pyrrhon saw the survival of the large estate as a decisive link between the post-Roman world and the Middle Ages proper. Thanks to the domain, the economic basis of the feudal system already existed, for here, Pyrrhon identifies the element of continuity with the survival of Roman traditions of estate management, suggesting that they formed the basis of the system that emerged later. Now, in the period covered by Wickham's study, most aristocratic estates were organized on 3 basic models: villae, massi, and manors. Of these, the manor was a specifically medieval creation, so that Roman traditions of direct management were chiefly embodied in the types called villae and massi. Massi were substantial blocks of land, consolidated estates, that were usually leased to conductors who are best described as entrepreneur engaged in short-term financial speculation, who assumed the management of the estate for the period of the lease, registered, and whose ranks might include members of the aristocracy. They were more dominant in southern Italy and the islands than anywhere else. A late 5th century massa that we know about contained the standard mixed servile labor force that I have argued was typical of the post-Roman West, in this case, inquilini and servi. The villae were the crucial transmission belts of agrarian continuity. The substantial Merovingian estates of the 7th century were called villae because they were built on essentially Roman traditions of landholding and management. Bishop Bertram of Le Mans owned over 74 villae, c. 57 of these in undivided ownership. From the general description of their features, it is clear that these were physically compact or integrated estates, not dispersed properties interspersed with the estates of others. For example, the expression cum termino suo occurs repeatedly, referring to the outer boundaries of the villa. As consolidated spaces, villae were susceptible to division but also reconsolidation. Adriaan Verhulst describes this typically Merovingian form as an estate, directly cultivated by slaves, who had no holding and lived on or near the center of the estate. We may call it a domain-centered estate. Asterisk. My only quarrel with this would be to prefer slave and ex-slave farm servants, since manumission was widespread by the 7th century and employers often retained control of their freed people. The main point, however, is that the typical Merovingian estate exploited a landless workforce. In England, the counterpart of this estate structure, the inland, was only finally superseded in the 12th century, in a late and brutal development of the monoreal system. By contrast, the villa form was distinctly archaic by the 9th century in large parts of the continent and probably disappeared earliest in the core regions of Frankish control between the Loire and the Rhine, where the manor came to embody a new form of labor organization, better resourced, bigger and more efficient. That the Merovingian estates of the late 6th and 7th centuries were not structural innovations but rooted in the cultural and economic continuities of the successor states would, in turn, have to be argued by constructing a model of the late Roman villa estate. Like the Merovingian estate, the late Roman villa was sufficiently physically coherent or compact to have a name, degree, and, if it was substantial enough, to appear on maps or similar documents. Both textual and archaeological evidence for the grouping of workers in settlements within the estate shows that these enterprises were based on a resident labor force. These settlements were called vici or casas, for example the Anasii, destined to be one of the richest families of the 4th century aristocracy, owned several estates in the olive-growing regions along the Libyan coast already by the 3rd century, one of these called Casas Villa Aniciorum. This was a region characterized by massive flows of migrant labor, much of which may have been tribal. Large African estates retained squads of seasonal workers for the harvest. Registered estates that handled their own harvest were obviously directly managed. And it is clear from the archaeology of the Spanish villas both that much of the labor force was housed within the estate, and that, in Spain at least, there was a substantial continuity in the organization of estates between the late Roman and Visigothic periods. A major part of Wickham's argument relates to the crisis of the villas, meaning their progressive disappearance throughout the former provinces of the Western Empire. Villas, in this archaeological sense of the actual structures identified on the ground, disappear soonest in the northern parts of the empire and last of all in the core Mediterranean regions that remained under Roman control. In Italy, the 5th/6th century is the period of the definitive dissolution of the villa system, part of a much larger and complex transformation of the landscape that happened between the 3rd or 4th and 7th centuries. Wickham downplays the catastrophist potential of this image of the withering away of the villas, proposing a cultural explanation for their demise. In another discussion of his book, I have suggested that all it reflected was the crisis of the Western aristocracy, the progressive loss of control of the countryside and its overall disintegration as a unified imperial class. Villas survived best where the established late Roman aristocracy also survived, for example Sicily, and simply disappeared elsewhere. But, clearly, the emergence of new elites also had a cultural context and the two explanations are easily complementary. This raises a final issue, one which is central to Wickham's analysis and the most solid part of his book, viz. the considerable evidence for a crisis of the aristocracy as a major part of the transition to the early Middle Ages. This, too, should really come under the reshaping of relations of production, so that is where I shall discuss it, briefly this time. 7.4.4 What happened to the aristocracy? In Wickham's reconstruction of the evidence, one major trend that runs across the whole period from the 5th to the 7th centuries is the erosion of the aristocracy. The late Roman aristocracy survived longer in some places than in others, but the late 6th/early 7th century was a watershed in most places as the remnants of the senatorial class were finally absorbed, exterminated, or dispersed, and a new kind of aristocracy stabilized or began its gradual, in England very gradual, emergence after 600. The best case of this hiatus is Italy itself, for, as Wickham notes elsewhere, even if it is possible to track senatorial families down to the time of Gregory the Great, this is no longer so in the 7th century, not even in Rome. Registered in other words, the Italian aristocracy suffered large-scale disruption in the 6th century. This is one model of what happened to the late Roman aristocracy, but there are at least 3 or 4 others, which shows how uneven the transition was and why Wickham's approach, grounded in an acute sense of local peculiarities, is fundamental. This is a case where some degree of schematism may actually be helpful. Model: large-scale disruption is best attested by the fate of Italy's aristocracy, partially exterminated and otherwise destroyed by war and fragmentation at various times throughout the 6th century. The Gothic War, started by Justinian, was a disaster for the landed aristocracy. Model: aristocratic mutation, the emergence of a new kind of aristocracy, more medieval than late antique. Francia is by far the best example, because it is so well documented, not so much in Gregory of Tours' 6th century narrative as in Book 4 of the Chronicle of Fredger, where the focus is the early part of the 7th century and the intrigues of powerful factions of the new Frankish ruling class. Degree: these precocious medieval nobilities were in place by 600, the products largely of royal benefactions and of the considerable circulation of estates within the ruling establishment. Especially striking here is the sheer mobility of landed property, related to the rapid reversal of political fortunes in a landscape where rival kings fought to expand control and consolidate support, but the result also of an intense competition for land and a resilient land market. The Lombards and Visigoths have their own counterparts of these processes, except that we know much less about them. Tom Brown's work shows that the same model can almost certainly be extended to the Byzantine-controlled parts of peninsular Italy. Here, the church remained the only element of continuity, as an administration dominated by military officials spawned new landed groups drawn from the military class, a new kind of elite, in other words, whatever we choose to call it. Yen model: survival. Sicily and Sardinia are the pure examples of this pattern, microcosms of a late Roman world frozen in time, the remnants of a Western aristocracy basking in the protective gaze of the Eastern Empire. Here, probably well into the 7th century, all the basic institutions of late Roman civilian life, the colonnade, money taxes, the substantial circulation of a gold currency, and villas in the architectural late Roman sense continued with no discernible break, a model that would, in modified form, apply to North Africa as well, I think. Finally, model: flight. A dispersion of the aristocracy which is best exemplified by the fate of the families who had dominated the East Mediterranean down to the Sasanian and Arab invasions of the 7th century. For example, emigration was a widespread response of the Greek-speaking upper classes of the coastal towns of Syria. Or, again, on the eve of the Arab invasion of Alexandria, several thousand of the wealthiest families are reported to have fled by sea. When Carthage was besieged by Hassan b al-Numan al-Ghassani in 695, the last late Roman aristocracy of the Mediterranean again fled, some to Sicily, others to Spain. Thus model is best reflected in the Byzantine-controlled parts of the Mediterranean that fell to the Arabs, that is, the East and the South. These are the broad patterns, then, at least outside the core regions of the empire that did survive, though it is still hard to say what happened in England in the 5th century. Wickham's impression of a dramatic pullout seems likely, though on one reading of the Welsh evidence that seems to have been much less true of southeast Wales, where Roman legacies may have suffered less dilution. On balance, I would be less continuous than Wickham is for the East Mediterranean, and less fixated on aristocratic impoverishment. After all, the Umayyad elite was fabulously wealthy. North African landowners could pay substantial sums to buy off the Arabs in 647, decades after the economic involution of Tunisia is supposed to have begun, and the top echelon of the late Roman aristocracy had in any case comprised a tiny fraction even of the governing class. 7.5. Final comments, Wickham and modes of production. A key issue is how we characterize the dynamic of the late empire. For Wickham, the fiscal motor is central to this characterization. Moreover, this was a fiscally where taxation in money was less important than taxes in kind. The coherence of the wider economy thus depended crucially on the transport of bulk goods for fiscal needs and the infrastructures this threw up. On its own, this fails to explain how it was possible for the Mediterranean to see such a substantial growth in the money supply in late antiquity. Since Wickham has no obvious explanation for this, he tends to ignore it as well as the whole tradition of historiography that made the monetization of taxes central to the conflicts of the 4th century. The accumulation of vast sums of gold in private hands suggests a more complex set of relationships between the aristocracy and the state, one where the neat division between them is less obvious. Tension, clearly, but also control and collusion. The colonate is an excellent case of the last, cf. Peter Brown's perceptive query about the extent to which the bureaucracy's regulations on the colonate colluded with the needs of the great landowners. My own analysis highlights other features of aristocratic dominance, huge monetary expansion and a tax system less dominated by payments in kind than Marx believed or Wickham supposes, **a widespread use of free labor coupled with more rigorous forms of subordination that gave the aristocracy well-nigh absolute control over the lives of their employees, and the fact that government was defeated on the crucial issue of patrocinium. Much of the analysis in the other transition, Wickham's first mapping of these issues, breaks down if we see state and aristocracy as integrated with each other and not distinct groups in competition. In other words, if we see the late Roman state as essentially an aristocratic form of state, staffed and controlled by an imperial aristocracy and the site of recurrent struggles between different factions of the ruling class. Consider the role played by the state in encouraging the expansion of aristocratic properties and the emergence of new elites, and consider the integration of functions like tax and rent through institutions such as the Domus Divina and the Pagarchy, and the drive to tie labor to estates. None of this suggests the kind of gap that rival modes of production would presume, which may be why both tax and rent are now seen as subtypes of the same mode of production. Wickham's characterization of the feudal mode is unrepentantly structuralist. There is no perceptible change in the stand taken in the other transition. Hindus and Hurst show, rightly in my view, that feudal relations are represented simply by tenants paying rent to a monopolistic landowner class. One disconcerting upshot of this is that much of Roman history is brought under the feudal mode. It was, as he says in framing, the normal economic system of the ancient and medieval periods. 8 The economic shift from the slave to the feudal mode occurs well before 400, in particular in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. Here, the feudal mode refers simply to the expansion of tenancy. In this perspective, it would make no sense to talk of a transition between modes of production, since the feudal mode is seen as expanding in a gradual, piecemeal fashion. The trouble with Wickham's use of these categories is that they lack any sense of historical dynamism. There is nothing in the way they are constructed that accounts for historical change. For Wickham, mode of production can have any of three distinct senses: I, as a form of exploitation, 2, as a form of organization of labor, and 3, as an economic system. At p. 284 of his book, cultivated by the slave mode simply means cultivated by slaves, so too with slave mode exploitation at p. 301. At p. 273, modes of production equals labor relations and refer clearly to forms of organization of labor, different ways of organizing the domain. For the feudal mode of production, Wickham prefers sense I, for the slave mode sense 2, this enables him to stretch the feudal mode as widely as possible, on p. 535, or in his paper El Fin del Imperio Carolingio, and conversely to restrict the slave mode of production to a specific time and place, for example on p. 276 of framing. Slaves do not have to be organized according to the slave mode trademark, but Wickham prefers to avoid calling them slaves if and when they are not. The form of exploitation seems to have the capacity to generate an entire economic system through the kind of economic logic embodied in it, for example in his essay on the end of the Carolingian Empire, *, which is why Wickham can equate modes of production with relations of exploitation, as in the passage just cited where estis distintas relations de exploitatie 6n representan dist intus modos de productie 6n. It would be foolish to deny that Marx's handling of these categories was far from finished. He never left us with a developed or mature theory of modes of production, and a whole strand of his thinking on these issues can easily be mobilized to support the sort of equations that Wickham works with. But Marx also had a profoundly historical vision of what the different epochs or periods or modes of production were, which is, of course, best demonstrated in his analysis of capitalism. It is this second strand in his work that should form the point of departure for us. Clearly, by the capitalist mode of production, Marx meant more than the domination or widespread use of wage labor, he meant the laws of motion that are summed up in the accumulation and competition of capitals. Since most of capital was left unfinished, we do not have a proper or complete description of the interaction of many capitals, the most dynamic part of the system, and we tend to reduce the model to his description of individual capital in Volume 1, which is one of its most abstract moments. In other words, relations of production, in Marx's sense at least, are just not reducible to the relations of exploitation depicted in Volume 1. They would have to include competition, credit, share capital, moments that each had an Abschnitt in the 1857 plan, as well as the world market and crises to which he planned to devote the final book, all of which were concrete determinations that Marx must, presumably, have lumped together in the general heading shapes of the total process that was the proposed subject matter of Book 3 in the 1865/6 plan. The point here is that, by capitalist relations of production, Marx clearly meant all of this and not just the general form of exploitation described with such lucidity in Volume 1. Chapter 8. Aristocracies, Peasantries, and the Framing of the Early Middle Ages. 8.1. Introduction. In this chapter, I would like to develop a general contrast between the West and the East Mediterranean/Near East, which has its roots in the classical world, especially the period known as Late Antiquity. By, say, 600, the West was defined by a tradition of tied labor inherited from the late Roman world and shaped both by the strength of slavery in the post-Roman tradition and by the legacy of the colonate. By contrast, in the East, much of the rural labor force is best described as a landless peasantry that survived on short-term leases or by labor tenancy on the large estates, where these existed. The eastern provinces of the Roman Empire were characterized by a disciplined aristocracy, a thriving monetary economy and densely populated countrysides. A new aristocracy emerged in the late 5th century, and one of its most striking features was its ability to build substantial estates and ensure that these properties remained intact over generations. Thus, the Appian estates in Egypt are attested from the 430s down to the 620s, when the last known member of the family, Flavius Appian III, was killed by the Persians. Both Peter Jairus and I have described the main features of estate organization characteristic of this late antique aristocracy, viz. The direct management of substantial estates which grouped their workers into settlements that were both structurally and topographically sharply demarcated from the village's degree. It is these workers whom I started by defining as a landless peasantry. The usual term for them was Georgoi, but it is important to realize that, in their case, the term referred not to a small holding peasantry but to rural households of whom the majority were clearly dependent on the estate for employment. In the more densely settled eastern provinces, landlessness was endemic, and large estates were major employers of such labor. But the East Mediterranean was also characterized by a diversified labor market with considerable fluidity in the forms of employment and types of contracts that wage earners settled for. Sharecropping was widespread, and sustained the expansion of the wine industry, but so was casual labor and a host of more skilled employments/trades, some regulated to impede collusive wage agreements or wage inflation registered now, some of these features of the late antique East Mediterranean would have been true of the West as well. For example, Procopius tells us that the majority of Rome's population in the 530s consisted of artisans and casual laborers. Also, there was no dramatic de-escalation of monetary economy in the West but rather a gradual decline. The crucial difference, of course, was that, by the 6th century, the late Roman aristocracies no longer ruled the state in the various kingdoms that replaced the empire, since the imperial system had ceased to exist and their survival depended on adjustments with the barbarian rulers in the regions where they regrouped. In other words, when the Western Empire fell apart in the 5th century and the former Roman territories were taken over by the Franks, Burgundians and Goths, the Western aristocracy ceased to exist as a unified imperial class, surviving now only as fragmented regional groupings, of which the most substantial, by the 6th century, were those in Rome, southern Italy and the south of France. In Chris Wickham's recent magnum opus, the general weakening and impoverishment of the aristocracy that was bound up with the fragmentation of the late empire is a major theme, rightly so, and a decisive part of the transition to the early Middle Ages. By the end of the 6th century, the late Roman aristocracy had effectively ceased to exist in the West. Now, Wickham himself identifies this process, that is, the crisis of the Western aristocracy, with a certain emancipation of the peasantry, in the sense that the huge fiscal machinery of the late Roman state had disintegrated so that peasants were less intensively taxed or not taxed at all, and the rural population faced a much less powerful group of landowners. In other words, the post-Roman West saw a recovery of control by peasants, an advance that was finally only reversed with the reassertion of aristocratic dominance that followed later, and unevenly, between the 7th and the 10th century. As he argued in an earlier work, the peasantry was the chief social group that benefited from the fall of the Roman state, and a not insignificant class of peasant owners had survived the wars and patronage agreements of the 5th century. Degree of the two theses just delineated, that of a crisis of the imperial aristocracy and of a reassertion of peasant control during much of the early Middle Ages, the former can scarcely be contested. The late Roman aristocracy disappeared, unevenly but, in the end, with finality. No historian has ever argued the opposite, despite the obsession with continuity peculiar to some historians in France. The second thesis, however, is much less obvious and substantially at odds with my own reading of the evidence. Wickham construes the advance of the peasantry in the earliest Middle Ages as an expansion of the peasant mode of production which came to be juxtaposed with the feudal mode in a vast patchwork of microregions that reflected the extreme economic fragmentation of the post-Roman West. The main evidence for this view is the sharp differences in the scale and sophistication of exchange networks. Reflected in the ceramic evidence, at least as archaeologists currently construe this. This thesis, which I shall call the microregionality of modes of production, has its own share of problems, of course, but my main interest at this stage is in Wickham's use of the written evidence. Wickham believes that the late Roman and the post-Roman West were both characterized by a feudal mode of production. This is because he defines the feudal mode in a general way as the exploitative relationship between tenant and landlord, any tenant and any landlord, one, and because he thinks that when the Romans abandoned the slave mode, they went straight over to rent-paying tenants, and this long before the advent of the late empire. These are substantial conceptual and historical claims, and I shall come back to them later. To begin with, however, I would like to try and use Wickham's book as a springboard for some reflections of my own about the West, and to start by mapping out a set of contrasts between aristocracies in the late antique world. I shall then propose a hypothesis about the nature of the 7th century, and devote the remaining part of the discussion of the West to a critique of Wickham's model of the transition from late antiquity to the early Middle Ages. Thus, the first part of the paper deals with the three separate sets of issues just described, which, though distinct, are clearly interrelated. The third of these levels involves a much closer consideration of the whole issue of the deployment of labor. Wickham's model of the transition is premised on general categories that are unreconstructed or lack any further analysis. One upshot of this is that there is no serious engagement with documentary sources and no analysis of the actual vocabulary used in those sources, of crucial terms like mancipium, mansus, colonica, and so on. When Ganshof wrote in the 1950s and 60s, his confusing description of the Merovingian villa as a manor attracted no comment, because the whole issue of the origins of the bipartite estate still awaited the decisive clarification that it received in the work of Adriaan Verhulst. Verhulst, of course, argued, convincingly in my view, that the classic monarchical regime was a purely medieval creation, discontinuous with the Roman traditions of Gaul and an expression of the dynamism implicit in the Merovingian economy. One of the theses I would like to propose in this chapter is that much of that dynamism was bound up with the kind of aristocracy that the Merovingians succeeded in establishing unique for the post-Roman West. To see this, it may be useful to discuss the first of my topics in terms of the three distinct sets of issues that seem to be implicit in it, namely, first, of the kinds of aristocracies that dominate the main part of late antiquity, before the decisive evolution of the 7th century, second, of the fate or fortunes of the aristocracy in the huge upheavals that dominate the history of the empire in the 5th and 6th centuries when the Roman imperial state disintegrated bit by bit and eventually ceased to exist except as a pervasive cultural legacy, and third, of the dramatically different ways in which Franks and Visigoths, their nobilities in particular, reacted to rule by a hereditary monarchy, an issue which surprisingly has received little attention. To begin with the morphological problem, take the Western Empire in the 4th, 5th, and early 6th centuries, Egypt or the East Mediterranean more generally between the later 5th and early 7th centuries, and Sasanian Iran. Iran under the Sassanids was ruled by powerful regional barons who were firmly wedded to the Sasanian dynasty but also largely in control of royal succession. Among late antique aristocracies, they were the least well integrated into something we might call a state. Their unswerving commitment to dynastic rule is a striking feature and suggests that this was the key factor of cohesion in a class defined otherwise by strongly centrifugal tendencies. When Hormozdan, the powerful aristocrat who dominated southwestern Iran at the time of the Arab conquest, was asked by Umar, "From which territory are you?" he replied, "I am a Merovingian." Regional identities were clearly quite strong even and perhaps precisely at these levels of Sasanian society. At the opposite end of the spectrum to them is the early Byzantine East Mediterranean aristocracy that emerges with some vividness in the Egyptian papyri of the later 5th, 6th, and early 7th centuries. This aristocracy was typically a Dienstadel, its roots firmly embedded in service to the late Roman state, a concept for which there is no obvious Sasanian counterpart. Their trajectory runs from the main part of the 5th century to the early 7th, when they were destroyed or dispersed in the Sasanian and Arab invasions that followed in quick succession in the years 610 to 40. The little we know about the origins of this group suggests that it was the creature of a coherent, culturally sophisticated, and economically affluent state, the East Roman Empire, which reached the pinnacle of its strength under Justinian in the 6th century. Finally, the Western aristocracy was an intensely traditionalist group or ensemble of groups more loosely integrated into the imperial state, dominating it as much as it served it and as subversive of imperial unity as the Iranian Bozorgan were of rulers they disliked. An important aspect of this domination was the fact that the leading senatorial families established a significant measure of control over the fiscal system through the offices they monopolized. There is a tradition of late Roman historiography that argues that the Italian aristocracy more than any other sabotaged the coherence of its own state and bears a major share of the blame for the downfall of the empire in the West. Whatever one thinks of this, the fact is that Western aristocracies long outlived the imperial government, seeking their own accommodation with barbarian rulers. If the disintegration of the Western Empire sounded the death knell of an integrated imperial aristocracy of the kind that had emerged under Constantine, transforming the Senate into a purely Italian body and choking off the sources of renewal of a living senatorial tradition, it also reflected the dispersive tendencies of aristocratic networks that had never been more than loosely integrated into a shifting imperial center. The rapid consolidation of the Western upper classes in the 4th century was followed by their gradual but sustained erosion in the 5th and 6th, as a unified state disintegrated under the pressure of barbarian migrations, settlement, and conquest. This crisis was most obvious in 6th century Italy, but reflected, of course, throughout the western provinces, to unequal degrees. For the moment, the point I wish to make is that late antique aristocracies show major differences in the nature of their integration into the state, and that these differences are in some sense more fundamental than the civilian/military divide that Wickham concentrates on in discussing the transformation of the aristocracy. A quintessential late Roman aristocracy had more or less disappeared by the turn of the 6th century, but its surviving networks followed very different paths into limbo. The Italian aristocracy was decimated by the Gothic Wars and the violence of the Lombard invasion that followed. Unlike the Franks and the Burgundians, the Lombards did not seek the collaboration of the Roman aristocracy. Thus large estates survived, but the aristocracy was eliminated or fled. By contrast, the Merovingian kingdoms, and especially that of Neustria, saw the evolution of an ethnically integrated aristocracy based on a fusion of the surviving Roman families and their Frankish counterparts. Bertram, Bishop of Le Mans from 586 to 616, is a superb example of the new kind of aristocracy that would dominate the political history of the 7th century, more powerfully and obviously in Francia than elsewhere in the West. My own feeling is that, if we want a zone of rupture between late antiquity and the early Middle Ages, it must lie here in the formation of the precocious nobilities that dominated the Frankish Teilreich already by the first quarter of the 7th century. They were the first purely medieval nobilities of Europe, a peculiarly Merovingian achievement, thanks largely to the conscious policy of Chilperic and his son Clothar II, Neustrian rulers, in seeking the active support of regional elites throughout Francia, in Austrasia, Burgundy, and Aquitaine, and integrating them into a pan-Merovingian Frankish ruling class. This evolution is important for the agrarian history of the West. Because it was in Francia that a new kind of enterprise and organization of labor first emerged. The continuity with Rome lay in the survival of large enterprises, the rupture in the rapid evolution of powerful new aristocracies by the late 6th century, unlike any previous ruling class that had dominated the West. In Spain, too, the old aristocracy passed rapidly into limbo. A surviving Roman aristocracy is much harder to track than it is in Gaul. But the common bond of a ruling family, the sharper the conflicts within the aristocracy. Unregulated succession to the throne reflected lack of cohesion among aristocrats and repeated attempts at usurpation, suggesting unmanageable levels of conflict and considerable fragmentation. This, as I just said, is best exemplified in Spain, where royal succession was characterized by chronic and often violent instability, and there was deep factionalism within the aristocracy. A succession of rulers were either deposed or overthrown. Leovigild was the only ruler to be followed on the throne by his son and grandson, and he, characteristically, had the reputation of having executed or exiled much of the aristocracy. The contrast with his late 6th century Frankish counterparts could scarcely be greater. Chilperic and his son had pursued a far-sighted policy of seeking the support of elites in Austrasia, Burgundy, and Aquitaine, and the net result was the rapid evolution of powerful aristocracies in the crucial decades around the later 6th and early 7th century. In Francia, where the dominance of the Merovingians was never actually contested, the dynastic principle worked in a complex form that necessitated the division and redivision of territories to preserve some balance between the competing Merovingian claimants. Whereas Spain saw an unstable monarchy pitted against a fractious and fragmented aristocracy, in Francia, conflict had tended to run between different members or branches of the ruling dynasty, and the division of territory between them almost certainly helped to reduce the level of conflict within the aristocracy. One reason may have been that it allowed for strong regional control, a principle formally embodied in the famous Edict of 614, in which Clothar explicitly restricted the holding of office to families within the region. This, as Sprandl emphasized repeatedly, was not equivalent to some form of Frankish regionalism. On the contrary, What Chilperic and Clothar managed to create was a Reichsaristokratie with firm local roots. Of the three main Germanic kingdoms that emerged from the ruins of the Western Empire, the Regnum Francorum was far and away the most stable, whereas the muted struggle between the Visigothic nobility and the crown that runs through much of the history of Spain in the 7th century culminates, of course, in the Arab conquest of the peninsula. The final episode in the internal factionalism of the Visigothic aristocracy was also a fatal one. Tradition claims that the sons of the deceased King Witiza actively conspired against Roderick, the last Visigothic king, to ensure his defeat in the decisive battle that ended his reign and the kingdom. These divisions were so obvious to contemporaries that the Chronicle of 754 links them directly to the success of the Arabs in overthrowing the Visigothic kingdom. 8.3. The agrarian watershed of the 7th century. My hypothesis about the 7th century is that it forms an agrarian watershed in the history of the West. The 7th century, in the West, was crucial in two ways. First, it saw a reassertion of aristocratic control, and second, it involved, I believe, the beginnings of a new agrarian expansion. These features would, of course, be linked if a strong case can be made for the view that the aristocracy financed much of that expansion. I do not propose to do that here, but it may be worth indicating briefly some clear signs that such a connection existed. One of the most striking features of the Merovingian charters is the sheer frequency of references to the purchase of land that appears in them. Here is a typical example from the will of Hadoand, Bishop of Le Mans, dated 643. Among numerous donations listed in the will, Hadoand says he donates to the Church of Saint Victor of Le Mans the estate called Asaruco, which I purchased for money, together with the houses, mancipia, vineyards, forests, meadows, and pastures. There are dozens of references of this kind in the private charters of the Merovingian period, and the least this tells us is that the new aristocracy of the 7th century made substantial investments in the acquisition of land, usually whole estates. They did the same in the great movement of land clearance that began in the 7th century, the vast movement de défrichement that Verhulst described as a key feature of the evolution from the Merovingian estate to the Carolingian manor, and the same again in the construction of water mills, as Dietrich Lohrmann has pointed out in an important paper on Neustria. Here, the crucial point is that the elements of a new organization of labor began to be laid out as landowners encouraged the expansion of peasant tenures as part of their reclamation of arable. This process must have thrown up hundreds of new settlements, and I suggest that one term for these settlements 44 was colonica. If the term colonica could refer both to the new settlements located on the fringes, boundaries, or appendages of estates, suggesting an origin in the colonization of the wasteland, and to the individual tenures that made up those settlements, this would explain why the word shows a mystifying semantic ambiguity, fluctuating between usages that manifestly refer to entire settlements, as in Bertram's will, where Marguerite Weidmann explains the term as Ausbausiedlung im Bereich einer Villa, and other uses where colonica is undoubtedly a designation for farms, as when Abbo refers to various freed people of his holding colonicae in beneficio, this in Provence in the early 8th century. One imagines that these new settlements were the first proper signs of the emergence or re-emergence of a peasantry in Europe, and that the Acoli who appear with increasing frequency from the later 7th century were essentially free peasants attracted to estates as part of their drive to expand cultivation. The colonization of the wasteland was the 7th century's major contribution to the history of the countryside in this part of Europe. By contrast, another key term mansus, which is almost invariably explained in the same way or referred to the same context, in other words, the creation of peasant tenures, may well have had a more complex origin, the proper starting point for which must be our notions of Merovingian estate organization. New estates for a new aristocracy? The answer, as almost always in history, is yes and no. In a typically fascinating aside, Mark Bloch once suggested that the best historical analogy for the early medieval estate is the Latin American hacienda. What Bloch himself meant by this was that the regime of the hacienda was never so dense that it completely excluded the presence of small independent landowners. The more general point of the analogy, I take it, is that early medieval estates, or let us say the typical Merovingian estate, exploited a landless workforce comparable in this respect to the Ghanans in Mexico. This emphasizes continuity with the late Roman world, if, unlike Wickham and the ancient historians he follows *degree, we see the late Roman estate as an enterprise. Still based on direct management and not pulverized into semi-autonomous farms or holdings. And again, that continuity is one of form, rather than substance, in the sense that the disappearance of the Roman aristocracy and the rise of new medieval nobilities signified a major rupture in the social and economic history of the West. Thus the best context to discuss the meaning of the term mansus surely has to be the way we visualize the transition from late Roman to purely medieval forms of organization in terms of the way landowners structured the management and use of labor and of the kinds of workforces they deployed. Again, the Merovingian charters are our best clue to the nature of the rural labor force in the 6th and 7th centuries. If the will of Remigius dated c. 533 is any indication, slavery was still widespread in Gaul in the early 6th century. In fact, Remigius farms were based on a mixed labor force of servi and coloni, and the coloni clearly were tied laborers inherited from the late empire, still called by that name and referring in the will itself to half-free or unfree rural laborers distinct from slaves. For example, they could be bequeathed with the land, transferred between owners, monument, and their families could likewise be bequeathed. One of them had even owned a service, and at least one of Remigius' coloni was still called originarius. Moreover, Remigius's servi also had families. Again, in 538 and roughly contemporary with Remigius' will, a Gallic church council legislates that no person bound by the conditio of a service or colonist should be admitted to ecclesiastical office. The precise expression used is nulla servilibus colonarius conditionibus obligatus. At any rate, neither slaves nor coloni disappeared with the disintegration of the Western Empire, both were present in large numbers and merged indiscriminately into the labor force. The integration of these diverse categories of labor into an increasingly indiscriminate labor force also found a precise expression in the way Latin terminology evolved. The strict Roman legal term for a slave, mancipium, became the standard generic description for a labor force now characterized by looser forms of bondage, where the precise legal condition of the workers mattered less and less. For example, Remigius's will is decisive. Proof that many families were of mixed legal status, that is, members of the same family could be of different legal conditions. These distinctions were not rigid therefore. Mancipia included both slaves and freed people, but post-classical slaves and freed people still subject to domination, and the expression mancipia qui aria appellantur from the will of Arretius, dated 573 or 591, shows that former coloni, tied laborers, were included as well. Now, the Merovingian charters refer standardly to domus and mancipia among the appurtenances of the estate in formulae such as cum domibus, mancipius, agris, etc. In the will of Bishop Bertram, the most substantial document of its kind from the 7th century, which has a wonderful addition and commentary by Wideman, ipsum villam cum domibus, mancipius, and so on, is about the most common expression used. I may be wrong, but it is my strong impression that, in the 7th century charters, domus are never mentioned without mancipia, which suggests that they were the dwellings of the labor force. Bertram had some 74 estates and they were almost all equipped in this way, together with land, of course, and land of various descriptions such as vineyards, arable and pasture, as well as more substantial constructions called edificia. There is also repeated reference to forest land. Occasionally, Bertram refers to colonici, but these were on the boundaries of his estates and, as Wideman suggests, most probably the cutting edge of an expanding regime of arable at one point. Bertram refers to buying a villa or a portion of one, the estate of Brasse, where he constructed homes and settled labor. There is a fascinating passage in Gregory of Tours which shows that the drive to expand cultivation in this way was equally true of the first generation of the new Merovingian aristocracy, for Gregory describes a certain Credin, a man of great virtue and piety, almost certainly a Frank, deceased by 582, often creating estates from scratch, laying out vineyards, building homes, and clearing the land. About a century later, Vigilius, Bishop of Auxerre, donated Vineland to his church. Cum mancipius quos ibidem stabilavi. The remarkable feature of the will of Vigilius, dated c. 680, is the repeated reference to mansi and servi. Medievalists generally agree that the term mansus is largely an innovation of the 7th century, but the precise agrarian function they tend to assign to it is as a kind of peasant tenure, the role it has within the economic framework of the bilateral estate degree. But bilateral estates were not a feature of the 7th century, they were a Carolingian innovation, and we have to explain the Merovingian mansus differently. One striking clue to its meaning is that while mansi appear repeatedly in the will just mentioned, there is no reference to domus. As THIRD-WORLDISM suggested in an important paper, mansus est utilizi ici a la place de domus. In other words, the Merovingian mansi were not primarily peasant tenures but allotments created for the mancipia. Unlike the peasant tenures of a later period, notably the Central Middle Ages, these allotments were still an integral part of the Merovingian Gutswirtschaft and their occupants a class of workers, both slaves and freed people, endowed with service holdings rather than self-sufficient farms. Registered the most substantial argument along these lines is, perhaps paradoxically, Ulrich Weidinger's excellent analysis of the 9th century inventory material from Fulda, the Geotierverzeignisse, whose drafters used vocabulary rather differently from the people who drew up the purely economic documents. Weidinger shows at length that the mansi which figure in the Fulda inventories did not include the surrounding fields and meadows. They were Kleinhofstellenbetriebe that functioned as reserves of labor for a still largely integrated estate. The Gutswirtschaftssystem and their holders were a class of farm workers, still servile of course, who were subject to almost unlimited exploitation. Weidinger also argues that estate owners would have carved out these plots with a view to preserving or creating some symmetry, either square or rectangular, in their home farms, which is why the mansi tended to fluctuate in size degree. In this sense, and in all these respects, then, the mansi were radically different from the peasant farms known as habai, which, of course, did include fields, meadows, and the like, and were of a size consciously calculated to yield the normative subsistence of a peasant family, hence more standardist. There are 2 points I would like to draw attention to in this analysis. First, Weidinger offers a model, at least implicitly, of the gradual dissolution of the post-Roman Gutswirtschaft, if the carving out of service holdings for allotment to the various groups of mancipia can, and it surely can, be construed as a mechanism that eroded the integrity of the classic late Roman estate. A passage in the Vita Sanctorum Patrum Emeritensium, a piece of Spanish hagiography written possibly in the 630s, suggests that it was standard practice to make such allotments when slaves were freed. When the Bishop Masona wrote out documents of manumission for the slaves who had given him faithful service, he in confirmation of their liberty gave them a little sum of money and even little parcels of land. In Italy, such allotments were probably called casi or casale/casalia. And in the Lombard parts of Italy the masserii were initially overwhelmingly of servile origin. They were servi massari and only slightly more exalted than the completely landless slaves. My second comment is that Weidinger's distinction between mansus and hubba chimes remarkably well with the kind of model ROS faith has developed for the Anglo-Saxon inland and her sharp distinction between worker tenants and the self-sufficient small peasantry that came to form the true backbone of serfdom in the great feudal reaction of a later period. The inland, faith writes, was an area likely to have been crowded with the dwellings of the workers and tenants who lived there, which reflects a very different topography of power from the bilateral estate registered. In fact, it is the Anglo-Saxon material that shows us how finely graded the early medieval labor force could be, yet bound together by their common condition of landlessness and servility, and Faith's description of the inland workforce as a mixed servile labor force strikes me as the best characterization we have of the rural labor force in the centuries between the fall of the Western Empire and the imposition of serfdom in the great feudal transformation in the decades around 1000. Faith refers to the slave and ex-slave farm servants with their cottages huddled on the inland round the curia, which may well be how we should imagine the Merovingian labor force, the mancipia in contrast to the acoli, that is, as farm workers and a class distinct from the peasantry. 8.4. Critique of Wickham. To turn now to framing the early Middle Ages, Wickham's image of the transition is completely different in this respect. It is an image dominated by a simple dialectic, the disintegration of something he calls the slave mode of production and its more or less direct replacement by tenancy. This is supposed to have happened well before 400, in particular in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, and can, Wickham argues, be construed as an economic shift from the slave mode to the feudal mode. Thus, the feudal mode of production is seen as expanding in a gradual, piecemeal fashion, as tenancy expands, and it now covers a vast stretch of history from the 2nd or 3rd century to, presumably, the later Middle Ages, a period of well over 1,000 years, a view that should baffle Marxists, at least. This model, simple as it is, has several obvious and even massive implications for the way we construct the agrarian history of these periods. In the first place, it implies that Roman landowners gave up direct management when they abandoned the slave mode. Secondly, it denies, ignores or hugely underestimates the persistence of slavery in late antiquity and the early Middle Ages. Thirdly, it construes the colonnatus of the late empire simply as a system of rent-paying tenancies, with minimal implications for the actual subordination and control of labor. Finally, and most substantially, Wickham sees the tenancy of these historical periods as a type of self-management in which peasants controlled the land and their own work process, or controlled their own holding and could keep its fruits after rents were paid. Registered in other words, there was, as he says, limited landowner control over production, indeed limited interest in it, at least till the emergence of monorealism in the Carolingian period. I would like to suggest that Wickham's handling of both slavery and the colonate are among the weakest parts of his excellent book. The sheer scale of manumissions that followed in the 7th century shows how widespread slavery was, still, in late antiquity. Legal sources, both late Roman and barbarian, provide one indication of this. Wickham's wholesale disregard of the legal evidence is not credible and has rightly been characterized, by Andrea Giardina, as a sort of reductionism. There are numerous constitutions in the Theodosian Code which either deal with or refer to slavery, both rural and urban, though this clearly is not the place to rehearse the details. The standard legal term for a slave was mancipium, the neuter signifying conscious reification. In CTH 2.25.1, Constantine stipulated that the children of slaves employed on imperial estates in Sardinia should not be separated from their parents when those estates were handed over to private individuals or divided in some way. In CTH 9.42.7, a detailed inventory was prescribed for estates confiscated from private landowners convicted of criminal offenses. This plena descriptio would have to indicate how many slaves, either urban or rural, are contained on the seized estate, how many cottagers and coloni there are, how many oxen are employed in working the land, etc. It is hard to see why the potential evidence of constitutions like these should be discounted on the general prejudice that law has a normative function. In any case, numerous sources refer to rural slaves. The Greek life of the younger Melania refers to the slaves on her suburban estates near Rome, while the author of the Lajak history, who knew Melania, reports that she manumit 8,000 of them. 2. When Alaric besieged Rome in 408-9, many slaves, especially those of barbarian origin, deserted to join him. Augustine's polemic against the Donatists is full of references to recalcitrant slaves, and, in the 5th century, one chronicle tells us that nearly all the slaves of the Gallic provinces conspired in Bacchatic movement. As E.A. Thompson remarked, "Our sources seem to suggest that these revolts were due primarily to the agricultural slaves, or at any rate that slaves played a prominent part in them." In short, the balance of evidence supports Finley's conclusion that slavery survived on a considerable quantitative scale. But this was equally true of the 6th and 7th centuries. According to Tom Brown, slaves were widely used in cultivating the patrimony of the Roman Church. Indeed, in Italy, it was not till the 9th century that slavery began to fade away. In Spain, the Visigothic legislation is full of references to slavery. Thompson tells us no subject interested the legislators of the 6th and 7th centuries more than the recovery of escaped slaves. It is not surprising, then, that Werner Rosener should claim, as he has done in a recent paper, slavery was still widespread in the transition from late antiquity to the Middle Ages, and the Germanic kingdoms of the early Middle Ages are scarcely different from the late Empire in terms of the actual prevalence of slavery. Why labor the point, however? First, because slavery was widespread in the post-Roman West, and this surely was, at least partly, a Roman legacy. Second, because the early Middle Ages were not a period of serfdom, if we understand the latter historically, but rather one of servility, that is, of mixed labor forces where slaves, former colony and freed people were conjointly deployed on large estates that were still structured on late Roman lines and indeed designated by an essentially late Roman vocabulary. Thus, the meta-narrative of a transition from slavery to serfdom, which Wickham himself rejects, correctly of course, breaks down because it is too much of an abstraction. It simply merges the late Roman world into a medieval one, as Rodney Hilton did when he spoke of late ancient society creating the production relations characteristic of feudal society, but, more than that, it eliminates the historical distinction between a Middle Ages dominated by a diversified servile labor force exploited by estates which are not strictly bilateral and one characterized by monoreal estates, labor services, and a renewed assault on the peasantry. Without the Roman background of slavery, the servile relations of production of the 6th to 9th centuries would be like Athena emerging from Zeus's head. The other strand in this argument relates to the heated issue of the colonnatus. A minor orthodoxy has emerged in late antique studies which consciously seeks to downplay the element of coercion that characterized the subordination of these workers. Coloni were a category of permanent farm labor which the government sought to tie to estates in the general interests of fiscal efficiency. They were free persons in the legal sense that they were not slaves, but restricted in their movements and subject increasingly to social downgrading and the control of their employers. For example, estate owners had automatic rights of control over the progeny of female laborers even if their husbands were free persons unconnected with estates. In the only formal definition to survive, the Emperor Justinian in the 6th century defined them as farm workers who were permanently resident on the estates they worked for. The issue here is not how widespread this category of labor was in the imperial territories. It existed presumably wherever large estates did, but what happened to them when the empire disintegrated in the West? On my reading of the evidence, coloni continued to exist into the 6th century but were increasingly absorbed into a less and less differentiated labor force that I have characterized as servile. This is why, in one of the earliest pieces of post-Roman legislation we have, the Edict of Theodoric, there are repeated references to servus aut colonus, slaves, or coloni, distinct but not vastly different in status *, whereas, in barbarian law codes of a later date, such as the Visigothic legislation of the 7th century, there are no references to them as a separate category but to servi and mancipia, that is, servile classes that undoubtedly included former coloni. Indeed, it is fascinating to be able to map this crucially important extension in the meaning of the term mancipium from its strict Roman sense of chattel slave to the much looser post-Roman and early medieval meaning of an unfree/servile laborer through the whole of the 6th century, when this evolution first begins. Burgundian legislation already subs tied laborers under the more general description mancipia. And, in Theodoric's edict, the expression service of colonus is used interchangeably with mancipium, showing that the latter term could now embrace both groups, slaves as well as coloni registered by the later 6th century, and certainly by the 7th, it was absolutely standard to use mancipium as a generic description that included workers descended from former coloni who might themselves, still, be called by this name, as, for example, in the will of Arretius which I cited earlier, or in Dagobert's donation of the estate of Etrapagni to the Abbey of St. Denis, dated 628, which has the expression cum omni integritate et soliditate, hoc est domibus, edificius, mancipius, colonis, inquilinis, accolibus, libertis, servis tam ibidem undis quam et aliendis translatis. Indeed, one will of 632, that of the Bishop Eligius, even contains the expression originarii. Wickham disregards all of this evidence to bolster the impression that a more or less self-managing peasantry had emerged from the ruins of the Roman Empire and the crisis of its aristocracy, and that words like service and mancipium described a purely formal dependence which could barely counter the economic reality that most rural laborers were now actually tenants who, as he says, controlled the land and their own work process. In framing, he endorses the very substantial position that most servi/mancipia in our period, were tenants who controlled their own holding and could keep its fruits after rents were paid. But the written evidence just does not support this. As I have said, in the early 6th century will of Remigius, Bishop of Reims, colonus is a term for half-free or unfree rural laborers, distinct from slaves, who could be bequeathed with the land, transferred between owners, and even manumit, and whose families could likewise be bequeathed. These peasants can scarcely be construed as controlling the land. Again, throughout the later 6th and 7th century, the Spanish Church fought hard to retain control over the services of freed people who had once been their slaves, and refused to acknowledge their freedom unless it had such control. And Merovingian charters are full of references to mancipia who, given the nature of the typical Merovingian estate, still rooted in Roman traditions of Gutswirtschaft, were not a loose collection or dispersed mass of rent-paying tenancies but, at best, allotment holders retained by the estate as a captive labor supply and otherwise simply landless slaves domiciled in the outbuildings of master's farm or near the estate center. The huge wave of manumissions that transformed the landscape of medieval Europe, reassembling what would later and only gradually become a peasantry proper, threw up a vast array of intermediate categories between pure slaves and pure peasants, and it is this mass of servile labor that formed the backbone of elite agriculture down to the feudal reaction of the 11th to 13th centuries and the imposition of serfdom. Thus, on the one hand, slaves and slavery remained a substantial part of Lombard, Anglo-Saxon and other early medieval societies, while, on the other hand, large numbers of them were settled on the land with the allotments called mansi, described legally as their peculium, peculiaria, or residential peculiars. The general point I wish to make is that the post-Roman/early medieval world was characterized by a great deal more complexity in the structuring and composition of its rural labor force than suggested by Wickham's simplified image of tenants who controlled their own holding and could keep its fruits after rents were paid. The best generic description, as I suggested earlier, might be a mixed servile labor force where families themselves might be of mixed legal status, and where the great movement of manumission was creating reserves of labor still integrated into centralist estates rather than the independent farm complexes called habai, also known, confusingly, as mansi when the latter term acquired its more expansive sense in the Central Middle Ages. That a more substantial or autonomous peasantry existed or was emerging is incontrovertible, but to understand its emergence we have to describe the context of the relations of production within which it developed with less abstraction and certainly less schematically than either Wickham or an earlier generation of Marxists have tended to do. The meta-narrative of the transition from slavery to serfdom which Wickham rejects cannot be replaced by the equally abstract idea that when the Romans abandoned the slave mode, they went straight over to rent-paying tenants, or by the notion that the economic shift from the slave to the feudal mode had already taken place well before 400. It is bizarre to call the Roman Empire feudal, unless one is determined to deplete the category of all historical content. And slavery did not simply disappear. It would be altogether more correct to refer to its mutation, as Georges Duby does. Wickham's simple dichotomy between legal condition and economic form lacks the subtlety needed to characterize the transition, even if legal status mattered less and less and, as Innes says, there was no real social gulf between free and unfree by the Carolingian period. Now, viewed teleologically, in terms of some inexorable evolution towards the manor and its eventual triumph, the allotment holders of the post-Roman/early medieval countryside may seem like a transitional type, a sort of station between two terminals, one called antiquity, the other feudalism, or, if you prefer, between slavery and serfdom. But this, I suggest, is absolutely the wrong way of approaching the issue. Between the domain slave or servi prebendarii and the peasant families in possession of substantial tenements lay a whole series of intermediate categories who are surely better defined as farm workers than as peasants, the Tagesjochen in Germany, the Gebers, Bordars, and Cotters in Anglo-Saxon England, and so on. They were a substantial proportion of the rural population of Anglo-Saxon England, and doubtless the same is true of most countries on the continent. If we choose to call them tenants, then worker tenants is a better description of these groups than the tenants that Wickham seems to have in mind. Wickham discusses their legal status as largely irrelevant on the grounds that the distinction between free and unfree was typically and increasingly fuzzy. This is true, but the diminished legal condition of most or all of these groups was surely not unrelated to the fact that, taken as a whole, they formed a tied labor force on a model familiar to late Roman landowners and their free but tied colony. Indeed, the laws on the colonate were themselves a major influence on the social condition of the medieval peasantry. Insofar as the successor kingdoms absorbed them selectively and enforced them against their own dependent populations. The mancipia who appear in Merovingian charters were certainly not slaves in the strict Roman sense, trademark, but the fact that they were described in this way was not unrelated to the way large estates saw themselves using the labor of these workers. To sum up, early medieval relations of production were defined by considerable complexity, not so much in terms of legal status, which mattered less than it did in the Roman world, as economically, in the nature of the labor force, which was typically mixed but in general characterized by the kind of servility that was distinctive of post-classical slavery and best conveyed by the term mancipium. This was a late antique legacy, but one which the post-Roman kingdoms transformed, insofar as a common condition of servility now engulfed both slaves and former tied laborers. Manumissions were widespread but freed people still subject to domination, and new aristocracies were bringing land into cultivation by creating peasant tenures of a kind previously unknown. Large-scale enterprise and direct management were crucial parts of the legacy late Rome passed on to the Carolingians. Both tied labor and the direct management of estates were integral features of the Carolingian world and of the new energies manifested in the evolution of bilateral estates by the 8th century. Yet the continuity in traditions of direct management did not imply a continuity of estate structures. However we construe serfdom, whether economically in terms of labor services or socially in terms of the characteristics Mark Bloch emphasized, it was not a feature of the period between 400 and 750 or even 800. The spread of slave tenancies created a captive labor supply in the form of reserves of labor power. As Bloch himself indicated, the land that had been granted to them was like their salary. This was closer in nature to labor tenancies than to the more archetypal feudal institution of labor services. Finally, as Faith writes, the freed slave was a worker who in return for selling his labor as a commodity received a wage in land from the lord, who was his employer and sole purchaser of that labor. The lord, in his capacity as employer, was essential to him. By contrast, the serf was a peasant with a holding, which, however small, supported him and his family and provided a surplus which was transferred to the lord in rent paid in cash, kind, or labor registered. What this suggests is the more general distinction between labor services, bound up with the expansion of the manorial regime from the 8th century, and labor tenancies, still rooted in late antique models of estate organization. 8.5. The East, Vulnerability. In his book The Islamic Law of Land Tax and Rent, Baber Johansen argues, in a chapter strikingly entitled The Death of the Proprietors, that the small-holding peasantry of the Islamic world began to disappear from the second half of the 10th century, with the evolution of the Igda system. In later centuries, Johansen argues, the trend was consolidated as large estates were formed through the privatization of these tax assignments, capital investments in the purchase of land, and the outright grant of private ownership to members of the elite. Much of the political economy of Islam might be seen as an unstable equilibrium between the fiscal supremacism of the state and the capitalist tendencies of members of the elite who defended claims to private property and the rights of pious foundations, especially on arable lands where these were sometimes fiercely contested. In these struggles, the jurists of the Mamluk and Ottoman periods tended to support the latter degree. In the 15th century, the Hanafi Mufti Ibn al-Humam exclaimed in bafflement, "Can't you see that the land is not the property of the cultivators? This is so in spite of what we said about the lands of Egypt being carriage lands." In other words, it no longer mattered that the peasants paid taxes. The legal fiction that the payment of taxes was proof of one's title to the land was now effectively defunct. For Ibn al-Humam, the notion of the death of the carriage payers served to explain and legalize the tenant status of peasants and the fact that they no longer enjoyed property rights with regard to their lands in spite of their paying their levies to the Mukta and the ruler. In the following century, Ibn Nujayim's defense of the property rights of the landed classes against the incipient Ottoman drive to transform all land back into state property rationalized those claims by arguing that peasants too poor to pay taxes or cultivate the land would lose the disposition of their property and that the ruler was entitled to sell such land on their behalf. But, once sold, the government was no longer entitled to an extra payment for the use of the land, that is, such land would count as tax-exempt. In an odd piece of reasoning, Ibn Nujayim then went on to argue that whether land was tax-exempt or not could be ascertained from how much buyers had paid for it, since no one would pay a high price for land that attracted taxes. Tax exemption was seen as a sign of the status of the landowner as a member of the ruling class. When high prices were paid, the buyer becomes an exclusive proprietor of the land and he is not a sharecropper or a peasant. Now, what is interesting in the convoluted argument used to justify the dispossession of the peasantry is not just the conceptual landscape that lies at the back of the argument, viz. that the rural world is divided into landowners and peasants, and that they are sharply distinct classes, but the strong sense of the vulnerability of the peasantry itself. As Johansen notes, private landed property no longer comes into being through the confirmation of the primordial rights of the peasants by the ruler, referring here to the doctrine that the conquest had confirmed the peasantry in its ownership of the land.